Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. What's going on, y'all? What's going on? What's going on? Oh boy, no, it's not gonna be ZPT time too much today, Trell. Right. So this is a regular stream, so y'all already know regular stream rules. Subject to end at any time, right? Um, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. Um, I wanted to kind of spin the block on this Christian feminist thing. When I open up the panel, hopefully open up the panel, I definitely want Christian brothers, brothers that grew up in the church, to come in, um, and give your opinion, on things. I started this off with Leona. No, we do not know if Miss Leona Worldwide, um, is a woman of faith, and how far in she is. I used her think piece, I guess we'll call it, to show that there's not too much difference between her message effectively and what the women on stage, shout out once again to Medium Man, um and what they were saying in that clip that Medium Man played on his channel, right? Yeah. um if you listen to Miss Leona, she is stressing how expendable men are, how dangerous men are, and how women are the givers of life. Women essentially have intrinsic value, not men. Women are the bearers of children. Women are obviously less violent. Um, and men have created this matrix, the patriarchy, to keep women down, and it's bolstered by propaganda, violence, um, and now men. And I think she's mainly talking about young men, but fine. Men are now attempting to escape even the rules that they set in the matrix that holds them accountable to women and to society. And she's essentially flipping the Bible upside down. Um, and she's making sure to emphasize that it is men that are the destructive ones. It is men that are essentially the destroyers of society, essentially boiling the average man down to mouth breathing idiots, right? Big dumb apes. And that would make sense if we didn't have the data that shows us that women in same sex relationships commit far more DV than men in same sex relationships. That obviously includes even in the Black community, right? Number one. But even if we were to grant Miss Leona Worldwide everything she said, fine. Men are mouth breathing idiots. We are expendable. That is why other men send us to war, because women aren't just built, they're not built for it. That's not the world they would construct. Um, Fine, ma'am. It was women that created men. Women can, if men disappeared from planet tomorrow, women would just raid the sperm banks and create life that way. And if not, they would find some natural or scientific way to continue the human species, probably through women, what, by fusing their eggs or whatever she came up with. Fine. Let's go all the way with it, Miss Leona. Let's say you are right. Some science god, um, some 300,000 years ago, 250,000 years ago, some woman got lonely and created men for her pleasure. Cool, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's make God a woman. Um, let's flip the Bible upside down and say Adam was the one that bit the apple, not Eve. Cool. Let's go all the way with it. Let's go all the way with there with it. Here's the issue that you're having, Miss Leona. Women, white women and black women, some Latinas, some Asian, but mainly white women and black women, across Europe and across America, have been attempting to convince women to be okay with being single, okay with being alone, okay with being single mothers, especially radical feminists, which you are, for decades. and your average woman is like, see, yeah, about that. Huh? What do you say to all of those young women, Miss Leona, who are crying in their cars, crying in their parents' cars because the boys aren't interested in them? The young men aren't interested in them. We're leaving them to their own devices, ma'am. What would you tell those women? What would you tell all of the middle-aged women who are recently divorced and feeling lonely as hell? What do you tell them, Miss Leona? Huh? What do you say to all the empty nester women, Miss Leona? The single mother empty nester women? What do you say to them? Huh? Miss Leona, what do you say to the 20 some odd million black women in America who black men have effectively left to their own devices? We already have an artificial community where the women lead. It's called the black community. White racist society put the thumb on the scales for the women, black women. That's why they continue to stress black women are the backbone of the black community. Black women are the backbone of the Democratic Party. And your sons said about that, yeah, the second I get stable or get some money, I'm going to marry out. 25% of newlywed black men are married interracially, Miss Leona. Uh-oh. Huh? Yeah. Miss Leona, you used the Matrix as a reference point for your think piece. Okay, cool. There is a part of the Matrix where they speak about how the plugged will even try to delete you if you try to unplug them. Ma'am, have fun telling women to be comfortable single. See, they know that it's a possibility. Some of them are throwing temper tantrums, threatening to be okay with being single indefinitely. How many women, black women, are okay with knowing they're gonna be single until death? Not thinking it, not feeling it, not threatening to go that direction to spite men, spite black men. No, knowing it for certain. How many black women are okay with knowing for certain no sex, no intimacy, no cuddling, none of it with men, none of it? No, in case of emergency, break glass. Somebody come help me. I have a flat tire. None of it from men, black men. How many black women are okay? No, no friend zone because ain't no black men around you, no men around you. Let's go with what you're saying, Miss Leona. Let's go with it. Women created men. Let's go with it. Women created men. Cool. How many women would be okay if we Thanos snap all the men off of planet Earth tomorrow? If we Thanos snap 90% of men off of planet Earth tomorrow, how many black women would be okay if we Thanos snapped all of the black men out of America tomorrow? How many black women would be okay with that? Fine, we'll just make it work with white men and Latino men and Asian men. Yeah, that's it. Huh? Yeah, Vince, and I'm gonna review it. And Vince asked, "Yo, Z, did you get my email? Going out sad? Yes, I saw it. I saw it. All right. Huh? Miss Leona, you are pushing radical feminism, and I'm not saying that as a throwaway line or to even insult you. I'm saying radical feminists have been around for a while, especially we're talking about 1960s, 70s, 80s, 90s, early aughts, 2010s. Ma'am, your average woman is not going with it. No? It sounds nice on a bumper sticker, ma'am. Your average woman, your average black woman is not signing up for that. Sounds nice though. Sounds empowering. Huh? Sounds empowering. How many black women are perfectly okay with knowing, guaranteed for certain, there's no man coming, pun intended. Huh? So Miss Leona just continues to stress how expendable men are, how useless men are, right? Essentially stressing that the patriarchy is not the natural order of things, and this is what men had to do to keep women beneath them. Ma'am, when we tell women, you know what, here, here's everything, we're gonna leave you to your own devices, they crumble, ma'am. They don't want it. Even other women, feminist women, are saying that, ma'am. Ma'am, it's not rich men that say, oh, I need a woman on my level. Rich men aren't saying that. Rich women say that. Upperly mobile women say that, not upperly mobile men. Huh? It's women who are saying, who wants to be with average anyway? That's women, ma'am. That is not men. Huh? So Miss Leona is just stressing this inverted type of power dynamic. But ma'am, who's going to implement that? Women? Women are going to implement the upside down power dynamic? Or are y'all going to enlist men to be your enforcers on this different type of power dynamic? Which men, Miss Leona? White men? Uh-oh. Don't we already have that in the black community? How's that working for black women? Uh-oh. Huh? Yeah. I'm glad. And you know, Miss Leona's channel is tiny, and that would be the pushback on someone like Z. Yo, Z, look at her subscriber base. That video you referencing barely got over 100 views. How many women think just like that? How many black women think just like that? That's why I have the clip from Medium Man. Uh-oh. And those are Christian black feminists. Huh? How many women think just like Miss Leona? That a man is here to serve. And I mean that in the most disgusting, condescending, ass kissing way humanly possible. A man is here to serve. A man is nothing but a tool. Miss Leona said it in how many different ways? How expendable men are. Huh? How dumb men are. How the world would be better if it was female led because women aren't violent. Yeah, that's it. Women are smarter than men, right? More resourceful than men. They bring life. It's very interesting listening to women say, don't reduce me down to nothing but my womb, while they low key reduce themselves down to nothing but their wombs. And their ultimate argument is, if you don't kiss my ass, I'll just stop having children. I'll shut down the whole shop. How about that? Huh? If y'all don't create a world where y'all praise me, I'll just shut this all down. And Joe Biden says, bring in the immigrants. Well, there you go, Miss Leona. Miss Leona, it's not just you. It's not just other black women. It's not even just other American women. All across the developed world, all across the West, the women are saying that, as especially as they go up in income and class and status, and that hypergamy is still there. And for them, it's, well, I earn $250,000 a year. If he don't earn $500,000, then why am I even looking in his direction? And the governments all across the West are saying, bring in the immigrants. We'll figure it out. Uh-oh. Huh? Yeah. Ma'am, do you understand how many white women were on board for repealing Roe versus Wade? You think you, as a black woman, are going to throw a temper tantrum and mess up this good thing white women got going on in America? Because you mad you not treated like an upper middle class white woman? Huh? That men aren't blowing smoke up your ass and worshiping at the altar of Miss Leona and other black women? You think white women gonna let y'all upend what they got going on over here? White women are getting their daughters in line right now, and you think you gonna put a stop to that? Okay, yeah. Have fun with that. Let me know how it work. It's not fair. I don't want to have kids unless I'm with a rich man and he kisses my ass and tell me how great I am every day and how I'm better than him, even though I live off of his dime. I'm not having kids. No, you can't make me. And white women said, watch us. Huh? So, Miss Leona, you and Real Talk with Yanni and Chrissy, y'all could throw y'all temper tantrums. And Kim Foster, y'all black women anyway. They don't care if y'all don't have the kids. They'll just bring in some Nigerian sisters. That's all. They'll just bring in some black women from Angola, huh? From Kenya, huh? Go ahead and throw all the temper tantrums you want because you're not an upper middle class and rich and elite white woman. Go ahead. Yeah. So I want to stress this also. Remember, Miss Leona is the one that told you how horrible black men are. How black men complain about racism and anti-blackness and how black men are unkept. And remember, this is Miss Leona that told you that. And when you look at her other videos, her other think pieces, you understand that this is a woman that said, no, I need a man that bows. This is why Mr. Z says, let them talk. Effectively, what Miss Leona is saying is that I'm meeting black men that don't bow. And oh my God, I'm meeting, excuse me, poor black men who don't bow. How dare you be a working class or poor black man and you do not bow? You don't kiss my ass? How dare you? Do you not know your place? Off with his head. No pun intended on that one. Huh? I get it, Miss Leona. I get it. Huh? Especially being in the San Diego area. I get it. You're meeting black men who you feel you're lowering yourself to and you're going on dates with them and they're not kissing your ass and you may earn more than them. How dare they? And then for the ones that do earn similar to you or more, they know their value. Once again, how dare they? I get it, Miss Leona. Okay. Huh? The men you feel like you're giving a chance to, the black men you feel like you're giving a chance to, that are financially beneath you, still got standards, still have opinions. How dare they have opinions? You give them their opinions, huh? Poor loser ass black men that you gave a chance to out of the kindness of your heart. And then the successful brothers that once again you give a chance to, they also have standards and requirements and opinions. How dare they? Don't they understand that they are to be here to provide, protect, and shut up and occasionally give you a good orgasm? Huh? Be good arm candy? How dare they? Huh? Ma'am, women don't earn enough for what you're talking about. I'll bring up South Korea. The South Korean government right now doesn't know what it's going to do with itself for a bunch of women that at best were had middle management positions, barely earned $40,000 and $45,000 a year, never had children, never got married, and the Korean government, South Korean government, is like, what the hell? How the hell are we supposed to pay for these women as they retire? They're calling them selfish, essentially, ma'am. And here you are advocating for women to do the same thing in America. Okay, you think you're gonna hold black men hostage with that? You think you're gonna hold men hostage with that? White men said, read my Nikes. They're going to East Asian women and South Asian women in America, or they're mail order bride women from Eastern Europe or from Asia. And black men, the ones with the means, are becoming passport bros. So are the white men. Oop, and the Latino men. Oh, and the Asian men. Huh? And the black men who don't have the means to be passport bros, they just date out of the black community. You think you're gonna hold black men hostage? You think you're gonna hold men hostage to live in your fantasy world of boss hog women that tell men what to do with men's money? Huh? So let's give it up for another round of radical feminism. Go ahead, ma'am. Miss Leona, you could go ahead and try. You and other black women. Huh? Let's see. Maybe this time it'll work. Maybe this time other women will agree with you and say, yeah, we're the ones in power and we're going to make these men bow. Huh? And we'll hold the whole society hostage until the elite rich, mainly white men, make these men kiss our ass and fund us and subsidize us and understand they're nothing but cannon fodder. Yeah, that's it. Hmm? If y'all check out Miss Leona's video, her field piece, shout out to Indigo Flow, right? She's emphasizing something here. She's stressing something. Dear men, dear black men, you are here to do women's bidding, or else they won't have children. They won't get married. They'll up in the entire system. Huh? Because who are you? You're not needed anyway. She literally says men are expendable. Huh? This is why you let them talk. This is why Mr. Z says the internet will expose us all. This is the prevailing thought from Miss Leona and a number of women, a number of black women. Yes, her channel is tiny for now. We'll see. These are the same women that then turn around and complain about black men and insult black men and belittle black men. Ma'am, look at what you think about men writ large, black men specifically. Cannon fodder? She's doing her own version, a woman's version of men are to be seen and not heard. Huh? Shout out to Real Talk with Yanni. I missed the men a few words. Huh? Yeah. This is a woman that wants to emphasize that you as a man and men in general, black men specifically, are nothing but big dumb apes. Your role is to defend women, well, from other men, period. Because if you let Miss Leona talk, women aren't violent. That's not a woman thing. Meanwhile, DV rates among same-sex loving women says different. Remember, this is the lady that was reading through the comments of a previous video, and speaking about how dumb the men were and how they had grammatical errors in what they were saying. And she was emphasizing that this conversation was too highbrow for these dumb Negroes. Huh? Because we mouth breathing idiots. We don't know how to put words together. Huh? These are the women that FD tells us don't worry about. That Dr. Umar Johnson is telling us it's men's fault. It's black men's fault that women like Miss Leona exist. Huh? Miss Leona, you live in San Diego. You have daddy issues. You can't get along with black men. You think like this about men writ large. And is there any wonder why you're single? We live in a world where women like Miss Leona could talk like this while low key complaining about how horrible men are, how horrible black men are, and people actually listen to her, right? Like she's saying something. Like the underlying message behind everything she says is not what she just said. Men are expendable. Why can't y'all make men know they're expendable? Ain't that right, Miss Leona? Why can't y'all make men do for women with nothing in return? Because we're mothers and we give birth. That's good enough. Huh? Why can't y'all make men kiss our ass? Huh? Wow. It's frightening. And y'all gives you a second. Y'all pause right here. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. Gives you a second. And we're back. I knew that was something I needed to hear. When Miss Leona says these are cracks in the patriarchy, she's talking about the conversations online and how women are waking up and sooner or later women are going to have to fight men. Ma'am, I already said this. Let me say it again. If we leave women to their own devices, y'all will crumble. Let me say this. I don't question whether women are talented enough. I don't question whether women are strong enough, resourceful enough. For Mr. Z, whether women are or not is not the question. Women don't want it. It's that simple, Miss Leona. You're going to have to convince other women. Have fun. You're going to have to convince white women. Ooh, you're going to have to convince Latina women. Ouch. You're going to have to convince Asian women. And Asian women are running a route on white men right now. They stiff arming the hell out of white women and snatching up any white man worth a damn they could get, even sometimes not even worth a damn. Ma'am, notice what Z is saying. I'm not you. I don't have to insult women's intelligence, their resourcefulness, none of that. Their strength, their wisdom. I don't have to say any of that. I don't have to do that. It's this simple. Women don't want to do it. Have fun with that. Women don't want the responsibility of running the society on their shoulders. They don't want to have to look in the mirror when they make the big ass mistakes. They don't want to say, "Ooh, that was me. That was me. Yeah, yeah, I did that. I thought I knew what I was doing. I didn't know. Huh? I thought I had it all figured out. I didn't." Women writ large don't want to do it, Miss Leona. Have fun trying to convince them, though. Huh? Both individually and societally, on a macro level, women don't want it, but have fun. Y'all act like y'all don't know how many women resent having women bosses. Have fun. Huh? Fine, Miss Leona. The matrix is a patriarch. The patriarchy is a matrix, and it has bamboozled women and propaganda. Have fun trying to convince women to come out of the matrix and do for self with no male help, no manipulating men, no friend zone men, no sex. Have fun attempting to convince women with that. Or let's go on to the other example that you use, where it's a handful of men seating up all the women. Have fun. Now that we're here now, have fun convincing women to be um wife number 37 to this rich ass dude. Huh? Or baby mama number 28 to this well-off man. Are there women that'll go? We already know there's women that'll go. But how many women are willing to do that now? Huh? Miss Leona, you speak as if you are a student of history. Have radical feminists not pushed? Hey, it should be men on this side of the planet and women on that side of the planet. Have they not pushed that already? Have women, radical feminists, not said, "Hey, women not need to not be wearing heels. They need to not look, attempt to look good for men, right? Anything done for the express pleasure of men is a no go. Men are our enemies. They are our oppressors." Have radical feminists not been pushing this, especially for the past 4 or so decades, 5 or so decades? Have they not? And other women said what to that, Miss Leona? Huh? Other women said what to that? Miss Leona, black women are the truest believers in this "I am woman, hear me roar." And single Latina and black women, single black women, have the least amount of wealth in America, Miss Leona. You can speak the way you do, Miss Leona, because you're doing well financially, and there's other black women who are damn near destitute who think just like you, and that's why they are damn near destitute. Huh? Single black women have the least amount of wealth in America, Miss Leona. Huh? Don't seem to be working for them. Oh, but we could do the networking. We can. uh, for those of us that have already seen what happens when women are solely reliant on other women, for those of us who have seen it definitely in the black community, how exactly does that work in the long run? Ooh, Z, right? Huh? Mr. Branch, thank you for the cash app. Thank you for the cash app. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Right. And talking about super chats, Detroit says, but are they? But are they aren't pretending that women aren't destroyers of the world by how the Romans looking? Look, I don't think these people are students of history. I don't know if Miss Leona is or not. I can't really gauge it too much. She speaks as if she is, but I can't really gauge it too much off of her channel. Um, I think Miss Leona is pushing something here, and I recall this back and forth between Black Uru and BGS on my channel not too long ago, where BGS was like, no, give them the rings of power and let's watch it burn. And Black Uru was like, yeah, no, how about we not do that because it's gonna burn. Right? If I remember their arguments correctly. Where BGS was like, hey, you never know. It's probably gonna burn, but you never know. But let them get the rings of power so they can see their limitations. So they can see what negative proclivities women have. Because all we do is speak about the negative proclivities of men. Huh? Let women get the power. Let them crash the Ferrari into a wall so they can see where their hubris comes in, where their ego comes in, where their selfishness comes in. And Black Uru is essentially saying, I don't want to be caught up in the tangled mess just to run this experiment. Huh? And I still haven't decided where I stand on that issue, on that discussion. Huh? But I think Miss Leona and a number of women are saying this. We are better suited to run our families than the men are, to run the society than the men are, to run the economy than the men are. We are less violent, we are wiser, we are smarter, we are better, stronger, faster, smarter, right? Vincent, and now Vince, I'm sorry, Trail says cue the Usher track, let it burn, right? Huh? Like these women don't even want to have a Margaret Thatcher, Golda Meir type of dynamic. They don't even want that. They want women led with a woman council of elders, and men speak when they're spoken to. And all men do is act as bodyguards against other men who women employ against other women. You heard that right. She said it. Your life is expendable. All you are is cannon fodder. Right? And we have a number of black women who think like this. And the vast majority of them do not have the wealth or the resources or the income that Miss Leona has. So those other women have to live the consequences of thinking the way they do. Miss Leona, on the other hand, oh boy. Huh? So once again, Detroit, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And back to this Christian feminist thing. You know, and the other day I was saying pastor, and I'm not sure if the brother's a bishop or a pastor or whatnot. And I mean, no disrespect for not knowing exactly what title to call the brother. Shout out to Media Man again for playing the clip. What you hear is very interesting because, as Media Man was attempting to stress, these women and the brothers on that stage really have bought into the idea that men are the ones holding women back. In the black community, men are insecure, right? They are selfish, They're egotistical, right? They don't earn enough. I've said this before. They act as men, black men, act as an anchor on black women's ankles. Black women are morally superior. They're selfless. They are truly the backbone of the black community. Huh? And I heard Jason's Black stream the other night. I heard him going on the term progressives, right? As if Jason Black don't recall he had to check the white dude back in what 2015, I want to say. 2015, maybe 2014, when Jason Black had to check the white conservative dude because Jason Black was sniffing over there, attempted to shame the white dudes for their racism, and the white dude pretty much told him, yeah, that's what we on. Deal with it. So, okay, Jason, I hear you. Progressives are some pansies. Weirdo rainbow flag waving dudes. I hear you. Huh? But I bring up Jason to say on that same stream, he brought up women being the backbone and what that would look like in a physical altercation with Debo. And what would happen if this woman's man, boyfriend, some guy she's dating, they get into an altercation with Debo and the man goes running, right? And leaves the woman there to fend for herself against Debo and saying, well, you said you're the backbone of the black community. Huh? And yes, Jason, black women have bought into that. You've heard it. I've heard it. And so there's a number of young men who are saying, all right, bet. Now, what these young men don't appreciate is that these women are saying, yeah, I am the backbone of the black community, but your job is still to be my bodyguard. Because I'm so important, you should be willing to defend me and my honor and my life. And these young men are saying, for what? To what the Christian feminists on that stage was saying, why would the men be there? To the cute little light-skinned young lady that was in the audience, why would the men be there? I saw the women clapping it up for the women on stage and how they were speaking. The question then, it's interesting listening to these women advocate for married men to counsel their single friends to marry women like this. Absolutely not. And to drag their single friends to this type of event. Why would we do? I don't know about, well, Mr. Z is a glutton for punishment. Let me don't even do that. Let me don't. Z, you be listening to these channels all day. You better don't say you're not a glutton for punishment. Don't even do it, Z. Y'all right. You know what? Y'all right. Y'all right. But the average black man, right, isn't a glutton for punishment. Why would they go to this event? To sit down in the audience and hear how horrible black men are, how selfish black men are, how insecure black men are, how not on black women's level black men are, even though black men earn more than black women. Huh? Why would a black man, especially a single black man, why would he go to church to hear this? Huh? Why? And I'm saying that both to the light-skinned young lady, but also the darker-skinned young lady who said, are y'all counseling your single friends? Counsel us to do. I wish one of my married friends, and I know a lot of them, I wish they would. And I'm not single, like I'm in a relationship, but when I was single, I wish they would. And I wish they would try to drag me to a church that you're attending, ma'am. I wish they would. And all my friends are bigger than me. I wish they would. Huh? So a whole lot of feelings getting hurt that day. I wish they would. Huh? So I can be in a church, so I can be part of a congregation where we speaking about men this way. We're not even our information is not even just out of date, it's just factually inaccurate. I'm going to be part of that congregation, right? Yeah, that's it. Economically unattractive men are leading to a downturn in marriage. That's the woman's perspective, by the way. If they would just strip down their ego and their pride and their ego. Let me say that in the way the light skinned young lady said it on cruise season. This is what you really meant, by the way, ma'am, whoever you are that was part of the panel. If I earn more than you, I will belittle you. See, that's not the words I used. That's the message. That's what men heard. Huh? I have 85 watching right now. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. I have 85 watching right now or listening right now. Somebody tell Z whether he's wrong or not. If the men would just, we don't have a problem taking those men. If they would just strip down their ego and their pride. And what black men heard is, if I earn more than you, I will belittle you. And you better eat that because I earn more than you. I settled for you. And the clip on BGS's channel, and Compassionate's channel says, I own you, Negro. Huh? Somebody tell Z he's wrong. That's not what y'all heard? We don't have a problem taking on these men if they would just strip down their pride and ego. Yeah, that's it. Because that's the problem, right? Huh. If power corrupts and absolute power, or excuse me, say it again, Z. If power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely, does that apply to everyone that's not XX chromosome? That's only a man thing, huh? So when we give women money and status and power, they're not, that's not a corrupting tool on women. It only corrupts men, right? Huh? If power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely, that's only on XY chromosome. That's only on men. Huh? Power and influence, right? And a lot of resources and being well connected, and that doesn't turn women into monsters. Huh? No, only men. Only men don't know how to handle that type of power. Lord of the Rings, right? Only men. That's not, no, the women, that's perfectly okay. Women can handle that all day, every day. Actually, that causes women to become even more great. Margaret Thatcher, anyone? Oh, Golda Meir, anyone? Goddamn. Dilma Rousseff, anyone? Oops. Huh? Catherine the Great, anyone? Huh? Yeah. Queen Elizabeth. Queen Mary, Bloody Mary. Oh. Huh? No, because absolute power doesn't do anything negative to women. Absolutely not. Only men. Only men can handle that power. It's a corrupting force only on men. Yeah, that's it. And so listening to this lady on that stage, huh? Speak the way she did. And better use says Tiffany Henyard. Brother, Lizzo. Lizzo. We could even do pop culture. Lizzo. Huh? Huh? You're watching women really love the smell of their own flatulence. Huh? They really have bought. This is what I'm saying. Like, there are a number of women. It may not be all. There are a number of black women who truly have bought into the idea that they're morally superior to everyone else in this society, especially and including black men. They really truly believe it, that they are the civilizing force on men. You hear that from Miss Leona, but you're also hearing that reflected on that stage. That men don't even know how to tie their own shoes if it wasn't for women. And when I say women, I'm not speaking about your mother. I'm speaking about girlfriends, sexual partners, huh? Situationships. There are a number of women who truly have bought into, they're the ones who soften up your rough edges. You don't know anything about how to dress, how to put on cologne, how to be well groomed, how to take care of yourself, how to be fit, how to work out, huh? A good diet, none of that. You need some woman to parachute into your life to teach you all of these things, huh? And then when she does, now you feel like she's mommying you and now you resent her. Even though all she's trying to do is better you. Doesn't this sound racist as hell? Who needs the white man's burden when you got the black woman's burden on for black men? Or Z, huh? This lady talking about, they're bleeding on you. They're wounded and they're bleeding on you. And then they leave. And they go become a better man for the other woman. Yeah, that sounds nice. Ma'am, black men are more married and interracially married than black women. Black men have less children out of wedlock than black women. Oh, damn, Z. Yeah, you heard right. Are you sure? Let's pump the brakes. Let's slow down. Let's slow down. To the young ladies on the stage, are you sure it's black men bleeding on black women by and large, or are you sure it's not the other way around? Now, I already said, Z already said, black men and black women are attached by the hip. If we are to judge it and put a who's doing it more, I don't suggest it. But ma'am, you open the door. You open the door. Would you say black men are bleeding on black women more, or black women are bleeding on black men more? Huh? And y'all give Z 1 second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. And let me read this now. And better use is, and hopefully you guys can hear me. And better use is, hey Z, I'd like to invite you out to an event at Queen Mother Goddess First AME Baptist Church of God in Christ this Wednesday at 7 p.m. Hysterical. Really, really, this is what I would hear if I knew what type of church my one of my boys, one of my friends, one of my homies, however you want to call it, one of my brodies, one of my roadies. If I knew this is one of the type of churches they was attending and they invited me, that is exactly what I would hear. I don't know what y'all would hear, but this is what Z would hear. And shout out to Better You. Exactly. Exactly. That's what Z would hear. Huh? Dear women, you could be Queen Earth Mother Goddess. Have fun convincing other men to believe it, though. You could want men to provide, protect, and shut up. Understand how expendable their life is, right? You can want that. You can want that. And there's a couple of men on planet Earth that'll give it to you. Have fun convincing all the other men to be those type of men, though. Huh? Train tracks, train tracks, train tracks. Have fun attempting to convince the masses of men to provide, protect, and shut up. And don't ever assert the power, the dominance that comes from being the primary breadwinner in the house, right? Have fun attempting to convince men that they should be willing to put their life on the line for an insufferable, mean, condescending, rude woman, namely black women here, huh? Who has already said to them, your life is expendable. Have fun convincing that man to give his life for you when you already told him, oh, by the way, I'm not going to do like anything for you. This is purely transactional, but you still got to give your life for me. You still have to be willing, enthusiastically willing to give your life for me. Have fun attempting to convince men, especially young men. When I say young men, I mean like under the age of 40. Have fun attempting to convince them to sign up for that deal. Let me know how it works for you. White men, Latino men, black men, Asian men, have fun attempting to convince any of those type of men that live in the West. Not even just America. Anywhere in the West. Anywhere in Latin America. Anywhere in the Caribbean. Anywhere in Europe. Have fun attempting to convince those men to sign up for that. Huh? And as the young lady on the stage was saying, once again, shout out to Media Man. These women need to be comfortable being single if God doesn't bless them with a man that kisses their ass. Huh? And don't resent God because he didn't bless you with the ass kissing man, that provides, protects, and shuts up. Or the man that doesn't have as much resources as you. So he has stripped himself of his pride. He understands that he needs to shut up and be in the corner and speak when spoken to. Have fun. But I agree with her. Don't resent God. Don't give up on prayer. Don't give up on the faith. And throw a temper tantrum like so many women, black women, are engaging in. Don't throw a temper tantrum because you're probably insufferable, mean, condescending, rude, overweight, nasty, snarky woman who can't make it work with men, so you're mad at the world because these men won't bow. Don't take that out on God. Don't take that out on our faith. Don't take that out on the church. Well, you maybe could take that out on church. Huh? Yeah. And Vince says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Vince says, the message will eventually be, get it how you live. I think we're already there. I think the elites are already saying that to society. Huh? And there are a number of women and men, but in our case, women, black women, misbehaving. They're throwing a temper tantrum. Huh? Instead of realizing how much they were lied to and bamboozled by the elite, from everything from your careers will keep you from wanting and needing a man. College education will be able to make up for you not being with one. Huh? You can go chasing after material goods to assuage whatever loneliness or horniness or guilt you feel for not being a mother or for not being a wife. Instead of them taking that out on the elite rich white men who sold them this and their wives, rich white elite women, who also sold them this. Instead of working class white women, black women, Latina women, instead of middle class black women, Latina women, white women, Asian women, instead of them taking that out on those elite rich white pricks, namely black women, turn around and blame black men because they were lied to. Okay, yeah, that's it. And they believed the lie enthusiastically because they didn't want to be under black men. Okay, fine. You shout out to Real Talk with Yanni. Real Talk with Yanni admitted that black women signed this Faustian bargain with white feminists because black men didn't have anything to offer. Okay, fine. Let's go with that. You are 100% right, Yanni. And now the masses of black women have to eat the consequences of their foremothers signing that Faustian bargain with white feminists. And the St. Louis Federal Reserve says single black women have the least amount of wealth in America. And there you go, Real Talk with Yanni. Huh? And there you go. So, Vince, the society is already saying, get it how you live. The society is already saying that. Huh? And instead of black women attempting to horse trade and negotiate with their lesser hand, negotiate with black men, they're trying to browbeat black men to being comfortable subsidizing them for nothing in exchange. Absolutely not. Once again, have fun trying to convince these men. Dr. Richard Reeves, FD Signifier, Dr. Umar Johnson, Steve Harvey, Shaq, DL Hughley. Have fun. We'll see. White men or black men. Scott Galloway, it doesn't matter who you are. Andrew Yang, it don't matter who you are. Have fun attempting to have fun attempting to convince these young men to subsidize the most insufferable women America probably ever produced, like ever. Let me know how it work. Huh? If y'all recall, especially during the height of Drizzle campaign, there were a lot of upper middle class and rich white dudes engaging in Drizzle. They don't even want to take care of these a-hole women, and they have the resources to do it. You want to talk about these men not wanting to play their role in the patriarchy, Leona? The rich white men are like, yeah, about that. I said it. Even the rich white man want to feel special. You can't walk up to these dudes and say, hey, I just want you to know you are nothing but a tool to me. You are nothing but a walking ATM machine to me. But I want you to kiss my dirty drawers and subsidize me and do for me and love me and take care of me and be willing to put your life on the line for me and know that if I divorce you, I'm taking everything I can possibly take. How does that sound to you? Yeah, even the rich white man ain't trying to sign up for that. So to hell with y'all. Marriage is a business. Yeah, even the rich white man said, yeah, rain check. Oh, no, wrong phrase, y'all. Wrong phrase. Check, please. Even the rich white man said, no, I'm not signing up for that. And he can afford it. Huh? Y'all saw that with the drizzle thing. Even the upper middle class and rich white dudes were like, yeah, I'm not signing up for that. Huh? Even the guys that were making, for those of you that recall, Courtney Ryan, Abba and Preach covered her channel. She was the white woman that was speaking to those other women, and she would bring them in and interview them and ask them, you know, how old they are, give her a age range for the type of men that they would be interested in dating, how much would they like for those men to earn, et cetera, or how much they expect those men to earn. And those women were coming off top, weirdo $500,000 a year for like a 27-year-old, all type of weirdo crazy numbers, right? Crazy numbers. And the one light skinned sister that said, "Oh yeah, I need him to make $650,000 a year." Crazy, and she's a single mom, by the way. Huh? Crazy numbers. There were a number of upwardly mobile, already earning six figures in their early 30s, mid 30s ass white men in those comments, and they were flabbergasted. Hell no, not me. For those of you that read through those comments, they weren't going. Huh? This society is already telling women to get it how they live, and they're throwing a temper tantrum. See, they wanted egalitarianism with benefits. That's in the fine print. Equality with benefits. You know, like when I run into the other side of the equal sign for what I added up through my own actions and my own thought process and my own feelings, when I run to what the other side of that equal sign looks like, if it's not something I like, can we tweak this? Can somebody help me with this? Or can somebody just do the math over for me? Please and thank you. And I'm really not going to say please or thank you. Ain't that right, ladies? They don't actually want egalitarianism or equality. When you show them what it looks like, they throw a fit. Huh? And I gotta read this one now. And Vince says their communal economic plan is trash. It's absolute dumpster fire, dumpster juice, bro. Biohazard, right? It's absolute trash. It really is negative liberty subsidized by men. And you most acutely see this. You see this acutely in the black community. Black women's negative liberty and some wayward ass black men's negative liberty subsidized by some black women, but mainly by black men. Huh? That is the goal here. My concepts of negative liberty, they call it air quotes freedom, subsidized by you, dear black men. And shouldn't you be so lucky to give your life so that I could tell you F you? Ain't that right, Miss Leona? You should only be so lucky, black men, to give your life for me to tell you F you. Huh? Oh, and thank you, Mr. Donnie Mack. And Mr. Donnie Mack says, FYI, for your information, Courtney Ryan is based out of Cleveland, Ohio. Right? And so once again, Vince, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. Tell that Miss Leona, whatever name, say hello to Eartha and Maya Angelou for me, just for a friendly reminder. And for those of you that don't recall, because y'all know Mr. Z loves doing it, right? Eartha Kitt with her compromise for who? For what? And y'all saw that smile when she broke that smile, that Grinch ass smile, and you saw all the pain and resentment. Look, man, we've been around black women. Look, black women, I know, especially you, Miss Leona, y'all think men are mouth breathing idiots. We don't have no intuition, right? We can't see nothing. We don't know anything. We're just big, dumb jocks. And now we're big, dumb, selfish jocks because we don't even understand that our role in life is to give our life up for women like you, insufferable a-hole women like you. And yeah, So shout out to you. But yes, we can see when y'all are fronting, when y'all are lying, when you're putting on a show. And yes, we saw the pain behind Eartha Kitt when she did that interview and said, compromise for who? For what? Yeah. With who? For what? Yeah, that sounds nice. We see the pain in your eyes, Eartha. Rest in peace. We saw the pain in your eyes. We saw it. Huh? That Grinch ass smile. Look, your acting skills that day, yeah, they were trash. Rest in peace. I ain't gonna make fun of my elder too much. That's why I always mention that part and I let it go. But dear Miss Eartha Kitt, rest in peace. Yeah, that day your acting skills were trash because we could see right through that fake ass grin smile. Huh? And shout out to all the other women who's playing that game right now. Miss Leona, huh? Real talk with Yanni. The people that we could see their faces. Shout out to all of you, huh? Sovereign black woman, all of you, all of you. Shout out to all of you. Like we can't smell the resentment on you. It's radiating through the goddamn screen. Huh? Mr. Donnie Max says the flames from the TV fireplace were a nice touch too. Yeah. Welcome to hell. Mr. Donnie Mac, what level of hell was she in? Right? Huh. Right? So yeah, Detroit, look, Miss Leona, a number of these women, they just it's as if they're it's as if they're not in 2024, 2023, 2025. It's like they got to be somewhere in the 80s or the 90s. They're like doing some weird time warp thing that we don't know about. You know what, Miss Leona, you're right. Y'all are way more advanced than us because clearly you are talking to us from the 1980s. You have mastered time warp and you are speaking to us from the 1980s because all of your talking points are somewhere from the 80s, maybe 90s, maybe, right? Because there's no way you are still making these old ass, tired ass, debunked ass arguments in 2024. There's no way. There's no way. So you are right. Women are smarter than men. Black women are smarter than black men because you and other black women have created some type of time bending machine where you could speak to us from the 1980s in 2024. And you're using advanced technology like that makeup on your face. God damn, Z. Ooh, you know what? Let me stop. Let me stop. Huh? So yeah, Detroit, that Eartha Kitt thing, yeah. And Maya Angelou, and still I rise. Yep. Okay. All right. I'm not even gonna do it to Maya Angelou. I'm not. Y'all notice I never talk crap about her? Nope. I know enough. Nope. Too easy. Right? All right. Right. Huh. And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. If black women have reached apotheosis, why are they complaining? Right? I think it's because the Church of Black Women Goddess is um hemorrhaging black men's in the pews because what is a black goddess to a man to a non-believer? Oh, nothing. That's a good. I see what your bars, right? Yeah, no, we're not doing it. KMS is that simple. We're not doing it, and they can't convince us. Understand the different angles that these brothers are coming at us with, right? And pause. From FD signifiers, kind of leftist angle, quote unquote progressive angle, to Steve Harvey in the traditional angle, to Um, 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 and his name was just there. How did I just forget the goddamn name? Anyway, yeah, all these different angles that they're coming at us from, right? DL Hughley. I don't know why I forgot DL Hughley's name. DL's angle, right? Don't worry, Van Jones' angle. All these different angles they're gonna come. It's not gonna work. Your sons are having real ass experiences with women. Your black sons are having real experiences with black girls and black women. And you could try to tell them to eat crow and deal with it. And this is what real men got to deal with. And you ain't no real man if you just don't eat this. They're not you. They don't have a sense of guilt that you have. Fine, let's go with it. Let's go with the narrative. Fine. Black men back in the 50s and 60s, black men that were born in the 50s and 60s and 70s, were backhanding women, black women all over the place. Just shut up, yitch, and just backhand, and you better have my food on the table, and all of the extreme Ike Turner stories. Fine, fine, let's go with it. Fine. And Xers and the oldest of millennial had to be the sons that watched their fathers just be absolutely the worst to their mothers and their aunts, and black men just rain hell on black women. Guess what? Middle-aged millennials, younger millennials, Gen Z men, black men in particular, they didn't grow up with that. They don't have that guilt. They didn't. Not only did they not engage in that, they didn't experience that secondhand. They don't have that guilt. They grew up different. They grew up with the society telling them how much they're sexist, misogynistic, misogynorous monsters, that they're colorist, featurist monsters, and they need to move out the way for their sisters. That's the era that those boys, those young men grew up in. Huh? Have fun trying to convince those young men that they need to carry some type of guilt on their shoulders for the women that society told these young men to move out the way of. Huh? Yeah. Have fun trying to convince those men to do for women that society told them were better than them. To be the mascot and the sidekick for women society told them didn't need them. Didn't forget just didn't need them. Barely even wanted to be around 80% of them. And by the way, the dating apps don't make it any better. Huh? Have fun trying to convince these men to show up for women that society told them did not need them and barely wanted 8 out of 10 of them. Huh? Y'all got Miss Leona pumping all of this right now. And then you think these young men are going to show up for who? Chrissy, Real Talk with Yanni, Paris Milan, Lexus Exodus, Mahogany Pink, Cynthia G. Huh? And you want black men to show up for who? These young black men to show up for who? Madison Brown, Amanda Marianne, yeah, the cutesy little black women, they in on it too. And these young black men are supposed to show up for who? The women that create the think piece that says black men ain't ish, or the women that patronize and watch the think pieces that say black men ain't ish? That's who black young men are. Oh, I forgot. You're right. The black women are morally superior than black men. And so you show that you're an ally by agreeing with the women that black men ain't ish, and that other black men need to get their act together and bow down to black women's superiority. Y'all right. Y'all right. Y'all right. That's how you show you're an ally. You're right. Ain't that right, Dr. Richard Reeves? We're not supposed to shy away. We're supposed to overproduce. right? Real men overproduce. Yeah, that's it. Huh? Yeah. So to that black women goddess thing, KMS, yeah, nope, nope, absolutely not. Right? And they're gonna continue to push that thing. I'm telling y'all right. I I said something the other day that I've been thinking for a long time, and I don't know what movie or what television show or video game is playing in the back of my mind when I think of it, but it's worse than Klingon. It is black women being that, like, the worst of the stereotypes. A number, like, not all, but like when people think of the out there women with the weird spiritual practices that are hyper aggressive, hyper antagonistic, while also being hypersexual, and they occupy some area of the city or the county over there, and they do their own thing with their kids who they raise to be just like them. It's going to be black women. Black women will be the face of that. They already kind of are the face of that. And I do see, as technology allows for it, you will have the acolyte type of situation coming from them, where they will and create just nothing but other black women because they have made themselves so insufferable that they can only create other black girls that will become black women who will fill in their shoes. And other black women will be out here with the rest of us in the real world. Black men will be out here in the real world and everybody else. But a number of black women will be over there sequestered off doing their own weirdo thing. If science lets them, you better believe the Leonas and Real Talk with Yannies will be off in the corner doing their own thing. The Ebony K. Williams, the maybe Amanda Seals, they'll be off doing their own thing. Single by choice, fine. Single mother by choice, huh? Princella and them all over there doing their thing, huh? If black women don't get it, science will allow you to do it eventually. Dear ladies, science is gonna. If that's what, dear black women, if that's what y'all want, we're there now. But for it to get FDA approved, et cetera, science will let y'all do what y'all. And that's, if you think you're gonna hurt black men, you're not. Dear black women, we are attached by the hip. We still are attached by the hip for now. And the worst thing that's ever going to happen to black women is when we're no longer attached by the hip. The worst thing that's going to happen to black women is when the science allows for them to do exactly what they want to do, how they want to do it. That's going to be the worst thing to happen to black women. We already see what social media and technology is doing to your minds. Women writ large, black women specifically. Huh? The way y'all showing y'all ass on social media, the Nazi type of rhetoric that goes unchecked, the Cynthia G stuff. Y'all didn't see the white lady taking Cynthia G off of YouTube as the warning you should have saw it as. Because y'all stay in y'all bubbles. Huh? Everyone from Tanya TKO to all, y'all really don't appreciate the era that you are in, but fine. Huh? There's a cost to that. Huh. Exactly. And Black Rule says, on second thought, black women are not Klingon because at least Klingon women have the integrity and honor to take an ass whooping just as quickly as they will give one out. They're not. What women want writ large and what black women want specifically is for other men to regulate men for them. That's what you saw on that panel. The light skinned young lady said, um, um, bring your friends. Where are all the single men at? So, in other words, all you men need to bring y'all single friends, drag them out the house. The darker skinned sister from the audience said, are you married men mentoring your single male friends to do what? Be married to y'all? Yeah, that's it. Huh? Women stay enlisting men to regulate other men for them. They're they're demanding that men make other men do what women say. Huh? Yeah. Huh. Listen to how the women were speaking to that pastor or bishop, whoever he was. And no offense, I'm not trying to be rude. Listen to how they were speaking to the brother on stage. Just lecture to these men, make them do what we need them to do, what we want them to do. Stop talking to us about what we might have to improve. No, 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 no. Just make those men behave the way we tell you to make them behave. Huh? And if my curse is to be with a man that earns less than me, then he must know that he has to strip his ego and his pride. In other words, be ready for me to belittle you and eat that. Huh? If I'm blessed with the curse of being with a man that earns less than me, huh? If that's the burden God wants to put on me, then understand I'm not going to take that lightly and I will belittle him. Huh? And yeah, the brother who was on stage, I think he was wearing the all white with the glasses on, and he said, y'all over here chasing the dudes that don't want y'all. Yes, yes, brother, yes. And the women are saying it's either him or they would rather be single, and I think that's perfectly okay. But let's be very clear: when the women say they would rather be single, it's not they're going to be single and be quiet and chill and live their life and enjoy their life. Absolutely not. Oh, the resentment and the anger and the rage is real. That's what the young lady was speaking about on stage. Is when they realize that, you know what, I'm not gonna get this. I'm not gonna get the well off brother that has all the money in the world and that kisses my ass. And what did she essentially say? Hey, don't be mad at God, right? Don't give up on faith because your delusions weren't met, ladies. Huh? Because your delusions weren't met. And now brothers did it right. Y'all over here chasing after the dudes that don't want y'all. The women can't hear that. Huh. And oh no, this is the one I'm reading. And Black Lulu says, I wonder, does it occur to him that he supposedly is the religious leader there, yet he clearly has no authority over the women in that gathering? And that speaks to, I want to tie that into what Miss Leona was saying. The women don't want the responsibility, number one. Number two, They're okay with appointing a man as a figurehead. Number three, women fund the church. You can't tell them anything. Every time we see anyone try to reel black women in just a little bit, black women will remind them, hey, we run this. When Funky Deneva, this is an LGBTQ cross-dressing brother, when he said to black women, hey, y'all do be talking crazy about straight men like they gay in front of us. Y'all do be treating us like we're the weapons against straight black men. What did Claudia Jordan say? Hey, don't forget who supports y'all. Uh-oh. Huh? Look how black women spoke about Simone Biles, because Simone Biles wouldn't pull a Tina Knowles on her husband, on camera. Because black women say, no, you need to embarrass that Negro on camera for us and our enjoyment. Huh? No, black women will remind you that, yeah, we might let you get that little figurehead position. Yeah, you okay, whatever. But the second you don't kiss the ring, pun intended, we'll remind you that we put you there and we could take you. When they said, I brought you into this world, I could take you out. Huh? Demetrius said, I would say more like a male consort. Right? Yep. Huh. So yeah, no, I think if he didn't know, he knew then. Going back to what Black Rule said, if he didn't know, he knew then, but he knows. Come on. Everyone knows who runs the black community. This is not even an open cut secret. It's just known. Right? Exactly. And Black Rule says, and that is why smart black men give zero F's about what black preachers say. They are religious eunuchs. And there you go. Right? But this is why black men are not, to the young lady, the light-skinned young lady from the audience, we're not going to your damn congregation, ma'am. We're not doing it. Y'all stood up there and gave those women on that stage standing ovations. Huh? If the men would strip their ego, we're willing to take those men if they would strip their ego and their pride. What? We're not kissing your ass, ma'am. Stay single. That's not what I said. That's exactly what you said. That's not what I said, Z. Okay, you're right. Maybe you want to choose better words or different words, man, because that's what black men heard. Huh? And um to the pastor, tell those women to date out. I could see this as a black congregation. Cool. You need to couple up with whatever local white church with a large congregation and have those women go meet some of the single white dudes from the other church. I want to know how white women are going to feel about it, but fine. Tell them to date out. You're right. Black men are too insecure, and they don't want to strip down their pride when they're with a black woman who earns more than them, and right. Just tell all those black women to date out. No, especially the single moms. Ooh, this is gonna be fun to watch. Huh? Lithium says date out or eat box. They can't. I can't tell them to eat box. It's a religious crowd. Even though we know some of them are still engaging in it. Right? Huh? And Kevin Murray, this is exactly the point. And Kevin Murray says, having an ego and pride keeps me from settling. Yes, you're supposed to settle, not them, because they think their funky dollars mean something to you as a man. As a high earning woman, shout out to the sister in the back. As a high earning lady, we don't care. That's why you're single. No, ma'am. Okay, the world we live in is so topsy turvy. Imagine women appealing to men with the things that men appeal to women with. Ma'am, your money, your status, all of those are pluses to us. If we already find you attractive, if we already find you appealing, if we already find you interesting, those are pluses. They're not the main course. True, that's hysterical. I ain't even gonna say it. Right? And once again, KMS, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Right? Those are pluses, ma'am. Pluses. If whatever man you find interesting deems you as insufferable, whatever money you earn doesn't change that. It doesn't move the needle one iota. If he thinks you're mid, your money doesn't change that. It doesn't. The men that would care about your money, ma'am, and your status and being a high earning woman are the men that don't have anything, because once you get to stable and above, ma'am, yes, we have the poor dudes have standards too. The dusty dudes have standards too. They just can't oftentimes realize them because they're compromised. But once you start dealing with black men who aren't so compromised, we do live in an anti-black society. But once you start dealing with black men who aren't so financially compromised, oh, and isn't that the problem black women have? That the black men who, once they even start approaching stable, they don't even got to be fully stable yet. Once they start approaching stable and non-black women take interest, isn't that a problem? Isn't that when black women start raging out? Huh? Isn't that when black women start raging out? Huh. Because the stable and above stable men won't bow to them, won't let these women spin the block. And shout out to Medium Man. I agree. To the brother that was on stage, and he was the one that said, essentially he told the women to spin the block on the dudes that they didn't find attractive before. And I agree with Medium Man. No, tell those women to stay over there. Ain't no spinning the block. No. Keep on chasing after the dudes that don't want you. No, don't tell those women to spin the block. No, don't spin the block. Absolutely not. So they could end up with a guy they secretly resent because he's not the guy that they want, even if he's taking care of them financially in more ways than one. Absolutely not. And that's what ends up happening. These women ending up with a man who's still in a better position than them. These women feel like they settle once again for the man that's in a better position than them, and they resent him because he's not the one they really, really, truly want. Absolutely not, brother. Don't do that to the men. This woman put on her best Golden Globes acting situation, just enough to get walked down the aisle. She puts on her best Oscar-worthy, right? Oscar-worthy performance, just long enough to get walked down the aisle. And in the black community, by the 5th year, it's done. Marriage done. Just so she could claim she was married and so she could have a couple of kids, quote unquote, in wedlock. Don't do that. No. These women don't get to spin the block on the dudes that they don't actually find attractive. They just don't want to, especially for the churchy crowd, they just don't want to have children out of wedlock, and they want to claim some type of marriage. Nope. Tell them to stay over there and do whatever they're doing over there. And those are a bunch of church women, so they're not going to admit that they over there having a situationship with a couple of the brothers from the church, or from one of them hood-ass dudes from around the way, or with one of the white dudes they work with or one of the Latino dudes they work with. They're not going to admit that. Fine, cool. But tell them to keep on doing that over there, what they're doing. Do not spin the block on the dudes you still don't want, but you're willing to settle for the next year or two. And y'all divorced in 5 years. Nope. Don't put that on them brothers. No. Huh? And shout out to all the women. Yeah, I'm perfectly okay for the women. I'm not settling. Cool. The issue we have with you, I would rather be single than settle. Is that you over here dirty macking, throwing salt in the game, right? Cock blocking. We don't care that you throwing your little temper tantrum over there, you and the other single girl crowd, whether you good looking or not, whether you're educated or not, whether you have finances or not. We do not care that you're over there in the corner throwing your little temper tantrum, you petulant child. The issue is that you keep on coming over here to the people, to the black people that want to couple up and throwing salt in the game and whispering behind black men's back. Hey, are you settling for him? He's mid. What's the new term? He's medium ugly. Huh? Huh. Ooh, this is good. Ooh. And Trell says, and this is great. And Trell says, Keisha's prayer. Lord, send me a dude to stunt on these hoes in church. And God, if he isn't a 6-figure baller, please at least make him a white man. You're right, because the white skin pays in dividends. If he's a white man, he don't have to earn as much because the white skin makes up for it. Right? The white skin makes up for the lower income. I'm going to just leave that one there. No, I'm not. Pun intended. Huh? Let's read that again because it's funny. And Trell says, Keisha's prayer. Lord, send me a dude to stunt on these hoes in church. And God, if he isn't an 8-figure baller, please at least make him a white man. Huh? Oh, 8-figure. I'm sorry. I don't know what I said. Okay, we'll read it one more again. Z, 3 times. Keisha's prayer. Lord, send me a dude to stunt on these hoes in church. And God, if he isn't an 8-figure baller, please at least make him a white man. Yep. Afro National says white skin equal $100,000 to them. Exactly. Right? Exactly. Huh? And Mr. Z is okay with black women having this mindset. Go ahead and go in the corner over there and do your thing over there in the corner. But they can't help it. They got to walk around here doing their Princella thing, dirty macking, huh? Doing their real talk with Yanny thing, decenter man, doing their Leona thing. Oh, it's the Matrix and the patriarchy is the Matrix and it's negative propaganda and it's, huh? If you want to go over there and do your thing, go do your thing. But y'all got to dirty mac. You got to proselytize, right? How horrible black men are. Is it proselytize, y'all, or is it evangelize? Right? I think it's proselytize. Or is it evangelize? When you go out spreading the word. I'm getting them mixed up right now, y'all. Huh? And so they speak as if they're doing women a favor, black women a favor. Oh, both. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Tro. Right? That's how they frame it. Like they're doing black women a favor. We're doing you a favor by letting you know that you don't have to be under that mid-ass man. You're settling over there. He's medium ugly. Look, he don't even have money like that. He doesn't have any real status. Wouldn't you rather be single? And once again, the St. Louis Federal Reserve says single black women have the least amount of wealth in America. And there you go. Huh? Huh. And this is what Z gets by being so open about when I fumble. And so I said proselytize initially, and I should have just left it there. And Indigo Flow says proselytize would probably be more fitting, but they mean the same thing, right? So let's kind of round this out by mentioning the Lapeef, and this I spoke about it around the way. The Lapeef clip where they're speaking about white men and how white men essentially value black women more. I already went through the names that prove that that's not the case. We already know the history says that's not the case. American history and quite frankly European history over the past, I don't know, 500 years says different. But okay, black women, I get you. You got to spite black men. You got to let black men know that they're not up to par by mentioning some mythical, magical white men that value black women more than black men do. Yeah, because the past 500 years of European history says that, right? You know what? We don't even got to go that far back. The past 20 years of American history says that, right? Uh-huh. Breonna Taylor, Sonia Massey, Sandra Bland, right? All of that. That's what it says, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's what it says, right? So once again, it's black women using some mythical, magical white men to speak about how lacking black men are in an attempt to goad black men into being who black women say black men should be. Huh? Huh. And Afro National says that Lapeef clip is some cringe stuff. Who needs white supremacists when you got divestors? We keep on saying it, right? We keep saying it. But they can't help it. They have to speak about black men this way because they have to let society know, they have to let black men know, they have to let other black women know how horrible black men are and how it's not fair that they're stuck in the black community, Blackistan, with black men. And how it's not fair that they're attached to black men by the hip. And no matter what they do, no matter no matter how high they've reached, no matter what they achieve, the Oprahs and the Kamalas and the Michelle Obamas, and we spoke about Maya Angelou earlier, the Maya Angelous, and it doesn't matter. The Viola Davises and all of these women, these notable black women, Susan Rice, Condoleezza Rice, it doesn't matter because black women are still seen as black, and it's not fair. And so, speaking about how great white men are in comparison to black men is a signal to this society that black women and black men are not the same. And black women are damsel in distress, just like white women can be damsel in distress. And it is up to non-black men, but namely white men, to ride in on their trusty steed to save Milady from black men in Blackistan, right? And the cruel tutelage. Isn't that what May said on Obsidian's channel? The cruel tutelage that black men subject black women to. Huh? So all of this yelling and screaming at the top of their lungs for someone, anyone, namely a white man and white men. Isn't that what we saw on what's his name again? Vincent LeBeau? When he was speaking to the other white men And when he was speaking to black women, right? And you saw this when those black women were speaking on Clubhouse to the racist white cop. It's always in this attempt to solicit, to use white men to come in just chopping black men's heads off to save black women from black men, right? To save black women from black men. Indigo, you're the reason I remembered because you caught it too. I remember when I started that stream, the first comment was, she said cruel tutelage, and that was the first thing I was going to go to. Right? I remember that. Every time I want to remember, I'm like, what was that thing that me and Indigo would yell? Cruel tutelage. Right? And Indigo says, cruel tutelage. I almost forgot about that, Z. Never lets me forget. Z never lets me forget. Right? I can't forget it. Because when she said cruel tutelage, I'm like, what era of 1920s Jim Crow South, 1910s Jim Crow South, Black America, and BFE, not even Atlanta, some nowheresville, Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, Louisiana, are you talking about, ma'am? And it is some weirdo color purpling, and Kevin was, rest in peace, Kevin. Kevin was so right about the color purpling of the black community. And I want to modify that a little bit by saying the color purpling of the narrative about the black community. And I'm pretty sure that's what he meant, but I want to be very specific about it. The narrative about black women relations pre-second wave feminism, pre-civil rights movement, definitely before the 1980s, definitely before the about 1970s on up, but let's say 1980s, is this weirdo telling of, see, when we were left to our own devices, because black Americans really never were, and BFE parts of black America. And you even saw this in the movie The Help, right? One of the black men was abusing, was it Viola Davis? No, it wasn't Viola Davis's character. Her husband and her son had passed. What character was it was the other one that had the cool ass, she worked at the house where the wife was cool and the husband was cool and they didn't do anything crazy to her. But her husband was abusing her in the movie. Her face is right. Man, her name is right. It's escaping me. Y'all know who I'm talking about. This has been in goddamn how many different movies, right? Octavia Spencer. It's Octavia Spencer. It's Octavia Spencer. It is her. It is her. Right? Her name was escaping me. Yeah. I don't even got to look it up. I know it's her. Right? Her husband in the movie was abused. And it's always this weird ass telling of these Ike Turner ass, because, you know, they got to go to What Love Got to Do with It. Right? This Ike Turner ass telling of black men. Because if you leave black men to their own devices, they're just going to be backhanding black women and black LGBTQ and black children all over the place. Because remember, we're mouth-breathing idiots. We don't know how to communicate. We can't temper ourselves. We're ultra-violent. Is he the color? No. Right? Huh. Black Rose says cruel tutelage sound like some Charles Dickens type ish. Exactly. And so black women just took this getting resources or getting the little crumbs that white women are, and it really goes back to the money and the resources, right? We've heard this from many of our academics. If black women could continue to sell white society, namely white women, white conservatives on one side, white liberals on the other side, but mainly white liberals. But when they want to do the family dynamic thing and how black men aren't playing their role in that, they go to the white conservative women. Either way, black women continue to sell this narrative to white society, once again, namely white women, for the few crumbs white women were willing to flick off the table on some, oh, that's what black men are doing in secret back in the black community to black women. Oh yeah, okay, I get you, Keisha. Here's a couple of crumbs. I didn't know. See, Mr. Charlie's really nice with us, right? He keeps his head down. He jokes, right? He knows his place. I didn't know when you go back home, Mr. Charlie was doing all of that to you. Huh? I didn't know he was subjecting you to a quote unquote cruel tutelage. So they sell that narrative, right? Huh. That's the narrative. Huh. Oh yeah, that part too. And Compassionate says, don't forget, Z, we're also simultaneously secretly gay. Yeah, that part. You're right. I almost forgot. Right? Almost forgot. Huh. That's what black men are putting you through? A cruel tutelage. Okay, here's a couple of crumbs. Tell me more. And yeah, he's secretly gay, and he hits on me. He abuses the kids, and he touches my daughter. And that's when he's actually at the house. But he's a very absentee father. He doesn't do much for anything and anyone, and he gambles away the house money and the rent, and he's cheating on me with like 3 other women. He takes my car and he leaves and he brings it back with no gas, and that's when he comes back. And huh. And when I asked him where he went, he struck me. Huh? And white women just eating that up. Tell us more about how horrible Mr. Charlie is in secret. I always knew I couldn't trust that man. Huh? These are the narratives. And so that's what the women on Lapeef's channel were engaging in. White men value us. White men know how to treat us. Isn't that what Bridget Kelly, what's the other one named? I just said her name the other day. Is it Megan something Megan? Is it? I can't remember what her name is again. When it was the 3 mixed light skinned women. They literally, all of these women have black fathers, right? 3 light skinned mixed women, and they're all telling you that, but white men know how to touch their soul, and then end up with the white dudes. Then black women keep on calling black men's bluff with this, but white and Latino men know how to value us, and they know how to treat us, and they're the first people to call us beautiful, and they know how to treat their women, and they know how to treat us. Go over there then. No, we just want to be with black men, and we're loyal to you. No, if that's what loyalty is, you could keep it. Go over there. Huh? You got 3 mixed light-skinned women, and they openly admit that they feel a certain way when they see a black man with a white woman. But when it's a black woman with a white man, it's like, yeah, we get it. These black men are horrible. Huh? I can understand how black men drove you into the arms of a white man. It's not like you were fiending for the validation of a white man in this anti-black society. No, it's not that. It's not like you were looking at him like a come up, pun intended. Like a jump in status, pun intended. Huh? It's not that. It's because black men drove you into the arms of a white man. Because black men are so horrible. Oh yeah. I realized it after I said it, but I have to keep on going. And Trell says, for reference, the Mr. Charlie is a Jim Crow term for the white boss. Yeah, it was too late. I had already used it. right? F it, we'll do it live, right? And Harambe says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Harambe says, why do you think people still deny a gender war even exists, especially after all these videos? So, if I'm not mistaken, BGS said there ain't no more gender war. It's done. It's done. So we're the ones still keeping it alive. I would argue that black women are just talking at this point, and they're still throwing a temper tantrum because they're mad they're at the table and the environment forced them to the table. It's not, they didn't come willingly. They were forced to the table because some of those crumbs are being snatched off. Some of the crumbs that white society was using to keep black women in their back pocket are being snatched off by the Edward Blums, by high interest rates, by just the cost of things, by a bachelor's degree not giving what it was supposed to be giving. Shout out to the women with this term, right? The dividends from the bachelor's degree is not what it used to be. Now you got to bump up to master's. That's more student loan debt. That's more years in school. That's oftentimes closer to the biological clock ringing off the hook, right? And so these things are forcing women, I would argue, to have to see these things differently. Now, the majority of black women are throwing a temper tantrum about this now, right? They're throwing a temper tantrum about it. And so I would say the brothers that are saying there's no more gender war, they're saying don't pay so much attention to them throwing a temper tantrum. Pay attention to the fact that they're at the table. Huh? Pay attention to the fact that they're at the table. Yeah, they're throwing a temper tantrum because they're trying to go, and this is what Kevin Samuels' channel was all about, right? They're trying to go to the highest bidder with all of their hangups, with all of their overweight, with all of their attitude and behavioral problems, with all of their one or two kids from other dudes. They're still trying to shoot to the moon, and then they're getting mad and throwing a temper tantrum, but they're still at the table because they can't get, as whoever it was that called into Obsidian's channel that day, whatever woman it was, they can't get lead attorney. Dennis Sperling isn't returning their calls. So they feel like they have to settle for a Z. Huh? They feel like they have to settle for a Z. Meanwhile, Z don't want y'all anyway. So they're throwing a temper tantrum. They're at the table, but they're like, him? He's not even 6 feet. He doesn't make 6 figures. He's not white collar. He don't even got a hairline. Huh? His luxury car is over a decade old. His sports car is not even a muscle car. Him? That's what I'm supposed to settle for? That's settled. I'm not doing that. Huh? Black Uru told him, if I'm paying, you doing. Right? BGS told him, this D ain't free. Trail told him, what that mouth do? Huh? So they're over here with Z. Z is not even single. And they're like, I'm not, no. I wanted the lead attorney. Huh? Ed told him there are rules and conditions. Charles told him, if you touch one of my cards, my foot is going right up your ass. Right? So they're over here being like, oh, I'm not doing it. This dude is not even 6 feet, right? Exactly, Spain Man. Spain Man said, this ain't Gran Turismo. He need to go out and get a real car, right? Lion told him, hey, I'm hypergamous about your looks and your fitness, right? KMS told him, I ain't paying for nothing. Yeah, you see the money. That don't mean I'm paying, right? They tried to call Dr. Ron O'Neill and it said, the subscriber you have reached is out of town. Being a passport, bro, and enjoying it, right? Exactly. And Black Rule says, Snoop told him, it ain't no fun if the homies can't get none, right? They tried calling Wayne Brady, and Wayne Brady said, look, I am pimping right now. Does Wayne Brady have to smack a bitch? Right? So they're at the table. They're just throwing a temper tantrum. The environment forced them at the table. It forced them to the table. They're at the table. They're throwing a temper tantrum. So they still want to engage in the gender war to renegotiate terms. They want to renegotiate terms. No, Japan, we already dropped 2 bombs on your ass. It's over. Huh? We're going to help you clean up this atomic waste. A lot of those people are going to die of cancer. Huh? Kevin Murray said, Wayne Brady said, I'm pansexual right now. Hysterical. Right? So yeah, they're at the table. They're just throwing a temper tantrum. That's why Yanni's saying decenter men. Huh? They're at the environment forced them back to the table. And that's why these weirdo outliers are doing way too much talking. The Leonas of the world, these Christian feminists. That's why that lady told you, what she said, as a high income earning, yeah, lady, the vast majority of that audience, is not. We got the numbers, ladies. Y'all, it's done. Once we had the numbers, it was over. We knew y'all were bluffing the whole time. Now we got proof y'all were bluffing. It's done. That's why Mr. Z could tell y'all go do y'all Golden Girls thing. And even with that, y'all gonna be fighting them homes. Y'all really not gonna be able to do it. I could say that because I know the numbers. Huh? They're at the table. They're throwing a temper tantrum, but they're trying to renegotiate. A lot of these women do not appreciate how much work we're doing here. They think brothers like Z are just out here just yapping. Meanwhile, y'all go to my, have y'all seen my community tab? If you go to my community tab, everything from the way the young men are voting to who's earning, what percentage of every state who's earning $17 and less a year, right? Everything from the economic warfare between America and China. I'm telling y'all how that's going to affect America. That's what we're doing over here in the Black Manosphere. That's the calculus that we're putting in to speak the way we do. What is Real Talk with Yanni saying? What is Chrissy saying? What is Miss Leona saying? What is Lexus Exodus saying? What is Cynthia G saying? What is Thema saying? What's the other dude, Storm Monroe? What is he saying? Oh, married men live longer. That's not what it says for black men. Uh-oh. That's not what it says for married black men. You know, who are majority married to black women. By the way, for those of you that have that study and all of that stuff, could you put the link in the comments, please? Huh? Nope, but I will look it up. And if you have the link, I wouldn't mind if you put the link in for me. And Goselmatic says, Z, speaking of Christian feminists, have you heard of Jackie Hill Perry talking about manosphere/KS? Nope. But I wouldn't mind reviewing it. Huh? Huh. Man. And Thermocat, thank you for the Cash App. Thank you for the Cash App. Right. So yeah, the gender war is continuing because the women want to continue it, and y'all know Mr. Z. And that's why I call out the outliers, because they're throwing salt in the game. They can't deal with their own issues, and they're throwing salt in the game. And y'all knew it when Chrissy said, "Oh yeah, you knew we was gonna get our lick back, lady. This is a game to you. You have hundreds of thousands of subscribers. This is a game to you. I hope it's a game to you, as the women that have been subscribed to you for years, as they get older and it's time to retire and they don't got nothing. I hope it's a game to you then. Instead of you telling them make it work with a man, a black man, and get on his program. Oh no, you know he was gonna get our lick back yet. All right. Huh? Sounds nice. Cynthia G told you, yeah, I want to see the black community destroyed. All right, sounds nice. All that sounds empowering. To Amanda Marianne, to Madison Brown, all of that sounds empowering. What was the other lady that I reviewed a couple weeks ago? All this stuff these black women are engaging in, even all the way up to Dr. Chris Marsh, right? Ebony K. Williams, all of that sounds empowering. Single mother by choice, all of that single by choice, all of that sounds empowering. Shout out to black women. Huh? Black women definitely know how to make toxic sludge look like a nice, cool glass of lemonade in the burning hot summer. They know how to make it look that way. Is it truly that? Oh, that's a whole different conversation. Huh? So all that sounds empowering. We will see what it, especially for those of us in our 30s and 40s, we will see, all of y'all in your 20s, we will see us. Shout out to you Gen Z men. We'll see. To many of you Gen Z men, get ready to chip off a few dollars to your millennial older girl cousins, because it's going to happen. Most of them don't got it like that. Get ready. Huh? Shout out to all you women who claim you're going to be the rich auntie. We'll see. I ain't having no kids. All right. I'll be the rich auntie. All right. We'll see. Let's see what that retirement and that 401k and that pension. Huh? Let's see. Right? And once again, Harambe, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Afro National says, and thank you for the super chat, Mr. Z Tax, hashtag support Black Men Media. Hashtag support Black Men Media. Right? The barely stable auntie, exactly, Vince. Claiming rich auntie at $55,000 a year. Right? because they still live at home with their parents and they don't have any children and they're single and they can afford that CLA Benz that they driving barely. So now they claiming rich auntie. Okay, yeah, that's it. That GLC Benz they driving, they can barely afford it. Huh? That used Tesla Model 3 or Tesla Model Y. Those are the ugly ones, the small ones and the ugly ones. Even though the Model X looks like a minivan, but it has the gull wing doors in the back, so y'all like it. Huh? The only one of them that's a looker is the Model S, and not even the older ones. Mr. Z, this is all opinion. You're right. And yeah, the Cybertruck has presence. Outside of the Cybertruck and the Model S and the gull wing doors on the Model X. Yawn. Huh? So now y'all the rich auntie because you driving a Tesla Model 3? Okay, yeah, that's it. Trell says they take a cruise once a year and pay for it. Yeah, now they the rich auntie, right? A cruise to Bahamas or Jamaica to go get a couple of cobwebs knocked out, huh? And be on the beach yelling to some Caribbean brother, eat vagina. Do you eat vagina? You need to eat vagina. You ain't getting no green card unless you eat vagina. They think that makes them the rich auntie. For those of you that saw that clip of that sister chastising the brother in the Caribbean, and she didn't use the word vagina, huh? She ain't use the word. She ain't say box, huh? Huh. So now they the rich auntie at 55 and $60,000 a year. All right, you earn more than most women in America, especially once you start passing past 60, $65,000 a year. You definitely earn more than most women in America, and most women will ever earn in America once you hit about that 60, $65,000 a year. Definitely once you hit 70 plus. But that does not make you the rich auntie. That now makes you the stable. If you don't have any student loan debt, especially. Oh yeah, you definitely the stable auntie now. Oh yeah, Christmas is gonna be dope because of auntie. Birthdays are gonna be dope because of auntie. Huh? But that still doesn't make you the rich auntie. That makes you the auntie that can buy the laptop when they're going away to college. That makes you the auntie that can give them the down money on their cell phone bill when they mess up, right? That's the auntie you are. The one that they could call to get them out of a financial bind so they don't have to hear their mom or their dad's mouth. That's who you are. Are you rich, auntie, though? Huh? But once again, obsession with empowerment language, that obsession, right? So y'all saw that with the sisters on the Lapeef network. It's once again the white dude is the white dude values black women's looks. The black women didn't have to pass no they didn't have to lobby the government to pass a Crown Act because white men were discriminating against them because white men valued them. That's fascinating. White men value black women, but yet black women had to get the government to pass the Crown Act for black people writ large, but really for black women being discriminated against because of their hair. Right? Yeah. Yep. Huh? Right? And once again, Afro National, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And as the brother said, hashtag support Black men media. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Right? And Spain Man says, salute Z in chat. Salute, brother. Salute, salute. What's up with you? Right? And thank you for being here, Spain Man. Right? And it's not smart. And this is how you know, like, Black women sometimes get way too comfortable. Not even sometimes, they've gotten way too comfortable with speaking to Black men in that kind of mommying tone that they occasionally forget they're not talking to Black men, and they attempt to engage in it with non-Black men. Huh? They attempt to engage in it with non-Black men. They think they can apply any real pressure on white men. You see it right now with the white dudes that are supposed to be supporting Kamala Harris to show that they're not racist and they're not Trumpers. Huh? They're with the times. They're on the right side of history, and they're going to support Kamala because another Donald Trump presidency is like an existential crisis. Have fun trying to sell that to white men in this current environment. Y'all have backed yourselves into a corner with this weirdo men ain't ish talk. If you go through the link that I put up in my community post with the breaking points covering um young men going further and further to the right and young women going to the left. If you read through those comments, the young men they're saying it. Yeah, we doing this out of spite. Y'all keep on telling us how toxic we are, how horrible we are. Yeah, we doing it out of spite. And y'all think y'all can get these young men to change by telling them what? Huh? Y'all think y'all can get these young men to change by trying to put them in a pincer move? Well, you can prove to us that you're not toxic by voting for Kamala and voting the way we tell you to. Is that the world these Black women on the Peace Network, that's the world y'all think y'all live in? Where you can tell white men, look how toxic Black men are. Don't you want to prove us right and prove how special and great you are by saving us from Blackistan and by defending our honor from these toxic Black men? Okay, yeah, that's it. Right? Black women, y'all got to get out of y'all echo chambers eventually. Come out here in the real world. I know it's harsh. I know we're Black. Yes, yes, even you. Huh? Black women really think they can will themselves into a world that's not anti-Black just by believing. If we believe hard enough. Okay, yeah, that's it. Huh? And we throw Black men under the bus enough, yeah. And that's been working, right? Throwing Black men under the bus for decades, and you still got to pass the Crown Act. Huh? Using intersectionality to benign neglect Black men. And Edward Blum, a white man, came after that ass. Huh? Yeah. Huh? Edward Blum. That's a white man. Years of Cynthia G speaking about deleting unborn Black male babies. And it was a white woman that got her the hell up out of here. Huh? Exactly, Toya, the manifest talk. Huh? Because this type of talk works for Black women, right? It's working swell for Black women, right? Okay, yeah, that's it. Huh? Huh. So I wanted to cover all of these things. I'm about to let you guys up in a minute. Y'all give me a second, but I want to cover these things. I didn't actually expect to be speaking this long. But yeah, now I want to cover these, especially though I wanted to come back and speak about the Christian feminist thing, but I wanted to tie Miss Leona into that by showing that effectively what Miss Leona is saying, and y'all excuse my background, give it a second, and paramedics and paramedics and paramedics. But I wanted to show effectively what Miss Leona is speaking, or how Miss Leona is speaking, better yet, it's not going to result in something too dissimilar to what those Christian feminists that Media Man covered, that they're advocating for. Because all it comes down to is men know your place, know your lane, know your role, which, by the way, is essentially what Real Talk with Yanni spoke of when she said, what happened to the men? A few words, which is the same thing that the young lady said, the darker skinned young lady on Daily Wrap Up Crew: provide, protect, and shut up. These women are telling you what it is, right? And y'all gives you a second again. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back, right? Huh. But yeah, so and I wanted to tie that to Lapeith because once again, the almighty white obelisk is always in the room, and it ain't black men holding it. All that pun intended. It's black women. Black women are the ones that keep on walking in the room. The black conversation, and black women are the ones that got to bring in either white men or white women. It's a fully black conversation, but black women are the ones who got to bring in the mythical, magical white man, or the white woman living in the lap of luxury. And once again, it's not fair. Look at how Becky gets to live. White women aren't told to settle, right? Huh. All right. And once again, Spain Man, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And give me a second. Okay. Right. And KMS says, and I guess we'll read this now. It's fitting that black women see themselves as goddesses because, like gods, faith is attached to the attention they receive, i.e., you must pay me attention because if no one believes in me, I don't exist. I think that I really am grappling with this. I'm really entertaining this thought, better yet. Um, no pun intended. I'm really entertaining this thought of black women's invisibility in this society. And excuse me, and how much they do and the way they act because of this feeling of invisibility, especially in relationship to black men. And even though we are being deleted on camera, there is a certain sense of like jealousy that we're seen, we're acknowledged, right? And even though we are hyper masculinized and then that's used as a reason to target us, at least our quote unquote masculinity is seen, right? Now it is used to target us, but at least it's seen and acknowledged. I didn't say manhood. Notice that I said masculinity. I did not say manhood, right? We're seen as big dumb apes, boys with big muscles. White men are the real men. They have the manhood, but at least black men's masculinity is acknowledged. And so for black women, I would argue their femininity isn't seen because it's juxtaposed to white women. And for them, because their femininity isn't seen, their womanhood, white womanhood, they don't get to live that out, right? And so it's not fair. It's not fair that I don't get to be a woman, read white woman. I'm talking about the political project of white women, right? The social and political project of white women. Not this ambiguous word white woman. Excuse me, not this ambiguous word women or woman. I'm saying what it means to perform womanhood. And what it is to perform womanhood is to perform upper middle class white womanhood. And how many black women, their issue with this entire society, and I've said this before, I want to say it again. How many black women, their problem with this entire society, white men, white women, black men, and other various races and ethnicities, is that black women do not get to perform womanhood. Read white womanhood, upper middle class white womanhood. Right? They would like to be mediocre ass women that, because of the class they were born into, right, and the status and the access that they have through family name and lineage and et cetera, they get to be mediocre women that still potentially become a Paris Hilton, right? And I know she's not middle class. I mean, she's not upper middle class. She's definitely rich, right? Or a Kim Kardashian, right? So yeah, no, black women are seething about that, huh? And so I would say there's a sense of jealousy that white women get to pull damsel in distress, right? And there's a sense of jealousy that black men at least have their masculinity acknowledged, even if it is to target them and delete them, right? So I think black women, especially the ones that are somewhat astute socially and politically, are on some nihilistic, if we flatten all of this, then it won't matter. In other words, if I can't be quote unquote feminine, if I don't get to be feminine the way white women get to be feminine, then if I scorch earth and burn all of this to the ground, or if I assist in that, or if I help to create a society where we flatten all of this, then maybe I could be king or queen, woman king of the Ishpal, right? So if no one believes in me, I mean, like, look at what we saw with the Christian feminists. The young lady bust the whole entire, because you really couldn't see it, right? Yeah, they panned into the crowd a couple of times, but you really couldn't see that very few men were in there. When that young lady said, "There's like 4 men in here," that lets you know everything. Yeah, and the whole world is saying to women, yes, okay, black women, excuse me. The whole world is saying to black women, especially black men are saying to black women, yeah, sexism, racism, colorism, etc., etc. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, fine. But black women, have you ever considered the things about you, that's keeping you single? But no, black women have created this goddamn bulletproof, bomb-proof, right? Bunker busting. Leave it alone, Z. I'm talking about the bomb, by the way. Bunker busting, bomb proof shell that says, no, we are on the right side of history. We have an accurate reading of justice, and everyone else is wrong. Everyone else has some type of reason why they do the things they do that's not up to par. It's not in good faith. We are on the right side of history, right? Everyone else has some type of ulterior motive. And they've created this space that says that, and that way they're never wrong. They're never on the wrong side of history. They never have to go back and reevaluate, go back and recheck their math. No, everyone else does, not black women. And that view is how you end up divorcing your husband and he remarries and you don't. Huh? That view is how you're on a panel, right? Where a pastor and a couple of other black men are trying to get you to understand how black women might be putting themselves in the worst position and you can't hear it. Huh? Or how black women may be responding toxically or responding misbehaving in a toxic environment. You're not responding appropriately in a toxic environment. And yes, we understand that the toxic environment encourages misbehavior, and black women are engaging in that misbehavior to their own detriment. To their own detriment. Huh? That is why black men have a higher marriage rate and interracial marriage rate. Huh? Hey, recall, black women are supposedly more educated than black men, are higher achievers than black men, are more well adjusted to this sick ass society than black men are, less incarcerated than black men, less violent than black men, all of that. And yet, black men earn more, black men are married more, black men are interracially married more, and black men have more wealth. So it's not just income, it's actually wealth also. Alrighty then. Right. And even though black men only earn a few more dollars a year than black women do, black men's wealth is nearly 3 times black women's. Now it's still low. It's 21 cents to the white man's dollar, but it's not the 8 cents to the white man dollar that single black women have. Huh? And that speaks to something deeper. No pun in that. If black men only earn what, some five or so $1,000 more a year than black women on average, but yet their wealth is nearly 3 times more than a single black woman. What is that? Huh? And yet, when you let Rebecca Lynn Pope talk, or when you let Tyler Perry speak, black men are not able to keep up with black women. Black men are the ones holding the black community down or dragging the black community, better yet. They're the drag on the black community. They're the anchor on the black community. They're the ones who's keeping the black community from ascending. That's not what the numbers say, right? So once again, to what KMS is saying, yeah, you look at that church and it's, well, that congregation, better yet, and it's a whole lot of women in there and very few men, because black men don't believe. We don't believe in what black women are saying and what these sellout ass black male preachers are saying. If y'all don't have the testicular fortitude to check the women, then tell them the truth. Tell them at least this truth. Get comfortable being single, because that's what it's gonna be. Y'all don't even got it in you to say, "Hey, ladies, I hear some of them conversations in the church. Y'all a bit insufferable. Y'all a bit mean. Y'all a bit too sassy and snarky for the average man. Forget just black man, huh?" And Saint Cyr says black men really aren't the mud how they portray us at to be. Um, but sometimes when you watering your own grass, it may look like mud for a little bit. If black women really have that many issues with black men and water to grass, but he might leave me. He might leave me for another woman. He might date out. He might marry out. And uh-oh. Oh no, the silence is on purpose, everyone. Water your own grass. Yeah, but we build these men up and they leave us for other women. I don't believe you. It's that simple. I don't have to back it up with anything. I don't believe you. No, you get into situationships with brothers who you think owe you something. Alexa, play DMX and Cisco, please. I gave you, you gave me. Y'all get into situationships with dudes. You think you're gonna linger around long enough for him to make it into a relationship, and it don't. And now you're talking about, oh, I built him, and he left me for another woman. Y'all weren't an item, ma'am. Y'all were not a couple, ma'am. There was no couple conversation going on, ma'am. He didn't see you that way, ma'am, and you knew it. You tried to linger long enough and tried to put that fire good and that Gok 3000 on him, that super wet, and you thought that was gonna get his mind all mushy, and it didn't work. And you with these men, and you try to build them, you try to be with them, and they leave you for other women. Y'all were never an item, ma'am. Alexa, play Cisco and DMX, the second verse when he says all the names, please. Huh? And KMS continues by saying, that's why black women, and thank you for the super chat, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. That's why black women are shouting and crashing out, right? Black men are starting to say, pay less, pun intended, attention to black women, pay less attention to black women, thus believing less is in them, impacting their very existence. Black women need men to believe in them, literally. No, I agree with this. You saw that with the church, right? Or the congregation, better. I don't know why I keep on saying church. You saw that with the congregation. What did the two women say unscripted, unprovoked? The darker skinned sister from the audience said to the brothers on stage, are you married men? What, mentoring? Right? Are you speaking to these single men? That goes to what you're saying, KMS, that they need us to believe in them. They need us to believe in relationship to them. Let me say that better. Z, say it better, because these are church folks, right? They need us to believe in service to them. Uh-oh. That's what the darker skinned sister said. What did the lighter skinned sister say? Bring your single friends. Huh? No, KMS, you're 100% right. You saw that there. You even saw that in the Lapeef clip. They need they need somebody to believe in them, the white men to believe in them. Believe in us enough to defend us from black men. Yeah, that's it. Huh? And Saint Serious is, they're mad because men of all demographics ain't going for the okie doke anymore. And what is the okie doke? The okie doke is women, black women, attempting to get men to invest. And just like the Latina said to the panel of black women that I covered a couple weeks ago out of down here in South Florida, invest in something that you may not get a return from. I just told the ladies to stop being risk averse. What I'm saying to the ladies is the men are saying two can play that game. If you're going to be risk averse, then I am not going to invest my literal resources, my literal tangible money, the money you can taste, touch, feel, pause, right? You can hear my literal resources. I'm not going to invest that in someone who given me their ass to kiss, and not in a giggity ass way either. Huh? The men aren't doing it. Huh? They're not signing up for it. And the ladies are struggling with that. Have fun. Have fun, ladies. So no, it is what KMS says. Bringing young men um to this congregation, single young men to this congregation for what? For what? So y'all can tell the brothers who are not earning up to what you feel they should earn, that they need to strip themselves of their pride and their ego, huh? That, yeah, no, nobody's signing up for that. No one's signing up for that, huh? And once again, thank you for the super chat, KMS. Thank you for the super chat. And Inspired Truth Broadcast says, keep on cooking tax. Hysterical. Thank you for the super chat. Right. Thank you for the super chat. But who's signing up for that? I'm gonna drop it in 1 minute. It gives you 1 second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. Oh wait, no, she gotta wait. Right. Actually, y'all gives you 1 second. And we're back. Regular streams, right? But yeah. So and yeah, Vince, I'm gonna drop the link in a minute. I realize my monologue is entirely too damn long. And y'all gives you a second. But yeah, no, I definitely wanted to cover this today. Y'all give me a second. Come on, move it or lose it. Move it or lose it. Okay, you're not moving. All right. Yeah. No, I wanted to cover these. I definitely wanted to spin the block on the Christian feminist stuff. This is what Kevin was talking, and this is exactly what Kevin Samuels was talking about years ago. We're like over 3 years ago at this point. It's been over 3 years, right? When he covered when his Christian feminist episode, I want to say, right? Over 3 years ago, and you see it exhibited here. Black women, I don't know. Black women, I don't know. Right? This is all right. Shout out to that young lady who said it. Look, we're just gonna have to get comfortable with being single and not be mad at God. Essentially, is what she said, right? Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Right. And as long as you know that's not on the men, that's not on black men, that's on you. Right. And y'all give me a second. Okay. I'm not gonna be able to do that. Okay. All right. And I'm dropping the link right now. Y'all give me a second. All right, there y'all go. All right. But yeah, so and I'm glad she said it. At least she said it. Right. At least she said it. Okay, y'all give me a second. Now, how many women are going to claim they're doing that and then actually be angry and rageful? And you will see it when you go on a date with them. You will see it when you're their homeboy. You will see it when y'all ever have a conversation about relationships and obligations and all this other stuff. Right? What's going on, Lion?
What up, Z? How you
What's
doing,
going on
man?
with you? Good, good.
That I watched those videos. I could not even finish the first one. I ain't even gonna lie, the one with Medium Man. I couldn't finish. I think I haven't been disgusted watching something in such a long time. And like between the chicks
Why you can't
talking,
rock with the Christian feminists? They say the same
yo,
thing all the other sisters say.
yeah, like yo, it's like then I heard the chicks talk, and then the dude, and then like when the dude responded to what he was saying, I was like, you freaking turncoat, no backbone, having ass. Oh, I'm like,
Hey,
oh my.
bro, that
I'm
pressure
like,
real, bro. Do you stand on your mat? That pressure, even a pastor will crumble. That pressure from black women is real, yo. I'm not.
yo,
When I tell you I have these conversations in real life, I have these conversations in real life. That pressure. If you listen, black men, listen, black manosphere.
you know,
Look in the mirror. If you ain't built for it, don't engage. You said I went in.
no, you're
You
right
said I
about
went in and
that.
out. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Don't engage if you ain't built for it. Don't engage because that pressure real.
Yeah,
That
they
pressure
do drop.
real. Y'all gotta understand. Z be checking everybody, girl cousins, aunties. Y'all, I'm not joking.
I be checking them too. I understand completely, but it's after a while they play. You know what card they're gonna play. They play the
Yeah.
same card every time.
hmm
Deflection and sign language. That's all they do. That's
GC said,
literally that's their
real quick,
motto.
real quick line. Let me read this real quick. And GC says, when the whole congregation is black women, pastor always get a fold. See,
That nigga folded like loincloth. That nigga folded
folded like
immediately.
a
He
comforter.
started stuttering and everything. Nigga was stuttering and everything. I'm like, you got to be fucked, yo. And this is what we talk about, like shout out to Ed with that guilt and
hmm
ego. Because when you start talking, I'm like, oh, you another nigga with guilt and ego.
hmm
I'm like
No,
another. Oh God, that's why you talking like that. All these fatherless
they got
children.
the right one. They got the
All the
right one.
yeah, all these. Then he started talking like, oh, all these fatherless children. I'm like, oh God, another dude with guilt and ego. No wonder you stuttering. Never mind. Go ahead, dog. Go ahead, dog.
What's going on, Vince? What's going on, Peter? You
Man, happy
trapping,
Sunday,
man.
happy Sunday. Shout out to Black Jesus.
Right?
We're here to extol his name and, live in his image and all that stuff. We're
hmm
here to talk about the black church. Can I get an amen? Hallelujah. Woo! Let me tell y'all, man, I'm going to tell y'all the truth. I just converted back to Christianity. I just
Oh
converted
man,
back. But
have
let me tell
fun.
y'all,
Let me know.
yeah, let me tell y'all why I left, though.
hmm
First of all, who's that white guy up in the front of the behind the pastor? Who's that motherfucker?
Oh, I wasn't
That's
paying
first
attention.
of
Oh, that's a good question.
yeah,
That was the
yeah,
puppet master, sir. That was the
right.
puppet
And
master.
that's like,
Mm.
I started getting
Wizard.
answers. I started
Let
learning
me
some
let me say
things.
this, by the way, real quick. Good question, by the way, Vince. This is look, man. I'm gonna just own this. This is the asshole chip right here. Whenever a sister dare, I mean she dare to bring that crap up. I almost lost. I'm gonna be cursing. Fine. She dare to bring this shit up in front of white men. I always throw the white men under the bus, quick, fast, in a hurry. I throw him. He unsuspected as a motherfucker. I throw him right under the bus in front of her. You think you safe because he's here? Watch this. Yeah. Hey, what about that interracial marriage rate between white men and Asian women? What you think going on with that? Right in her face. So yeah. I agree with you, Taylor. That probably was the puppet master, and I threw
She
his ass under the bus so goddamn fast.
these last few like weeks of videos, these lives has been very eye opening to me. And it made me realize
Mhm.
that she's paying ties to white Jesus when she's going out to eat and taking care of
Oh
his
well,
life
yeah,
and
of course.
stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah.
She's taking care of fat baby Jesus.
hmm
And it is I still have to absorb it into my reality so I can understand how you know what? I'm gonna go left and I'm gonna come back, right? It
hmm
escapes me how there's women who come from the same place we do, the poverty and stuff and everything that we do, come from the bottom and stuff like that, and then wondering how men are doing the things they do. Then they get an opportunity or the position to either pour something back into the community, to the boys and to the men and stuff like
Vince,
that.
have you ever heard me say? Have you never heard me say a slight difference in treatment can cause a big ass gap, a chasm in perspective?
Yeah,
A slight difference in treatment could cause a huge gap in perspective, and that's all it's been for the past few decades. Women and girls have been told that they subtly and very overtly that the wind is behind their back. They're on the right side of history. Black women in specific, they've been told you're on the right side of history. They've been indoctrinated, and they enthusiastically believe this, that black men are these raving sexist lunatics, right? Failed patriarchs, failed white men, and they've bought into this. Decades
I'm
of that
still.
is how you get this. Yes, we're growing up in the same house. We're literally watching the same type of entertainment. Now, not so much because of cell phones and social media, but for
Right.
decades, we were watching the same thing, listening to the same music, all of that. But
We
black
all singing
women
OPP
literally,
together.
wait, say that again?
We all singing OPP together.
Yeah, yeah, literally. And so, even though we're behind them, when we getting grinded on in at the middle school dance and the high school dance, listening to Juvenile, back that ass up, right? And what's my favorite word, right? And all of that Too Short joint. And even though we're literally experiencing this at the same time, the slight
Even the
difference in,
504 boys.
yeah, the 504 boy, all of that. Even though we are experiencing this at the same time, because the teachers are partial to the girls and the women, because mom thinks that it's going to be the daughter that carries the family, those type of things just set them up different. And because you're young, you don't really appreciate how different your sister is being treated than you are. You see it, and I've spoken to a couple of brothers, and I actually had this real conversation with one of my girl cousins, that the girls have a sense of resentment because they had to wash dishes and maybe you didn't, right? I've had this conversation before. So the difference in treatment is causing this huge chasm in perspective about anti-blackness, white supremacy, desirability, black economics, childbearing, child rearing, all of that, right? Voting patterns, all of that. It's becoming a bigger and bigger chasm because of a
Hey,
slight treatment. And yeah.
let's pull this out though. Let's pull it them on them. Let's use this little ugly fugly tool called intersectionality real quick on a
Hmm.
family note, right? Because you say one thing, I hear two things. I hear siblingship, where siblings have that matter. Because I don't have any sisters. I wish I did have a sister so I could have some girls get their ass beat because how they were shooting me. But siblingship is like that, you know.
Hmm. Hmm.
When it's like either favoritism or something granted to another, something like that. I think that's that. But then when you throw being whether a female or male and having these burdens and responsibilities, but boys are more grooved or molded into this responsibility. Suck it up, shut up. We get that to an extent where that starts to not numb us, but kind of make it, that same type of expression where a lot of boys don't express emotion. Sometimes we just like, what, it's uneven, but you know what, it is what it is. I'm gonna take responsibility. But
Hmm.
I'm
Hmm.
realizing, because I'm still learning so much about women and things like that. One of the things I'm learning is women take a lot of shit personal. They personalize a
Oh
lot
yeah,
of shit.
yeah. Black Socrates is up here. He already spoke about like how there's so much studies and science that show they're more neurotic. They're more all of these different things that you're not supposed to say in polite company. And because of the current environment that we live in, you're not supposed to acknowledge it's not just socialized, right?
And
Like
then
the nature versus nurture conversation, it's nature and nurture. And we overdo it when we speak about the not nature, the nurture part of it, but not the nature
right.
part, the part where like you're saying they're just bred to take these things more personal, right? And what does that mean then when they feel slighted, right?
They feel like Cinderella and they feel like a slave or a butler or something when you're
Yeah.
being told how to do chores. You're being told how to, you also got to be told how to be independent. It's not that
Yeah.
you just can't sit on your ass and let everything come to you, because you got to think too. And this is something I'm thinking about too. how women are like white society infantilize they make grown women babies because they take away responsibility and stuff like that. So when you're trying to, like this temper tantrum stuff you're talking about, there's still parts of us in our development that we regress to when things happen. So what happens when you try to wean a baby off of a pacifier? What happens when you tell a baby you can't do this no more? You gotta do this now. What happens when you say,
Mm-hmm.
okay, you gotta get your ass up at 9:30, 10 o'clock and wash these dishes? What happens? Oh, my freedom is getting took. Now I gotta rebel and stuff like that and everything like that. Like we're seeing people people are so comfortable and being placated in their situations and stuff like that. When someone says it's time for you to do something, like no, I'm not gonna do it. In
I
fact, I see that person
I'll
over there. Let's get that person to do it, type shit. You know what I'm saying?
I'll give you a prime example. So me and my lady had a conversation
Uh,
about some of the people on her side, and the women, and I walked her through the social math.
mm-hmm.
Like, look at where they are. Let's do the math. Look at how they think. Look at how they move. Look at how they, like, we know this person is like a difficult person, right? And this is what the other side of the equal side is, why they just had this episode. It's why they're struggling to pay rent. It's why, like, this is why they have 2 or 3 kids from 2 or 3, like, and just walking her through the math, right? And that's what you're saying. Like, when you're not checked, when you don't have the guardrails, or you don't have a certain level of discipline, what ends up happening is life is happening to you. You haven't created, you haven't built yourself, and you haven't created the mechanisms to make sure that you're upwardly mobile, you're keeping yourself above inflation rates, you're able to forget just that, you're able to progress, right? You're able to put you and your children, okay, fine, it didn't work with the dude, you're able to put you and your children in a better position. You just didn't create that. And not only did you not create it, fine, you didn't create it, you didn't get it under a man. You didn't, okay, you know what, I got this one, I gotta catch me a lick. These, I keep on saying, these women are so messed up, they're not even doing the wrong thing the right way. Like, okay, I messed up, I had a kid or two from the wrong dude. Okay, fine, let's go with their language. From the wrong dude, cool. They're not even conscious enough to say, okay, in case of emergency, break glass, I gotta go find me a sim that finds me interesting enough, I need to go lay up under this dude. In case of emergency, break glass, right? Fine. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to Media Man. Listen to the brother that had the white with the glasses on, and double back and go find the dudes who you overlooked back in the day. Their head is so far up their ass, they're not even doing that. Their ego is so large, they're not even praying, and I'm happy about this, but they're not even praying on the dudes that would give them a chance, that are stable enough.
Yeah, and they're too, man. They're like that's what I mean. Like at some point, they're gonna have that get out
Right?
how you live kind of thing, where it's like you pass that threshold where there's no longer an option for you. The way you think,
Hmm.
well, it's not going to be as lucrative. I was listening to nobody crucified me, but I was listening to Boyce Watkins, and he was
Hmm.
talking about options, and he was like, there is no such thing as a non-negative option. But at the same time, your options dwindle the more you get to the expiration date of what's going on. After you get
Yep.
past a certain threshold with your options, that shit's bullshit. So
Well,
you
now you're working off of luck. But
exactly because
when you get past a certain point, it's all luck and the grace of others.
yeah,
And the
because
last, and this is something that men know, that I think our society gives grace to women in a way that they don't appreciate until they're on the wrong side of that grace. Men know the last thing you want to be is living off of the whim and the grace of others. Yes, you might have friends that look out, you might have family that look out, you might have even a girlfriend that look out, but the last position you ever want to be, ever. And there are certain women that understand that, but I think they take it too far. The real talk with Yannies and whatnot. But the last position you want to be is is on the mercy of others. And yeah. So and I
that's why a
think
lot of
we
dudes don't ask for
appreciate
help
that, but
like that when
women
they
don't.
need it.
Wait, say that again?
All right, that's why a lot of dudes don't ask for help when they need it
Yeah.
because they
Yeah.
don't want to feel like a burden and stuff like that. That's the cousin to what you're
Exactly.
saying.
Exactly.
I want to say one more. I want to say one more thing. One more
Go
thing.
ahead.
Right?
Go ahead, because I gotta
That
get
that
better use
that
because he
that,
keep
that
on coming in and out.
okay.
Mhm.
That long faced gorilla. I said gorilla. Giraffe faced girl.
Don't
She.
say gorilla to the black woman. Yo,
wrong
boy,
one. Wrong one. I meant to say giraffe.
and now she going off. See, I knew it. I
I
told
meant
you
to
that
say
these men is
giraffe.
sexism and colorism and featureism, and I told you the
Wrong,
features and it's sexism
wrong,
and colorism. Go ahead, go ahead.
wrong one. My bad. I'm gonna say giraffe face. My bad. She looked like what's the dude name? Arsenio Hall. That's what she looked like. So I wanna say one thing.
Oh, what
I
you said
left
about the Toys R Us giraffe? Go ahead.
I left some comments on her thing. I'm the dude up there, Pistol Pete 992, and I went way beyond saying you ain't gonna get no black man. You ain't gonna get no man like that. You are mean. You are insufferable.
Oh yeah, no, she
You
really
a
is mean.
jerk.
Oh
So
yeah,
I'll
no, she
say
really
this:
is.
she is an example of what is being said. Go listen. I went out yesterday. I actually went out yesterday. I sweeped up. I don't have no haircut, no nothing. I sweeped up. I got like 6 numbers, right? But guess what I did? I was different from what I usually do. And this is, I think, a lot of men. I think if there's dudes out there thinking how I'm thinking about things to correct things, go for someone that likes you. Don't go to try to show and prove and hey, look what I could do when I got
BGS has
this
been
stuff
saying
going
this
on.
forever. I've been told this since I was a kid. Go for the women
Yeah,
that choose from the women that like you.
I didn't get that when I was young.
While I agree with going for the women that like you, you're still gonna have to prove something to that girl too.
Oh yeah,
You're not
oh
gonna.
definitely, definitely.
Now, is it easier? Are we talking about making it
Yeah.
easier? We're talking about making it easier. Yeah, sure, of
Yeah,
course.
that's what I'm getting. I'm not just saying go there and be a bum ass nigga or just man. I am the table ass nigga. Nah, like here's my dick. Ain't gonna fuck yourself. No, not like that. I mean, like you don't have to go so far to try to be over romantic and all this other stuff and show I'm the better dude. Because if you want to choose who you, it's less. Because I realized a lot of times I overexerted myself for girls who wasn't even looking or checking for me. I was just like, you pretty, I'm on you type shit. But
Listen, Vince. Every man. There's
Yeah.
not a man on. I don't think there's a heterosexual man at least on planet Earth that at least once in his life overexerted himself for a chick that the next dude passed by and just got her off of the strength, off of being
right,
there, right?
And I've been both.
That just happens,
I've
right?
I've been
I'm
and I've
I'm
been
just
and I've been both those
Yeah,
guys.
I've been both. I've been
But
so
both.
I mean, the first step, honestly, we just gonna have to come out and fucking say it. At this point, black men and black women aren't right for each other.
Oh man, I hate that you said that and Black Uru's up here.
I don't know if I agree or disagree with that. I still got
We're
a little
just
bit more
not
life to
like
live.
those videos, those videos you shared, like I don't know what other evidence do you need? We're just not right for each other. We're just not. The only guys who still believe is dudes like that pastor who are full of ego and guilt. Over here,
Oh
no,
man.
we don't have that ego. We don't have that ego and have no guilt. We don't owe you a damn thing. So unless you're gonna make us a better fucking offer, it's not happening.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and I think that's
Mm-hmm.
what's making it not right. The bullshit ass offer. That's what's like it's real bullshit. It's like um,
And
I'm
what we're
not digging
seeing
it.
is,
I'm taking my ball and going home.
yeah, but what we're seeing is Kevin told them to give us a better product. It's been 3 years since his passing. They still haven't. So fuck it. Just got to go shop in another store.
Man, look, I look at it like this. I don't gotta go do the passport thing. Even though I got a passport because we got migrants coming in. I'm like, all right, cool.
Yep,
That's a
scoop up
good
a
point.
migrant.
Yeah, let's get some authentic.
Just
Let's get
import
some.
and scoop up a migrant.
Yeah, let's get some
Import and scoop
authentic
up a
Texas.
migrant.
This is the thing. We're dealing with a group, and I'm glad y'all say that because I keep on saying they're not even doing the wrong thing the right way. They're so like whimsical in their analysis, if they're even doing any analysis, that they don't even appreciate the environment right now and the immigrants pouring across the border. They don't understand how many white dudes are picking the Asians women first. That's South and East Asian women. They don't appreciate it. So like they're waking up saying, we got options. We could date out too." And I'm like, bruh, you look, when you make threats like that, it's an idle threat if you actually can't back it up with anything. And quite frankly, black women, you saying this and you can't back it up with anything is an idle threat. You actually end up hurting yourself. Okay, fine, cool. But your resentment ends up turning you into like the Tasmanian devil, and so you end up hurting the black kids and any black men anywhere close to you. because your idle threat did not go through, because it's not going to go through.
Their
The numbers are not
their
on your side.
their arrogance to think that we're stupid enough to not
Hmm.
realize another type of option,
Hmm.
other than being a passport broker, that is an option.
Hmm.
That vagina arrogance, bro, is very, it's interesting. It's just
Oh yeah,
like,
no, it's real.
yeah, it's something unparalleled, bro. Where it's just like, you know, I don't know, like I really do think that women think that we're not even smart, but like I guess, we have no ingenuity, like we have no pivot power of
Uh,
okay,
uh, you have to remember, like, okay, I think for Miss
fine,
Leona, I don't think she
let's
has a male sibling.
let's
I real quick, Vince. I
Charlie Leona Worldwide.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, no,
She has a brother.
oh, does she?
I think she had a brother.
I thought she said she had a sister. Maybe
I
she has
I
both.
I, I could be wrong. I'm gonna be
Maybe she,
wrong.
maybe you might be right. I'm trying to see if I remember her saying anything about a
I know
brother.
she said she had a father. I
Yeah,
thought
yeah,
she
yeah.
was
Well,
talking about
yeah,
her brother at the same
she
time.
mentioned her horrible relationship. She mentioned it in passing, right? And
Yeah.
y'all gives you 1 second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves.
So I'm just like Leona Worldwide is an example of like dudes just avoid, like, you don't want to fuck with me. All right, well, okay, cool. Go fuck with someone else, whether it's whatever is your fit. I mean, I still like women who got a little bit of, who ain't gonna get like, fucked up by the sun type shit. Whereas like, they get all those, like I don't know. Maybe that's what's the word I want to use. Superficial or whatever. But nah, I'm still gonna go for my little light skin chocolate dip, whatever. But I don't know if I want her to even be from where I'm
Colorist.
from. I
Colorist.
mean, ethnocentric, I guess.
No.
Look, I realize like this, man. There's ugly light skinned girls, and there's beautiful dark skinned girls. I can't even get into the whole complexion thing, man.
I know. I'll tease. I
Yeah.
honestly, colorism is just a tool ugly black chicks use. Let's just put it on the
I'm just
table.
putting on
Say
record
that.
because at some point someone's gonna come across this, and I need a record to be clear as day, because people like to make mountains out of
And then
molehills.
truth teller. Go ahead, better you.
Yo,
Hello.
am I
Oh,
coming
okay,
through
go
all
ahead, man.
right?
You break it up a little bit, but go ahead.
Okay.
Let's see if we can
So,
make do.
actually, go ahead and let Truth tell because this is about to be a bad little stretch.
Okay. Go ahead, truth teller.
Hey, what up, y'all? I think we need to just take a couple of things into account, and it's clear that it don't matter if they church hoes, street hoes, or anywhere in between. They hoes, and the reason why you know they hoes is because they have a Superman complex when it comes to their vaginas,
Preach.
right? Have you ever spoke to a woman that thought her vagina wasn't up to par? Ever?
No.
They all think they got good vagina just because they got one. Now, how is that possible? Somebody gotta have bad coochie.
You know it's funny you say that because Selkis Ray on her channel, she pushes women to say my vagina is trash. Like she pushes women to say that. Like it's interesting the angle that she's coming at with women is to like get them to not be so egotistical that supposedly men end up playing them because of their own ego and hubris. So she pushes the women to say my vagina is trash and calling themselves ugly even if they're mid, just so they can
Yeah,
just get over their own ego, right?
that's not gonna work. Yeah, that won't
Yeah,
work.
yeah, yeah.
That's
Interesting,
dead in the water.
but
She might as well close her channel.
I think the results will be very minuscule. I'm not opposed to having women, be able to have epiphanies and realizations, but it's very few. I don't think I don't think the masses of women is going to change when they hear something that is contrary or actually correct. That's against what they think or know. I think a lot of women are that hard headed and arrogant. But I do think there are some women who could come to a realization
Can I
when
ask a
it's
question? Can I
Okay.
ask a question? Because you
Go ahead,
guys make
Blackaroo. Elder
assertions.
privilege, everyone. Go ahead, Blackaroo.
You guys need to stop making assertions and ask questions.
And the question I would ask is, how have women responded to, because to me, that's a compelling alternative to what Black women have done since Black women have existed, and that is this over glorification of their physical value. So I think it's very interesting that a Black woman is proposing the opposite. And so I want to know, how have Black women responded to that?
I'll answer it.
Has there been any?
Well, her channel, I think you got to go with a couple of, I think last time I checked, was it like 18 or 19,000 or was it 28? I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you right.
More specifically, what do the comments say?
Oh, you talking about her page?
That would be informative. What have the comments said? Has she had any interaction with some of the commentary, particularly that which has been contrary to what she proffers? Because I do think that there is potential there. In fact, I believe the only chance Black women have towards coming to some possible effort to compete. Let me make my statement, bro. The only possible chance I think Black American women have to truly come to a position where they really have to compete and humble themselves is to really take their pussies off the pedestal. I think they have to do that. I think, as painful as it may be to most of them, they're going to have to look at themselves as, I'm starting from the 0-yard line with everybody else, especially all other women, and what do I need to do to win this race? Because what they're going to need to do to win this race is not going to be having the fattest ass and juiciest pussy and all that kind of stuff. We know that is not resulting in their victory. We know their physicality, no matter how much we might treasure their physicality and may prefer their physicality, we know that in and of itself has not resulted in them collectively winning and Black people as a whole collectively winning. So I do think it's interesting to proffer the notion of, I'm going to take my physicality off the level, I'm going to take my physicality out of this. How do I really compete for men in this world? In this open society where men literally have 4 billion other options. Black men literally have 4 billion other options.
Imagine coming across a dating profile in the dating app and the chip in a bio says, my snatch is trash. Imagine.
I mean, like here and to what real quick, to what Black Uru was saying, I think the issue that we're going to run into, Black women would run into with this, is you would have to be held to standards. I think this is one of the biggest like aversions they have, is to being held to something that is measurable, right? Especially concerning men. So it's not a literal test, right? Like a school test. Although when you start competing, right? Imagine Black women literally out and out competing for someone who we would see as, okay, a $70,000 a year earner, brother, 5'10" tall, a bit of a belly, right? But she's competing for that dude outright, right? Like not up for interpretation.
But it's easier for her to compete for that guy when she don't think her pussy is made out of platinum and whatever. Look, once she has to really consider her, to really value herself properly and not as some sort of goddess or Cinderella waiting for the handsome prince. Once she comes off of that shit, she know her shit stank every other day. You know, she knows she got some vaginal discharge she needs to take care of. I mean, let's be real.
Yeah.
You know, she knows all that shit. So all that talking she does publicly, all the makeup, all the fake up, all the hair, but she knows behind all that stuff she ain't shit.
See,
What if she has to actually publicly say that, and men know that, and so now I have to deal with you outside of this fantasy about your ass being Sleeping Beauty?
I'll give you real quick line real quick.
Okay.
I want to use this example. So that on that same Media Man video, when he plays the clip of the two women that I think Kendra G or one of the ladies that was in the room with her asked this heavy set darker skinned woman. She looked like she got bags under her eyes. She got like the raccoon thing going on. Heavy set, to me, very not attractive. But okay, cool. Name 3 things that you would have to work on or that's wrong with you. When I saw the lady look up and really was like struggling to find an answer, I'm like, oh. And this is going to what Black Uru was saying. Like, this is a heavy set, and not even the darker skin tone, like just the discoloration between the bags under her eyes, and her face looks swollen, and you're like, bro, you don't know what's wrong with you?
That's solid. That's solipsism, Z. That's solid.
Bro,
the solipsism is natural, but how a society, how a family, how parents, how men respond to the solipsism is different. Look, I grew up during a time, brother, where people openly told, bitch, you fat, you're getting too fat. You need to stop eating so much. Your mama would tell you that. Your daddy would tell you that. People would tease you about that. And guess what? If you were smart, which I would say more than half Black women are smart, you stop eating as much. You know, I don't fixate on the nature of women as much. I raise women into adulthood. I know what a natural female is, and I understand why females do what they do. So what I fixate more on is
the structures.
What does society do enable their bullshit, including and starting in their household, in the schools, in the community, with the men. One of the biggest problems is, look, if you go fuck a fat bitch, at least don't be telling that fat bitch that she's fine. For Christ's sake. Men have always fucked fat bitches. But y'all tell these fat bitches they fine.
But that's the problem. That's the falsity of body positivity. Because yes, we understand women automatically run on solipsism. But to your point is how they responded, and how the world's responding is they're saying it's okay. That's what they're telling women.
But back in the day, when brothers, back in the day when you snuck off and fucked a fat bitch or got your dick sucked by a fat bitch, she knew that, okay, he only doing this, he don't let nobody see me on the streets, don't nobody know, cause I'm fat.
Yeah.
And he don't want to be seen with me. So we're not trying to pretend that you fine or whatever. Yeah, you catching some dick in private at 3 o'clock in the morning because you a fat bitch and you need to lose weight. And until you lose weight,
I think Black women just want to say fat bitch. I think Black women just want to say that shit. No, you're good, Black women. No, you're good. You're good.
Protocol.
No, you're good. You're good. No, but
I do want to defend the fat bitch niggas.
Go ahead, Trilly.
I want to defend
this nigga spent too long in Dade County. Go ahead, and defend him. Go ahead.
Oh God!
I'm just saying, if the hoes, I'm gonna talk like I'm in the game. If the hoes on the track ain't performing, you gotta go with what works. And if what works don't want to hear you call them fat bitches, you're not gonna call them that. I mean, you take what you can get, right? Because in these streets right now...
But here's the problem with that. You breed future generations of fat bitches.
That's true.
Because see, in the past, look, I've called some hummus from some fat bitches before. It ain't no thing. But I never elevated them to a level where they were an actual prospect for me to do anything with other than to catch a blowjob at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Like, just because they accept the fact that they're a fat bitch don't mean I got to accept them as a fat bitch.
Exactly.
But listen, y'all, the average Black woman The average black woman is 5'4", 170 pounds. Basically, you
No,
can call her
no,
a
no,
200
no, no,
pound.
no. Wrong.
Wait, y'all. Wait, real quick. I want to give this example real quick, and then Lion will have you back.
Yep.
If anybody remembers, Six the Goddess. Six the Goddess with Keto
Yeah.
Rose, and y'all remember when it blew up? They were talking
Yeah.
about weight.
I
When that
love
conversation
video.
blew up, they were talking about weight. And
I
exactly
love
when
that video.
that and Six the Goddess
That
was saying,
right
"I'll call fat bitches to motivate them to lose
there.
weight," and that's when it blew up. And y'all go ahead.
But what T was saying, no, wrong. The average woman weighs 176 pounds. The average black woman weighs
I know. I was trying to be
186
nice.
pounds.
I was trying to be nice.
Hey, yo, I'm gonna drop down and come back up real quick.
You caught me. You caught me.
Nah. You said that right when we talk about that.
Hello?
Nah, you got it, Socrates. My bad.
No, it's cool.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Socrates.
Yeah, I think that what the gentleman said before is very optimistic. But anyone know my stance? I think again, expecting women to have reflection, expecting them to have some epiphany regarding boundaries or standards is quite optimistic. The fact of the matter is that women really, in Western society that is, have absolutely no incentive, not in their minds, to actually accept these things because they've been socialized to be narcissistic, self-absorbed, solipsistic people. And also the market and the government caters to this. So it's to the point where telling the woman the truth is actually illegal. And now it's might not be illegal in the written law, but it's functionally the same thing because you can get canceled, right? If you tell a woman the truth and you're heard loud enough, you get canceled, which is to say it's illegal to tell women the truth.
You know what that
you
means,
can't tell them that they're fat.
Well, here's a question I have about you guys who say that, and that's
Okay.
That is a valid perspective. But I guess my question would be, ultimately or sort of macroscopically, for how long are y'all gonna be some bitches? I mean, for like how long are men collectively just gonna bow down and scrape and scrawl for these hoes? I mean, think about it. These are women, right?
Yes.
These are women.
Mm-hmm.
And you're being forced to scrape and scrawl and crawl for these females. I mean, you got testosterone. At what point do you not? No, I'm saying at what point do men collectively just say, fuck that? We're either going to have a particular kind of relationship with the females who are around us, or I'm going to go somewhere else, or whatever. But because here's the thing, this is what you all don't realize, right? This is why, for example, you have this Blackish woman about to become president, where after generation of bullshit, you sublimate yourself to them, and then the next thing you know, they running every fucking thing. There's a video of President Ford where he described over 50 years ago what was going to happen. And he was exactly right. He was exactly right about how we were going to end up with a fucking Kamala Harris being president. And he basically said that men are going to be vilified to such a degree that they just going to eventually turn everything over to women.
And let's be very clear about Gerald Ford. His wife was on antidepressants. If y'all remember correctly, she actually spoke about it. She was addicted to them.
Ford Center. The Betty Ford Center. You heard that famously was named after her. That she was a large part of the whole apparatus of addiction and treatment was based on Betty Ford.
But here's the thing, Uru, and you're 100% right, and that's a good question. But the guys who you would call bitches are the guys just go look at Z's video with that pastor, because that's what those guys look like, and the majority of them look and think like that. And here's the funny thing is they're not only black.
No, most of them are not black.
It was a good question, but the thing is that you said something about collective, the black male collective. There is no black male collective anymore. A great majority of men are on the side of women. So it's the same situation what's going on with, in England right now, or anytime you have tyranny. When you have tyranny and fascism, the question is, yes, there's an army of police and an army of soldiers, but the people outnumber them. But who's going to throw the first punch? Who's going to be willing to sacrifice themselves and get shot first so that the people get inspired to take over? And some of them will die, but most of them will prevail because they have the numbers. That's the thing. Who strikes first? So right now in society, we can say that the men are being bitches, which is true. But the fact of the matter is that, number one, a lot of them are raised by single mothers. Two, we have a whole political system, which is the progressive wing of the Democrat Party, because all Democrats are progressive. But the progressive wing is the loudest. And right now they have the culture right now. And they promote this idea that if you don't get behind women, if you don't worship women, if you don't idolize women, you're not only wrong, you're a bad person, and you need to be discriminated against and disqualified. And in fact, it's to the point where in UK, they actually say that if you're not a feminist, you're actually like, hey, you hate women. So it's like either you kiss women's behind or you hate them. That's the dichotomy that's given, and it has real world consequences. Go ahead.
Putting it in layman's terms, you're a bitch if you don't worship them.
You're a bitch if you do.
Basically.
You're a bitch if you don't.
That's a mind fuck for your ass.
So 20 years from now, because this is the trajectory I see. So, well, and it may not be 20 years, I'm being somewhat conservative with 20 years. So 20 years from now, if you're a typical black man must take a hard dick up the ass in order to validate his legal status. You all are good with that.
No.
That's the trajectory I see. No. I'm saying from my perspective, as a plus 60-year-old man, it's quite apparent to me that within 20 years, all y'all gonna have to take some dick. That's what I see. The television is telling me that. The books are telling me that. The movies are telling me that. Everything is telling me. If I look at the trajectory of things, now I'm not talking about where things are right now. I'm saying if I go back 20, 30 years and look at where things have traveled to this point, and then 20 years in the future, yeah, most of y'all gonna be taking some dick. It's a logical inference for me to draw.
That's a fair inference. What I would say is that I hate to say this, but my prognosis or my expectation for the black community isn't good. And the reason why is because I believe the black community will follow the same trajectory that the Native American community has, which is a complete marginalized group that no one cares about once they use their political usefulness. And the fact that black men are socialized to cater to women, once that happens, I don't know how do you reverse it, because what should happen is that the conditions and the environment of society should get so bad that it becomes inoperable. But since black people are a subclass and a subsection of society, as long as society at a greater whole is intact and can keep subsidizing black women, this weird situation can continue until they're completely marginalized. That's the end goal for black community to be completely marginalized in American society. Go ahead.
Let me speak to that real quick. If I wouldn't call that the black community. I will call it what the Roger Report calls it, the single black baby mama community. And that's the community that I was describing earlier. You may not have heard me earlier, Socrates, when I was saying that I foresee a day where there's these group of like kind of hypersexualized, hyper aggressive, and antagonistic, hyper spiritual and whatever women in the future that pretty much only have girls, and it's like some weird dystopian movie, techno dystopian, science dystopian movie type thing, and that will be single black women doing their thing.
I always disagree with Roger. I disagree with Roger from addressing the statement, brother, that Z just made, because I think it's a fallacious. I think it was always a fallacious argument when 80+% of black people are coming out of that single
community mom. Anyway.
How do you say you have separate communities when all the people are coming out of the baby mama community? And the question I always ask to brothers in this community is, how many sons are y'all gonna make? How many of people are you going to make an argument against the baby mama community? Because just talking about it,
And Z sits here with no kids.
Biology, over time, biology prevails.
Black Uru, I think this is where you're kind of going to the left, right? I do agree. It's going to be two different communities. It's just going to be, it depends on what community you actually came from, right? You're going to have a tight knit, necessarily more patriarchal. I'm not going to say a strong patriarch, but definitely more patriarchal communities. It's going to be black men necessarily, right? That's going to be on one side. And then you're going to have the very, very matriarchal, just like he said, coveting the witches from the Star Wars show out there, shaking their third eye, necessarily female group, right? And it's going to break off, right? It's going to break off, right? And then the ultimate end of it going to be like this, right? As America, quote unquote, financially becomes weaker and weaker and weaker, which it is currently right now, you can see it's getting weaker and weaker and weaker, right? They're going to eventually start to die off, and the men who come from that community, because technically, you can say technically I came from that, technically, right? But I don't run that way, bro. I don't run that way. I'm telling you, I will let. I'm very attentive enough to say this. I'm ready to let half my family die.
Let me make a slight correction to what Zulu just said. I'll make it a slight correction. Not necessarily only the community you come from, but the one you create and the one you adopt. So yeah, you could come from the single baby mama community because of your mother and your father's choice, your mother's choice, but that doesn't mean that that's the community you stay with, right? Especially if you get your mind right. And yeah.
Because I'm gonna say this. Socrates. I'm gonna go ahead and bounce for a second.
Go ahead.
Me, I already got myself my land out here in Georgia, bro. I got my land out there in Africa already, bro. I'm trying to get as many dudes as possible down there with me, bro. I just got guys down there in Venezuela and Colombia, bro. They got 200 acres out there, bro. They trying to get more dudes to move down there. So when I tell you it's going to be a crash necessarily, the question is necessarily when the crash finally hit the earth necessarily, what part of the world you gonna be in, what part of the section you gonna be in, depending on necessarily if you gonna survive necessarily a decent life or a horrible life. That's going to be the ultimate reality.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. That's what I was saying in terms of the Native Americans. Like, there are Native Americans in America who are doing well, but they're the exception, not the rule. The vast majority of the Native American communities are doing quite horribly. They have actually some of the worst sociological issues in the country, but no one talks about it because no one cares, right? Yeah. That's the future of the black community. The vast majority of the black community are going to end up like them. And I agree, there will be some exceptions. There will be black men, most likely, and the black women who attach themselves to those black men who will be handling their business. But that's like any any group. Any group has that situation where you have a group of people who separate themselves from the majority because the majority has some type of pathology or dysfunction and they do their own thing. That's what's going to happen. So to answer this question about people taking penis behind, I believe that there will be a section of black men who do that, but there will be a section of black men who understand the situation and handle their business. And those men you can't save everybody. Like, what do you want individuals who are doing what they need to do, who are financially well off, who are working hard, who are taking care of their personal families and their friends and their local community? What do you want them to do past that? They can't save the whole world.
What want from me? I think when we say this, Black Guru, me and Black Guru and Keep It 100 had this conversation, and my stance was, if you see someone that's worthwhile, help them out of the fire, but I'm not putting out the fire. I'm gonna have a bucket and I'm gonna douse the area so it doesn't burn up where I am at. And we were having this conversation, and I cut on my camera for this conversation, and my whole stance is, I heard what you said about the preachers, and I'm gonna say I slightly disagree with you. And my thing is, those guys said what they said, and they stood on it. They didn't change their stance or nothing. They didn't try to negotiate with the ladies. They didn't try. They said, hey, you should spin the block and try to get with one of them guys you used to be with. You should spin the block and get with one of those guys you used to be with. They had nothing else to say.
That wasn't my reading. My reading was spin the block for the guys that you may have overlooked or you weren't interested in before. Okay, I get what you're saying. So okay. So it both.
That block though.
The whole point is, guys, they stood on what they said. They didn't change their stance. They didn't succumb to the bullshit. They let us say whatever, and they just let it move on to the next point. And they went in. The ladies went in a negative route that you need to bring more guys in. You can't bring guys into the church. Guys might find their way into the church, but most guys know that all this information, it doesn't matter if it's the gospel of Thomas, the gospel of this, the gospel of that, it's all available to read now. And now you're questioning why they leave so much out of the Bible, because they're practicing a religion without philosophy and science connected to it. So if you're just well aware of that, that's why you have hoteps, that's why you have Black Israelites, that's why you have people using Egyptian texts. They're not with it no more.
Right.
And so if you're going into a Christian church, it's for a religious perspective to things, to have belief in something, because you're lacking some belief. I don't need the church. I believe in God. I believe in a whole lot of shit. You can, if a guy came at me before and said, so you use tarot cards? I said, yeah. I'll listen to a voodoo priest. Who gives a fuck? I don't give a fuck. But the church and how they try to structure things is still a cultural preference. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. But all I'm saying is I like the way that those guys handled it, because it's like, hey, if you're not going to spin the block, then let it burn. I should 2000.
That's not
I think
even
it's problematic,
that's
y'all.
not even
Wait, before we go into that, and I'm gonna get Truth Teller after that, and then you, Vince. And let me read this from Lionel Player One. Lionel Player One says, and this is going to the Crown Act: we shouldn't be discriminated against because of how our hair looks. Trust me, I experienced it myself. I rock a dad fade and was told I need to cut it all the way down to a baldy. The crown, you did you have to implement the Crown Act, sir? Did you have to implement the Crown Act? That's the question.
Mr. Z,
Go ahead,
I have a
Vince.
15-year-old. I have a 15-year-old nephew. He tells me all the time. He said, cousin, I want to be a passport bro just like you. And his mom his mom is like, got four girls. He's the only boy, and he looks at me every time I come to the house.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. But that goes back to what I say all the time. These people be acting like these boys don't be getting traumatized from these experiences at home with mom and them, and from and then the black girls they are in school with don't make it no better. And so
He only dates white girls now. He's 15.
Yep. See, what else I gotta say?
I'm saying, like, it's gonna change necessarily. It just depends on what side of the coin you're gonna be on. If you on the black side, then it is what it is for you.
Yeah, and thank you for the super chat, Lionel Player One. Real quick, Socrates, we gotta get Truth Teller in, and we gotta get Better You in, and then we'll come back to Socrates and whoever else want to speak. Go ahead, y'all. Oh, my bad, Vince. Go after Truth Teller and Better You. Go ahead, Truth Teller.
Well, I'm gonna say just a couple of things in regards to the pastors on that show. They are very problematic. The reason being is because they didn't tell these hoes they wasn't supposed to spin the block. They shouldn't have to spin the block. The fact that they got to spin the block mean they went around it already. They shouldn't have been going around it. And that's part of the teachings of their profession. But they're afraid to say it out loud. Y'all hoes shouldn't have been spinning you shouldn't have to spin the block because your ass shouldn't have been around the block to begin with. So
I should have been fucking anyway like that.
But you don't want to tell them that, right? Because they're your parishioners and they send you money. So now you want to tell them, well, you know what? Since you done been around the block already, go ahead and spin it again. You know how many dudes they're gonna have to go through this second time around before they find a winner? So basically, the pastors are placating this whole methodology that these chicks are living. That's the problem. That's what the serious problem is. And I know they seem like they stood on what they said, and they seem like they was trying to make things better, but they wasn't, because the thing that they're supposed to be teaching, those women are supposed to get a penalty for that, verbally or otherwise. The good book, very clear. That's some very clear rules about what should happen to them after they go about this way of life. They don't want to go down that path, which is why I can't respect most preachers at this point, because none of them is willing to say what the book actually says is supposed to happen. Fine. I think currently we're in a situation where men are quietly adjusting, right?
Exactly.
I think men are quietly adjusting. Now, I'm not a passport bro, right? I am married. I'm not a passport bro. I think men should travel, not just for chicks, but you should travel for your own edification in this world. Get your experiences up, get your knowledge up, get your finances up, and traveling can help that, right? So I won't necessarily tell a brother, hey, just don't mess with black chicks in the U.S. I will tell him if you're going to find a good one, it's going to be tough, right? You're going to have to vet a lot of chicks, and you're going to have to take into analysis a lot of things. But I don't shoot that down. I don't think there's absolutely none of them that could do the job as a wife. I just think there's very few of them that can. But on that note, I think as men, I got 2 sons in their 20s. I got 3 nephews. One is turning 18 this year. The rest of them in their 20s as well. The oldest one is only 27. I hear stories. One of them was with a Puerto Rican. One of them was with a white girl. Now he with a black girl. He was with an Asian girl before. My son's been with Asian girls, Spanish girls. My son's in New York
They
City.
free agents.
They free agents. They got there. And I'm telling you, like, they travel with these chicks, and I met them. I'm like, damn, she's cute. And then I see him next time. It's a new one. Completely different one. I ain't never seen him with a fat one. I ain't never seen him one with an attitude problem. I ain't never seen him with one that doesn't seem pleasant. So I'll give my nephews and my sons love. They doing what they do. But that's what's happening. And all you hear are these women's complaining about how hard their life is. There's no good men. It's rough out here. We got to do this. I have to be masculine. And this is what their suffering is a penalty for the way they're living. And I'm all for it. I have no problems with these hoes out here suffering, because if you would have got married at 20 or 22 when you got out of college, you wouldn't be having these problems. You just be complaining about your husband right now. But you didn't want to do that. You wanted dick.
Well, they want to. I think they want to ride the carousel, and I also think, excuse me, it's multiple things. The outside influence is, and you saw it with Lori Harvey and Michael B. Jordan. They're encouraged to wait it out, right, and enjoy the quote unquote enjoy their youth in, I guess, for women's version of sowing their royal oats, right? So there's that. Then there's the carousel, like you were saying, and then there's also, to me, hedging their bets, right? Trying to hedge their bets because they think this is the craziest thing. I don't know where women get this from. As they go up, they'll have access to men even further up. They think it's an automatic that I'm going to get my master's degree and I'm going to be in these spaces and I'm going to be white collar and I'm going to make partner, and that's going to put me in the position to end up with one of the board members. Like, they think that's an automatic, and I don't know where they get that from.
They don't understand they're taking a risk.
Yeah.
It takes 6 years minimum to get a master's degree, right?
Yep.
So if you turn 18 and you start right there, by the time you get your master's degree, you 24, right? When you get out of there,
if you go straight. That's rare. Yeah, that's fast. Yeah,
is they do everything aligned with what they say.
Mm-hmm.
You get your master's, you're gonna be 24, 25, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, of course, you're not going to start a family at that point. Why in the hell did you go through 6 years of education to get your master's?
Mm-hmm.
So you want to start your career. Fine, you start your career. Well, how long do you think you want to work in your career before you actually start a family? You don't want to go on maternity leave because you have to cut into your career. You want to get at least 5-6 years into your career to establish yourself.
We're 31, 32 now.
Right.
31, 32. So now 31, 32, I've been running the kid. Now, this is not them. They weren't virgins this whole time. They were not saying, hey, I'm not going to mess with no dudes because I'm focusing on this. They've been making moves. And most of them turn out to be pregnant by this point in time. 31, 32, 6 or 7 year career history, a master's degree, and a kid or two. Now, all of a sudden,
Don't forget the debt.
Let's not even bring that in, because they can't manage money well. For some reason, they didn't pick up no educational tools to manage money while they were getting their degree. So now I'm 31, 32. I got a kid. I spent all these years not understanding how to be a good wife, and suddenly now I want to be a wife. Lo and behold, I'm 34, 35 years old, and I gotta find me a good man. Well, I'm not a great wife. I don't even know how to be a wife. But you know what? I gotta find me a good man who's gonna be a good husband to me.
Not even a good mom.
Bad wife.
A good fallback plan. Yeah.
And to the debt that Compassionate was speaking about, so they're 60, maybe 70 in advanced degree debt, right? And then there are maybe $10,000 to $15,000 in credit card debt, and we didn't mention that CLA Benz or GLC Benz or Beamer 3 Series or Beamer X3. They can't afford the X5, but okay, maybe the X5. So you could add, right, and, or the Tesla Model 3 or Model Y, or the Audi A4, or something in that luxury brand, the baby luxury cars. So yeah, they got it new. So let's say 50,000 in the car, 55,000 in the car, in the whole. So yeah.
They fly because they own. They got their own crib. That's
yeah. Yeah, we like
to believe that if you buy a house with a loan, that house is profit. It's just a debt you pay off the loan in 30 years, y'all. So guess what? The fact that you own a house is a red flag.
Mm-hmm.
If you and your
especially as a single woman, yeah.
I'll be a bit more.
A flag.
I'll be a bit more generous with them. They don't own their own home, but they are renting an apartment and they got one kid, so they got a 2-2. They have a 2-2, and they're renting an apartment, and they got a fixed rate at $2,300 a month.
Because they gotta live in a nice place.
Yeah. They won't live in a lower income area. Yeah, so. Yeah.
Hey, I got to get in on this point. This is what I need to talk to BGS and Black Uber about. But you know the gentleman that you sent me the video, the communist guy?
Which guy? Oh yeah. Dr. Jared Ball.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to DM you something because I know I can't say what I want to say on YouTube.
Yeah. Okay.
When you think about Jared Ball and what he said to the black lady that's an economist, and he put her name in his book.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dr. Malvo. Dr. No, Susan is the one from CNN.
Yeah.
The other one, the cousin. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to talk to BGS and Black Guru about this, but in my opinion, what she says and what he says, in my opinion, that's why I need to holler at BGS and Black Guru. Black women get the jobs because they're willing to spend and keep this system rolling. So it's almost a form of reinvesting back into the women, making sure that they stay employed to pay their student loans, get a house, have credit card debt, and still subsidize them to be employed first. Because they keep on paying. Remember, I told you I sent my mom the video. She agreed with both of them. She said the primary problem that guys like this don't understand is that black guys don't like spending money, just like white guys don't like spending money. When you get a black woman to spend money, and why businesses put money back into black women is because y'all go and buy a pair of jeans, then y'all go buy a different shirt name brand. Black women to go buy the earrings, the jewelry, the purse, the shirt, the dress, the jeans, and the shoes. They have the whole. So when she's formulating an argument, it is somewhat communist, but it's in a capitalist. I need to ask VGS and Black Guru about it to understand what I'm saying.
Neo-communist.
It's somewhat of that when you think about it. So I get why they continue to give black women money, because it's an endless cycle as long as they keep them employed.
Yeah, they have the value of labor. My girl works for Lululemon.
Women direct most of the purchases in the home generally, not just black women, but women. Yes, and so that's why You give them the money. But go ahead.
My girl works for Lululemon. Her best friend works for Salesforce. This year, they both their companies start offering.
Boy, you better tell them a little about that Lululemon, bro. This is exclusive stuff, y'all.
Hey,
ain't no little cheap fish,
but it's
right? Yeah, of course. They're all racist. It's a European designer, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, both the companies this year, both the companies this year start offering IVF, basically egg freezing to the employees. Which when I heard that, I was like, damn,
that'll tell you everything you need to know.
Yeah, they're really just like to Lion's point. I mean, it's obviously a giant Ponzi scheme where they're just pouring money. They're giving them money to give back to the economy, and at a cheaper rate because they have the value of labor and they don't negotiate and so on. But they're also locking them in to basically being career women and making
the system.
Pretending that, hey, we'll pay for the egg freezing because we know you want kids, but look, just freeze your eggs like Ebony K and you can do it later. And I'm telling them, like, bro, that's not out the kindness of their heart. This is all a giant scheme to enslave y'all, keep y'all in this position to keep pouring money back into the corporate sector. Like, it's clear as day. So yeah, to your point, that's obvious. They're literally, they know what the women are going to do with the money they give them. They know they're not going to become revolutionaries. I mean, they know they're just going to pour it back into the market.
That's the whole point, is to buy them off of being that.
Absolutely.
That's the whole point.
Absolutely.
Right? Go ahead.
So y'all kind of stepping on my point a little bit, but I'm going to go at it a little bit differently. If you think about it, what has Black America experienced since the 1970s? Benign neglect. And what I really see it as, what I see it as, we, as always, have been the guinea pig, the canary in the coal mine, and they've tinkered with us. And now, what you're seeing is a lot of these things are being exported to the broader society. Richard Reeves don't give a fuck about Black folk like that. Only reason he having a conversation about the issues facing facing boys is because it's starting to affect their boys. So,
period. Yeah,
it's one of those things where, and to circle back to Z, one of your points that you say all the time. Yeah, women do a lot of spending. Women are more impulsive when it comes to the economics of it. Studying business, like, that's one of the first things you learn in marketing. It's like, hey, like, yo, she drives, she may not make the lion's share of the money, but she drives a lot of the spending decisions. Like, a lot of times when she goes out, she'll get a lot of things just because. And the fact of the matter is, they're empowering them, not because it's the moral, not because it's the right thing to do, not because it's just, but for two reasons. A lot of them, they ain't too many female revolutionaries. But on top of that, a lot of them buy into this system, and they know that they can be controlled by that system because all they got to do is toss a few crumbs off the table at them, and bam, they bought into it. Whereas a lot of guys is like, you ain't about to run that game like that. Not without giving me my real cut.
Men have always been the regulators of the Leviathan, and they figured out a way to usurp the men. That's what
really, bro.
I've already said it. The elite men are using the women as the buffer class. I've said this.
Yes. Right. So when you think about how this is framed,
before you go, Leon, before you go, because I want to read your comment before you go. And Leon says, and thank you for the super chat, the gospel of Mary is deep within the church. You can add on to what you're about to say with that too. Go ahead.
The gospel of Mary is basically, they have half the book, but it's missing 4 pages coincidentally, and it was found in Egypt. Just like every other book, because the people of God are actually Egyptian. But anyway, that's what I mean. I can't be in a Christian church only if I'm just looking for some, how do I say, positive enlightenment. But otherwise, I can't sit in a Christian church with bullshit. But her gospel has a different framing to more of an egalitarian view of things and how she saw things. And they didn't put it in the Bible because the Bible is written from the writers, the 4,000 writers with 17,000 grammatic errors within all the fucking Bibles. But anyway, that's a whole different topic. Damn, when you asked me that question, I forgot the other subject that I was about to say. Fuck. Damn. What was the previous thing said before I said that? That y'all
Damn, I
were
can't
talking about that I
remember
was going to answer?
it.
Damn, Mr. Z. Mr. Z asked me that. I totally forgot the other subject that we were just talking about.
You said the gospel of Mary is deep in the church. That's what he was saying. That's what
Oh, yeah. I just answered that. It's deep in the church, but it's not in the Bible because they took it out of the Bible. They wouldn't put it in the Bible. But on the other subject, when we say women are the spenders, that's okay. When you look at where most black guys in this society work, what's that word called again? Where most black guys work? What's the fucking word? Essential workers, essential workers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When they said the rates were going up, they already know that there's a 3% increase for black guys losing their jobs over any other race. So if they say unemployment will go up 4%, it goes up 7% for black guys because we're the first to get fired. So when we look at how the economy works, they have us in one of the worst positions that if women choose not to spend money and guys choose not to take women out or spend money, those workers that are in the cells get terminated. And it so happens to be black men and black women first.
I think I get what you're saying.
Yeah, that's facts.
Yeah, I don't get it because
Okay, put it like this. The Federal Reserve, if you listen to how they say who will be affected by this rate increase, they said lower income workers, essential workers, and people at this level will be affected by it the most. And what they asked was, it's already factored in that black men will see an increase of 3% over everybody else. So if it's 4% unemployment increase, black men will see 7%. It's already put into the system. That's how it works. So when you take a look at the jobs and sales or whatever else, or if you don't take this girl out to a date, that means that one 20-year-old guy loses his job as a busboy. Or this guy loses his job as this. Or you don't need as so many warehouse workers because you're not pushing so much labor. Or you don't need this because, and when you just look at the core areas that most black guys work, if you stop spending money, black women and black guys lose their jobs first. So we're in such a fucked up position because our whole black women getting that money and being reimbursed that. That's why I'm asking: is it capitalism or is it a form of communism? Because they continue to do this, where just like Jared Baldwin when he was debating that lady, she was like, "Well, no, we have the jobs, just keep on giving us money so we can keep on spending money at your business." That was her argument.
Yeah, that's capitalism. That's just unregulated free market capitalism that can engineer the society for their benefit. Yeah, it's just
Well, I got a question I wanted to ask you though. Like from my understanding, I thought most black women and most women in general were in the service sector, right? And the service sector was going to take a hit, right? Now, if you're talking about warehouse work, because I did that before once upon a time when I was like in high school, right? Now, most of that kind of work is not set on the service sector. That's set on variety of different things. We're talking about from construction to quote unquote running simple businesses. Like that's a different kind of area necessarily, right? Yeah. So
I'm just speaking in general. So when you look at the Federal Reserve and you see that they openly say, yes, black men are already factored in to be 3% more unemployed. So if unemployment is 4%, black men will see 7% unemployment. It's already factored into the system. That's how fucking racist it is.
Yeah, if they're gonna fire you, they're gonna fire you. They're gonna fire you first. Now, I kind of
first fire, last hire.
Talking about saving money for themselves. That I do understand. So I ain't gonna fight that one.
Well, I do want to ask a question.
Yeah, but let me add the other part. So when you save money and you choose not to buy stuff, capitalists go after your ass again anyway for not buying their product. That's why I'm trying to I'm gonna have to talk to like Black Guru and BGS, but when you don't spend the money and you try to save it, they attack you anyway.
How you saying by firing you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't really.
So
I mean, they can't fire. You can that's not you can't fire your whole workforce as a capitalist.
Because
I
then
Well,
you
mean,
have nobody.
so
You have
this is
nobody,
right.
good.
quote
no,
unquote,
hold
spending
on.
money.
Take
That doesn't
somebody.
make sense.
I
This is
take
good.
somebody in finance. That doesn't work because although men do save money, they do generally speaking, men do have more wealth, but that wealth circulates in the system. So that's not true. It's not just as basic as spending money on everyday things. There's other things in the economy that money is used for. When
Exactly.
money sits still, it has no value.
Mm.
Right? So that can never happen. Men can be sacrificed better when it comes to unemployment because men are more likely to be able to recuperate and find other work beyond that. Right? So, and not only that, they're in job industries where those particular jobs, they're usually higher in pay, more in demand than some of those jobs that women take. They'll be able to find a replacement that's not a woman. So
Mm-hmm.
that's usually why they're impacted more when it comes to unemployment. I think the better question is all you niggas ready to step over bodies?
I am.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people say, I can't do that. You're going to have to. You're going to be able to see a homeless woman with a kid on the street and be able to keep walking like ain't nothing happened.
Dude, I'll tell you this. I'll do you one
Man,
better.
that's Tuesday, man. What are you talking
I'll
about?
do you one better. I will hopscotch over these bodies.
I know we saying, but as far as men and specifically black men, we're not ready for that.
Well, I think you're
That's
asking the
why I think
wrong.
you
I don't know about that.
misunderstanding them,
I
bro.
don't know about that one, man.
I don't know about that. I think you severely underestimate. Well, you severely underestimate the will of the men, maybe here in this chat
That
and of
can't be true.
manosphere. The other greater general men, that's
Yeah.
a question for them.
Then
Well, hold
and at the
on.
at the,
Panel is
hold on,
different,
wait.
but when I ask that question, it's not just for this panel.
right.
We all know we have friends, relatives. We all know other black men.
Most black men are
We
not
know other
prepared to
black
step over
men that
bodies. No.
if they was out and about and they saw a woman getting punched in the face or beat on, they ain't gonna do nothing. If they saw a woman trying to change her car tire and the shit just ain't working out, they're gonna go and help her. Right? If she's
Mm-hmm.
straight on the street waving and saying, I need some help, are you pulling over to a sister?
No,
If
the
she
answer is no.
Yo,
The over answer is no.
Wait. Hold on. If I may, there's two things in my life experience. There's two things most men operate by. A man never forgets. Gave him a hand out. Excuse me, a hand up when he was down and needed it, and he never forgets who shitted on him when he was asked out. And I really truly believe most people, most guys nowadays, in general, not just black men, a lot of guys getting shitted on from 80 different directions. And they ain't forgetting who doing the shit. And they making notes. They may not be saying a lot. They making notes right now.
But I
And
think
guess
that's
what? When that
minority.
time comes, they rubbing hands like Birdman, baby.
No.
I think that's a
True.
minority, man.
But
That's not a majority.
True. Right now. But you can hop on TikTok and look at it. Right. I can't find nobody to help me fix my car. I can't find a man to help pump my gas. Why these men not coming in and date us? Hell, you can go. What's this dude name?
Somebody mute up.
What is? I forgot one of these dudes'
Okay,
name on TikTok. What's
Right,
on the YouTube game? Like literally, all the complaints is I can't find a man to do this. Because the men, you got the reality. The men are mostly checking out. The ones that can financially check out is financially checking out. The ones that socially checking out, they already socially checking out. They.
No, I agree. No, and you're right. I agree with you. But there's a difference between between checking out and being able to step over bodies.
That is a huge step from
Yeah,
not helping the chick pump her gas, from
Right.
seeing men, women, and children on the fucking street starving to goddamn.
Exactly. Yeah. Most men ain't socialized to be able to
Ain't
tolerate
nobody socialized for that all over the planet. So I don't
Right.
know where y'all get that shit from.
Well, that's what my point is. We're not socialized.
Nobody is.
Start talking
No
about.
human beings are socialized to do that shit, man.
And not only but with our particular circumstances, with the way our women treat us, it would have to be some extreme response, not your normal response. So with that in question, and that's why I brought up that exaggerated example of, hey, are you ready for that?
If you see that shit like you just described, that means your society's ready to collapse.
Exactly. And that's gonna bring me to my next point. These hoes ain't changing until it gets to that point.
No, they'll change. Wait, they're already changing.
Real quick, everyone. Real quick. So I missed.
They're already changing. You can see.
Real quick, everyone. I missed the past like 5 or so minutes because it was reckless streams, and Mr. Z had to do stuff. Yeah. So yeah. So give me a recap of like the past like maybe 6-7 minutes.
How many cards do you have to dodge, Mr. Z?
No, basically we went down a rabbit hole of I think Truth Teller was making a question, posed the question to the panel if
stepping over bodies.
Right, are we prepared to do that? Right.
No, they're not. Okay.
Yeah. No.
In fact, this society is so freaking soft, it's ridiculous. Y'all can't.
Exactly.
You go back to you guys cannot handle what the silence and the.
Goddamn, but millennial and Gen Z slander. Whenever you let one of these goddamn boomers up here, goddamn slander, our millennials can't even help it. BGS haven't even been up here for 5 minutes, and he ain't engaging in the slander.
I can't handle that. I cannot. I personally have done it for a summer, right? I cannot go out and pick no motherfucking cotton for 16 hours a day in no hot ass sun. Okay?
I ain't built for that. I'm not.
I ain't built for that either, bro. Fuck that.
I am not. I'm not built to eat only less than 1,000 calories a day. Okay.
I got one better. I got one for you, BGS. I don't even like eating the same thing for more than 2 days unless it's tacos. And like the regimented diet where you eat the same thing for maybe 4, 5, 6 days straight. Type thing. I can't even do that. I can't go more than 2 days.
Even the homeless are not used to not eating. Okay.
Yeah.
Shit. God damn.
They're not used to that. All right. You could be the most grimiest homeless person in the United States, but you can find some food. Okay.
Yeah.
You go back to when people couldn't find food.
America is a place where you find fat homeless people. America is one of the only countries that you find fat homeless people.
Yes,
that's a fact.
Yeah.
But I wanted to go into something because I didn't catch all of it. But I think Leon was asking the what I shared you to what you were asking a question what we call something either communism or capitalism. I'm a little lost on what you were.
He was asking if what the social designers are doing by empowering women or propping up women is a form of like neo-communism, or is it just unchecked capitalism?
Basically, it's an adjustment to capitalism is not all what you think. It's an adjustment.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah. I mean, just like socialism, y'all think these things are solid, stiff columns that never move or never adjust. It's not.
Really good.
And this is even socialism is a capitalism's adjustment to the market.
We're actually in a socialist economy right now.
Mixed.
Yeah, mixed economy.
Well, I said socialist, that's what I mean. Mixed. It's a capitalistic, communistic system.
Communism. A strict communist system does not exist any place on the planet.
It's never worked anywhere. It's been deployed.
I don't know. No philosopher kings.
And no pure capitalist system works anywhere on the planet.
Exactly.
So
it doesn't work either. So capitalism means when you have failures, they just fail. There's no help.
There is no too big to fail.
Basically, if you go pure capitalism, the closest thing you can get to pure capitalism is the planter South slavery system, and also the Northern European system, where industrial system, where they work those workers 16 hours a day, 6 days a week, and they
like
work
the robber baron era.
Isn't that feudalism though?
Huh?
No.
Isn't that feudalism?
No.
Feudalism worse.
No. I mean, basically what he said that almost describes feudalism, because the feudalism, like you get the peasants were AKA the slaves, and you get everybody else.
The feudalism, the closest thing to feudalism that we had in America is sharecropping. That's feudalism.
Okay.
In other words, the landowners earn the land, own the land.
Landed gentry.
landed gentry, and then you share the crop of what you done. In other words, you work 3 days for you, 3 days for the landowner, and Sunday you take off. Okay,
That sounds pretty damn feudal to me.
That's
That's
some
the
brave
closest.
heart
Yeah.
shit.
huh?
Yep.
It's like some brave
It is.
hearts. Some
That's
shit with some
feudalism. Okay?
feudalism. Yeah,
Literally.
That's
yeah.
and in exchange to do that, the landowners
So
gave you
so
protection against foreign invaders and robbers and shit like that. Okay, that was the exchange.
And
And
let
more
me read this
likely,
real
you
quick,
live
y'all,
on the
because I had it
land.
real quick. Let me read this real quick. And Babylon X is peasy. I don't ever want to see Miss Leona's long ass head ever again.
Oh,
Bruh. Okay, yeah, no, yeah, she gone. She gone, y'all. She's just a little resentful, angry sister, and she's just trying to justify it with whatever she got, whatever she could grab a hold of.
She's trying to do her Chrissy thing. That's what she's
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
trying to be an influencer on the net.
I'm just gonna say it again because I have sat through more than enough of BGS's streams constantly. I don't need any more to tell me that maybe at this juncture, or pretty much it's probably been like this for a while, black men and black women aren't right for each other.
Not under the current conditions, no.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but the thing is, we are that's the default setting.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah.
here's the biological problem.
Oh, Negro sighting.
We're not, hey, brother. Here's the biological problem with saying we're not right for each other. We come from each other.
Mm-hmm.
So we come from each other, but yet we're not right for each other.
You can get any black woman can do her job, bro. That's the problem. For me, because I'm telling you, because I
hold on.
Wait.
Calm down. Are you excited? Well, that's not the point that we're
which
trying to
then
make.
begs the question: is it that we're not well? And I think I agree with BGS said, and that is in the current system, we're not right for each other. Obviously, we're biologically right.
That's what I mean. In this current system, we're not.
Obviously, we're biologically right from each other because we come from each other. If we were not biologically right from each other, we would not come from each other. We would not be able to reproduce with each other. You know, I mean,
well, that's been,
we wouldn't be able to, nurse each other and all those basic.
I think he means socially. I don't think he means biologically. He means socially.
Yes, I mean socially.
But I'm emphasizing this to make the point because too often we talk about black women very often, at least from my perspective. You all, please feel free to tell me if I'm wrong. But very often in this environment, we talk about black women as if they're some alien, separate species who didn't come out of our nut sacks. We didn't grow up with them. We didn't come out of their vaginas. I mean, we all literally came from these people. So as we think about them, we should think about them, less. We should understand that this is largely an artificial construct, and then the question is to what degree you're going to fight against the construct.
Racism and white supremacy is an artificial construct. The thing is, we talk about them all the time,
but
and we think they're separate.
But those are tertiary. Those are tertiary things.
I'm talking
about our act. No, I'm talking about our actual mothers, sisters.
But to the great swords. Let me make this argument because this is to what Black Uru was saying. That's my argument. I do acknowledge. Okay, we live in a toxic ass environment. People hear me say this on my channel all the time. We live in a toxic ass environment, and black women are they're misbehaving and they're not acting appropriately for this toxic ass environment. They're making it worse, essentially, is what I say. Right. So I acknowledge, yes, toxic ass environment, but you are not acting appropriately in this toxic ass environment, and you're making it more difficult for me and you. And I keep on stressing that we're catch by the hip. That part too.
That's the checkmate of white supremacy of this whole experiment. Essentially, just to socialize. Obviously, biologically, we are counterparts. Obviously, a whole thing, plantation model, the way they've been, usurping our power, all this has been to checkmate us into a position where we socially are not functionally compatible.
It's something that has developed. It's not okay. This was, for the most part, not planned. This is something that has developed over centuries, right? The reason, and in fact, that's why I played homegirl, right? The HR. She said it. Okay.
I
You
remember
are a
that.
threat to white people. Okay. She is not a threat. She can move back and forth between the white home and in your home, in your neighborhood, in the white neighborhood, the white man, the white woman, and back to you. You cannot. So this is something that that's been going around for a long time. This argument, right? That black women are the liaison between where we
Which
are, where black men are. Is the underclass, the
we literally made this
working
argument earlier.
class, yeah, the underclass and white people. They always have been. Okay. In other words, if you have a problem with the landowner and stuff like that, and you're threatening, then your black woman has to go talk to them because she's worked in the house. She knows the kids. She knows the white landowner.
She might be fucking them a little bit.
She might even be fucking him. That happens, right? But
That part.
the thing is, you're often back down south and correct me if I'm wrong, Uru. Okay, a lot of times your woman had to go beg for your life, keep them from killing you.
And see, and that's something,
that happens.
And there ain't no reversing that. If that's been the case of our culture for 200-300 years, like, and our women are really like what we see now, they're really, that's really their culture. They don't really have an identity outside of being a liaison for us. If we try to say, hey, no, we want to lead the household, and we want to negotiate on our own behalf, that bothers the shit out of black women to this day.
They still do. Look what's going on in politics right now. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah,
and with them talking to the white man and then translating what the white man says to you, okay?
Basically, right? Yeah,
all of them.
Yeah,
okay?
And that's yeah.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
But hey, that comes from also the part where we wasn't able to read and stuff like that. That liaison part was important because education. I think that when we wasn't educated things like that,
100%.
that was what it was.
And why they continue to perpetuate that is because they wanted to continue to be the liaison.
Yeah, James Earl Jones said they got used to wielding the rolling pin and being in charge of the family. Blah 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 blah. And he doesn't want to give it up. He said, that's why I played James Earl Jones. Okay, that's like all the black women got pissed off, especially black feminists got pissed off. Motherfucker, you telling too much.
Yeah, and it goes to the point where it's like, again, why is this literacy rate among black boys so low?
Because that is your place, okay?
Basically, yeah.
In fact, I'll find it again where this guy, he's 93 years old, right? He talked about, and this is something Ulrich talked about, right? Okay, he talked about his mother running away with a guy from her father, right? She got 3-4 kids at home, and then she decides to run off with this guy, right? And she got pregnant by the guy. And then what happened was the baby died inside of her, right? And the baby was going to kill her because the baby was literally rotting inside her body, right? So she had, and so the guy that she was with bounced. So she had to come back to her husband, okay, and say, hey, the baby died inside me and I'm going to die if I can't go to the hospital and I ain't got no money, right? He ain't had no money. So he went and begged the landowner, okay, to put her in the hospital because he needed a mother for his kids, okay?
That's black pill for your ass right there.
Black pill for your ass. The landowner says, okay, you got this oldest son who's in the 6th grade and he's too big to be in school, so we need him to come out of school and start working, and I'll do this for you. So basically they traded his son's future for her life.
And that's what black men gonna do when the environment change again. Watch.
Look, they may or may not, but the thing is,
I have a cousin. Well, my mother's cousin, second cousin, one first cousin, who dropped out of high school.
Boyce Watkins is full of shit. I know that because I've met Boyce Watkins and I'm in the pro-black community. Boyce Watkins is full of shit. Okay, I'm gonna say that.
Yeah, he
low key. Tariq Nasheed and Jason Black know that too, but they don't want to say it out loud.
They full of shit too at a certain level, low key.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, but with Tariq, you know what he is.
He's full of shit.
You don't even. It's not like you're being fooled.
Yeah, you've been fooled
as to what Tariq is. You know, we grew up with brothers like Tariq. You know this, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You dig? Anyway,
don't
go ahead,
compare
yo.
Boyce Watkins to me.
Well, I
okay?
was
So
saying
I
I
don't
grew
wanna
up. I got a cousin not that much older than me. Dropped out of high
Mhm.
school to help pay his sister way through Delta State University in
Yep,
Mississippi.
yep.
Yeah.
My
So it's
father,
not. This is not some long bygone type thing.
my
You know?
father
I
worked
mean,
as a.
and the
Go
culture
ahead.
is he proudly did it because his sister got accepted into Delta State University. So
Yeah.
it wasn't even just that it was
He didn't do it
forced
begrudgingly or like
on us as
forced to.
much as
Yeah.
You expect to do it.
she would yes.
You expect,
He
and
embraced it. Yeah.
it's the biggest thing, and this is something Toni Morrison talked about, right? Her brother dropped out of school to help her pay for her going to Howard, right? Okay, and they said why? Why is because they didn't want to see her cleaning a white man's house.
That's part
Lord
of it.
have mercy.
That's definitely part of it. I don't
And
know.
how
My
did
sister's
Howard
picking
Black History
cotton.
pay for
My
this?
sister's smart. My sister's got good grades. She's a
Yeah.
valedictorian or whatever
Yeah.
in class. I don't want her having to pick cotton or whatever. So I'll quit
I'll quit.
work, 60 plus hours a week so she can go to Delta State.
Yeah.
That was it.
That was it. Yeah, and that was the agreement, right? And then, but the thing is that
them days is over though, bro.
What did the Bible say? There's a Pharaoh that doesn't know Joseph, right?
I don't know what that means.
In other words,
you have to look in
the old contract. Okay, what does it mean? I'll break it down to you. Like Joseph was a slave, was sold into slavery, right? And he became this elite. Elite inside Pharaoh's palace, right? So what Joseph did was actually bring in the Jews through him, right? So for hundreds of years, they remember what Joseph did for the Pharaoh, so they accepted the Jews. And one day there was a Pharaoh that didn't remember.
Somebody forgot, right? Right.
Okay, and that's when Exodus started, right? They started putting the Jews into slavery, right? Because it's the Pharaoh that forgot who Joseph was. Okay. I forgot.
It kind of sounds like Avatar: The Last Airbender a little bit.
Huh? What?
I say that sounds like the Avatar: The Last Airbender a little bit.
It's based on the same
and the
thing.
modern equivalent to that is brother drops out of school, this is Delta State. She goes to Delta State, takes a women's study course. We know what happens from there.
Yep.
Like I said, that shit ain't happening no more, bro.
Nah.
Yeah. Well, and women haven't given you a reason to even stay the course because, like Uru just said, they'll go take that feminist studies class, and it's black men ain't ish, black men not this, black men not that. Meanwhile, dad is literally paying for the class.
And last time we talked about it because Uru said it, and we basically at that point when men were willing to do that, the black community was more, I guess you could say, matriarchal before the coup, the gynocratic coup.
No, it was more complex in that because that sister who went to Delta State came back
to the community
and helped the family.
Yes,
she might have been a teacher. She might have been a teacher at the school,
at the local high school or
community
something.
Grew up in.
Yeah.
And so she educated other black boys.
Yeah.
A generation later.
Yeah.
That's how the deal
No, it makes sense. That's kind of matriarchal.
Let me read this, y'all, so people can get the origin of how we even got to over here in the first place. And Conguru says, I think Boyce gets a bad rap. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat.
Hell no, he ain't misunderstood, bro. We understand this bitch ass.
Bullshit.
Oh, hey, look. But Boyce, I can't do it, man. Like I can't do it.
1,000 words.
That pro-black shuffle, a motherfucker. It does the
hey,
same
bro.
thing to everybody.
That pro-black two-step.
Omar does it better though.
I would learn my
way better
from her, but not anything else.
I think Boyce is ironically very valuable in this respect. I think much of what happens here is a rebuttal or response to Boyce. Boyce has been around a while. I mean, Boyce used to be on Fox TV and stuff like that. Boyce was a real thing, a real person. And I think this environment, although you might not agree with Boyce and might not appreciate his message, this environment is in part an outgrowth of what Boyce Watkins is and what his ilk has represented. Like it or not.
He's trying to keep you on the plantation to keep sacrificing.
Yeah.
Nah, he can sacrifice himself 1,000 times over. Have fun.
Yeah. Tell him sacrifice his kids, then, bro.
Yeah, tell him sacrifice.
No, he getting paid.
He has daughters, so he don't got to worry about it. He has daughters.
He getting paid. They donate. Okay, so he has a reason to say to keep you on the plantation.
Oh, of course, I understand it. Hey, dude, get your money, bro. Get the fuck out my face.
Is he still working in academia, or is he totally on some content creator?
No, I think he's on his own. I don't think he's in academia anymore.
Right. Yeah, I think he's in academia. I haven't seen him actually do anything.
Yeah, for a PhD in economics, you would think he could be a lot more useful, but hey,
well, he's making his money,
like you said earlier.
He's making his money.
Yeah.
Well, look, from his perspective, he thinks he is helping. From his argument, he thinks he is helping Black people. That's what he thinks. So he mixes.
He can't believe that, bro. But his wife got on national TV in front of everybody and said, "Yeah, I was I was with NBA players and they were running trains on me, but eventually I had to go settle down."
Wait, who said that?
His wife.
He said, boy.
Well, I'm not.
Boyce's wife.
Boyce's wife said that.
No.
Repeat that. Repeat what his wife said.
Bro. Oh, y'all ain't hear that? Oh, bro, she did a whole interview.
Yeah,
she was like,
that.
I was a boy toy necessary for a couple of NBA players, but then after that time, I had to dust myself off, and I married boys.
She said it on
you gotta find that. You gotta find that. Drop that in the chat.
No, y'all gotta see them. Y'all gotta see the picture.
Like 2 years ago when I saw that one.
Y'all gotta see the wedding photo of Willie D.
Oh no, I've seen it. I already seen it. Yeah, we critiqued that already. Oh yeah.
For that though,
I saw the proposal when they did a video of the proposal, or maybe he was proposing for the second time. I was like, oh yeah, she don't like you.
Poor boy.
Not like
what do you want?
But let's pause right here. Real quick, Leon. Let me say this, and then Leon after. We have to stress, and I get it. To them, we seem like immature boys. We don't get it. We don't understand women change and women mature and women grow up, and you don't want to bury this woman for her past, et cetera, et cetera. I want to stress this and emphasize this to the elders that don't get it. We're not going to be you. We're not going to end up with women who gave us their ass to kiss 10, 15, 20 years ago, and now they quote unquote had an epiphany, and now they're spinning the block to end up with men they still think they're better than, but the companionship part is kicking them in the ass right now. We're not gonna do it. We're not gonna do it.
I am not taking on
the money part. We're not doing it. Go ahead.
I'm not taking on women who specialize in self-sabotage.
And after this, Leon,
under the illusion of empowerment, not doing it.
Facts.
Friday night, I recently kind of had that conversation with my mom. She brought it up because she feels like my son isn't going to get to know her side of the family. And other than my great grandma and a few cousins, it's like there's no male presence of education other than on my dad's side. So she already knows that I hang out with my dad, my uncles, cousins, my male cousins. They're middle class. They're rest for universities and shit. And I'm just looking at that versus that, and she's worried about my son not getting to know that side of his family. And it's like, yo, your side of the family, my young cousins ask me for money. Why would I want to put them in that situation where they're gonna be asking me for shit? And I rather have them around my dad's side, which everybody has college educations, or the blue collar. Are they're in colleges being reps or sports teachers, whatever they do, tugboat guys, all type of shit. And I'm like, I understand what you're saying, but that part of your tree I'm trying to leave behind outside of grandma.
If she really thinks it's that important, then she needs to be the bridge or the liaison between your son and that side of the family, and any kind of problems that pop up, she got to settle. If she believes it's that important, then she can't just put it on you.
That's what you tell her too. Yeah.
Well, she's speaking about when she's gone. She knows I really don't give a fuck about that. That's the side of the family I told you I ran away from.
Don't. Basically, everybody knows what the get down is, right? And you don't want that negative shit on your son, right? So if she really wants your son to get to know that side of the family, then it's her responsibility.
I was unmuting to say that too. You put the responsibility on her.
Yeah. For his gynocratic training, because that's what she wanted to get. Go get his gynocratic training. So he's
Look,
right.
hey Leon, you doing your best to keep the simp chip away. I see you block. I see every time they put their hand close to his head, you block it. Hey, your mama said
He
nah.
can see. I'm telling you, but that's what
Right.
they say. He can see now.
Yeah. And the way, even because my family is a gynocracy, but the thing is, you have to have boundaries. Okay, when they step over the boundary, most of my women in my family are afraid to talk to me. Right? They'll talk amongst each other and figure, okay, how can we actually get this to him where without getting a negative reaction? Right? So the thing is, if you set your boundaries and you let them know exactly what you need from them, they don't like it, they'll do it.
Do you think BGS? Do you think
Wait,
it's a way?
real quick, compassionate.
Go
No, you good. Alexa, play play King Kong don't got ish on me, please, for BGS. BGS said he walk around the family like who?
But that's
Go ahead.
interesting, BGS. Is there a way? Do you think there is a way, if you're willing to be ruthless and draw boundaries enough to actually usurp the gynocracy as a black man within it?
No, the thing is, you cannot usurp the gynocracy, right? So the thing is, you have to have enough boundaries to guide, just like a river, right? You can't stop the river. What can you do? You can change its course, okay? So what you try to do is guide it and push it a certain way to get to a certain result.
Or you can tell them to say the fuck off your porch.
Or you can get the fuck out of the
you can cut yourself out of it.
Yeah.
In other words, you're saying to adopt.
I'm gonna let it die mode because, like, I ain't gonna lie to you, I'm just not dealing with that, bro. I'm just not dealing
Well,
with
you got out of it, but the thing is, it is what it is. Just because you leave doesn't mean the gynocracy won't keep going.
Well, a lot of how you view the gynocracy is going to be somewhat generational or age.
Somebody mute up.
I
But
recently,
Black Uru, I gotta cut you off for 2 seconds because I want you to kind of add this into what you're saying. So from my understanding, there was a time where your mother-in-law was alive. So what was it like with your daughters, your wife, and your mother-in-law? Like you were nose deep in the gynocracy at one point. So go ahead.
With the mother-in-law, you got to think about the grandma. You got to think about the grandma. Like I said, I've used my grandma against my mom multiple times to have her understand he's doing what he's supposed to do. Stay the fuck out his way. You know what I'm saying? And I do shit like I'm petty. When I told BGS when I had that conversation with my grandma, I sat down and held on to the part where, well, I'm not really getting along with mom, so I don't think I'm gonna come down this Thanksgiving and she hasn't got to put her hands on my kid yet. Think about that, and think about from the point of my grandma. I held on to that not to sound petty until the very end of the conversation, and she, okay,
Leon engaging in psychological warfare.
Exactly. But not to sound petty, I waited until the very end of the conversation to say that, and she got in my mom's ass and put her in a place.
Yeah.
So you do need them.
But and after this, we got to let Black Uru finish up because I cut him off to ask that question. Go ahead.
What I was trying to say is, the older you get, I recently we had a family gathering recently, and you get a certain age and you see 3, 4, might even be 5 generations or whatever of your people in one gathering. You start to kind of view things a little bit differently. You have your daughters there and they have their peer level cousins and whatever, and you think about if you're dead and gone, these people might have to rely on each other. I mean, we talk about how bad things are getting, and some of you guys say let it burn. Well, I mean, if you have people you care about, right, and you might want your people to be able to help each other in these coming times.
And I get that.
One of the ways people help each other is actually get to know each other and understand each other and spend time. And it don't mean you necessarily agree. Like BJ said, the gynocracy is strong in my family, but there's a lot of little boys in my family. So what do I just kind of leave them to fend for themselves? Well,
See,
do
no,
I try to provide?
I'm finished. Go ahead.
Do I try to provide some sort of example? Do I help maybe younger in between? You know, I'm in my 60s. I have younger, you know, sons or cousins in their 30s and 40s, and they have their young families, and then a generation below them. Do you try to create an example, provide resources, opportunities, job referrals? You know, to what extent do you provide a lifeline, or can you provide a lifeline as you acknowledge and recognize the fact that this is a very sort of gynocratic and at times highly restrictive environment? You know, BGS talks often about tutoring his grandson. That's, to me, as brilliant as he is, that's a very powerful act. That's a powerful act of defiance within the belly of the gynocracy. That's creating a powerful argument against the gynocracy within his grandson.
Teaching that boy
And
how to
so
read and think for himself.
when he passes on, you know, you have this brilliant young man who comes up and is able to, you know, we've been watching the Olympics, take the
what did you say about
baton and
ticking
run
time bombs, Black Uru?
and take the baton the next, you know, length of the race. So I tend not to think of the gynocracy in as fatalistic or nihilistic perspective. I recognize the existence of it and how difficult and how potent it is, but then I see a lot of opportunities for Neos and Morpheuses to evolve within this matrix. And I do think this, to some degree, is my responsibility to help bring them about.
I think that's the difference between your generation and my generation. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, see how you look at it like that's your fondant family. You got good memories. That's how you look at how people of my generation look at it. It is an enemy that needs to be destroyed. I personally look at the gynocracy is not my family. That said, it is what it is. I look at them as if they are other. Right? Like how you would look at it. I'm
replaced by what?
How you would look at how people look at the Chinese would look at the Mongols is how I look at the gynocracy.
To be replaced by what?
By what? Necessarily a new community that I'm building.
No, I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear a new community. By what? What community?
By what? What do you mean by what?
In other words,
you use an interesting.
Hold on a second. I want to get to this, right? Okay, I hear this shit all the time, right? Okay, about capitalism, communism, whatever it is, right? Okay, it needs to be destroyed and needs to be crushed, right? What are you going to replace it with?
A patriarchal community, or whatever I so choose to do it. That's the
okay.
thing.
So how you going to get all these people together and soap all these contracts and re-socialize these people into what you want them to be? How you going to do that?
How you going to do that? You got to start small. I'm not going to say it's going to happen overnight. I never said it's going to happen overnight, right? I got my own piece of land in Georgia. I got my own piece of land in Africa, right? I can only do so much with the people that the resources that I personally have. I can only like to do that want to necessarily come my way and do what I'm doing.
And how do you do it in a world where the whole planet is going the other direction?
So the whole planet is going matriarchal. That's what you're saying?
It's going into this quasi gynocratic
situation.
The whole planet.
I kind of want to answer this question for him.
Go ahead, Leon. As a matter of fact, wait.
Hey,
bro,
Leon, hey, Leon, don't kick the goddamn chair, okay?
Oh, I thought you were done BTS. That's why I told him to go.
No, I want him to answer the question. How do you do this when the whole entire planet is going the other direction? Tell me how, okay?
I'm not seeing this going on. Okay, you said the whole planet is going.
Yes, yeah. 4B movement. Okay, you understand that? Why you think
all through Europe, all through Asia,
China, all through Asia? How do you all through Latin America? How do you get it to go the other direction?
How do you get it to go the other direction? Now?
Yes, you want to know?
Let it burn down, bro.
Huh?
Then I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm nihilistic. Then I'll just let it burn, bro.
So how many people are you willing to lose when it burns?
Don't care.
You don't care. Okay, well, that's it. Then are you willing to die along with it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's all I need to know.
Sound like French Revolution to me. That's what I heard.
No, it sounds like the Owl Man, right?
I think I'm at now. This is the same
Real quick.
conversation.
Let me just read this real quick. And Cyrus Burke says, listening in the past right now, I would love to know the ratio of men, women in that church and how many are ghost watching this space. Ooh, look, I'm gonna get to that after Leon. Go ahead, Leon. Go ahead.
All right, this is the same conversation I've had with intersectional feminists, and you still got to put people into a hierarchy, and no matter how you look at it, when it comes to the finance and everything else, you have another group giving it to the women. So when you talk about having your own land, that a few guys, if you're disagreeable in a knowledge, they'll take it right from under you with ARs or whatever, and I would be one of them. You know what I'm saying?
Basically, patriarchy is not. People think patriarchy is something that's always been around. It's bullshit. Okay, it's all it is a system where people can come together and exchange and build off of. Right? It's a system of order. Okay. And what determines the system of any order? Right? It's the environment. The reason that this shit is changing is because of the environment. Because you can't get no more patriarchal than South Korea or China or Singapore or Greece, okay, or the machismo down in Latin America. How come the patriarchy there? How come they're losing theirs? Riddle me that.
Oh, you trying to ask me necessarily?
Yeah,
change the entire world?
Because you're losing it right there in Uganda. You got feminism, sir. It's growing.
Okay, yeah. If you want to say it's feminism in the what, polite this. Okay. Let me revamp this necessarily. I'm not compatible. Let me revamp this necessarily, right? So you said the gynocracy, right? I've been in necessarily in was it Uganda and all this because I've not seen no gynocracy there. Now, if you telling me the entire planet is going to the gynocracy mode, then I'm gonna tell you straight up, I am going to be the Iron Man, burn the whole goddamn thing down.
If you have the power to do it.
Hey, it's going to happen one way or
another. You would have to go at the state. It's being bolstered up by the state.
The state is responding to the environment that it is in, right? Because trust and believe, the guys down in South Korea do not like the shit that's going on with their women. Okay, but guess what's happening? If the women and men don't agree, if they want something different, guess what happens to the society?
It collapses.
It collapses, right?
And then you start over again if you got to. It is what it is. I made that. I understand that. I thoroughly understand that.
And how do you know what's going to come out the other side is going to be a patriarchy?
I never said it wasn't what I never said. Hey, I can't see that far into the future. Now that you asking me to be a truth-sayer,
that's what I'm challenging. That's why I'm making you think.
I would have to be allowed to necessarily.
I'm making you think instead of reacting emotionally.
I always think numerical. You know, I think about black men being 6% of the American population, maybe 5% of the electorate, maybe 1 or 2% of the wealth. I tend to beg that we be cautious about how quickly we want things to descend into nihilism. Just from a practicality standpoint.
I'm not even gonna be here.
It's a global system, sir.
Look, when America falls, brother, and most of the nation or half the nations in this country is operating on American currency, what do you think happens?
That's more than half the nation.
Great thundering.
What do you think? How do you think you run away from the effects of that?
Oh no!
Running away.
Real quick, Snake Man and real quick, Snake Man and Zulu. To go to what Black Guru was saying, something like 80 some odd percent of all currencies. Well, pretty much the dollar is pretty much 80 some odd percent of all global transactions. It literally is the world's currency oil. It is the oil of the world's currencies.
This is more for BGS. This is more BGS. Was it Socrates or was it Nietzsche that talked about Greece fall and how their psychology or philosophies change as it crumbled? So as your society crumbles, your government is doing this where Greece
Greece was taken over by the Romans, right? Basically, most of the elite Romans spoke Greece, and when Rome fell, they moved back to where Greece was. They moved back to the same place.
So when was it Socrates or Nietzsche? I forgot. I read both of them, but they're talking about how the ideas change as the society changes. So before it was we have power, so we can take their land. That was their philosophy before they brought in Christianity or whatever. But
that would be Rome then. If you're gonna if there's Christian, then that's Rome.
And in other words, you had to find some kind of way to actually negotiate with the Gauls and the Visigoths and all these people that were attacking you and kind of calm them down, right? So Christianity was one of those things.
And that's what I'm saying. Even within this government, part of that is the women. So when you think just being simply nihilistic will solve anything, it really doesn't. You be practical, but not nihilistic.
Yeah,
the women are nihilistic.
No,
they're not. They're not.
Y'all don't think they're nihilistic?
No.
What would you call it then?
Somebody who expects to be a Disney princess is not a fucking nihilist.
Nihilist, no.
Yeah, they're too material. They're too material to be nihilist. Like people throw around words like tell me one aspect of a woman, modern woman, that is nihilist.
If I can't have it my way, burn it to the ground.
No, she's a nihilistic woman is out there running, making tricks out of all the men that she's involved with. That's a nihilistic woman.
Princella,
Princella is a scammer. Okay.
Yeah, but still, they're still tied to the material, like straight up, like. God damn it. Women are the furthest thing from nihilist.
Lying.
How you gonna say that and then I answer the question?
I get what you're saying because that's like saying burn all the resources. That's what they do.
Why did he yell Princella like that?
Because he said, I was listening to I was responding to what BGS said. BGS was saying
Sexy Red is closer to a nihilist than Princella.
Yeah, we go.
I was gonna say Sexy Red.
It was close, bro. It was very close.
I was dead ass going to say Sexy Red.
She seems black pill as hell to me, actually.
She is.
To be honest with you.
Y'all leave my Sexy Red alone.
I don't know why y'all niggas find this chick cute. Sexy Red made me want to throw up. Ain't nothing at all.
We can use Sukiyana, okay? Don't use my Sexy Red.
No, bro. And I think you mean it too, and that's the scary part.
She's winning with what she got, y'all. She's winning with what she got, y'all. Give her some credit.
Oh God, I know. And the sad part is, Truth Teller is both joking and being serious at the same time, and that's frightening.
Cardi B is too. But the thing is, they're willing to get what they want. They're willing to throw their morals aside. That's a nihilist, okay? And this is it's just at a higher level. If you really want to see nihilists, go read the Soft White Underbelly, right? Tons of them. Okay, and they will indulge with men, women, whatever they think is pleasurable, and throw morals out the window. Okay.
Yeah, you just described the weird upper crust.
Yes. Yeah, that's the society doesn't work. Society will not work if everybody's fucking nihilist, man, because people are killing each other over a dollar.
You think they'll turn nihilistic if Harris loses?
If who?
If Killer Cam loses.
Okay, you want me to give you nihilism as say even in a city? Okay.
Sure.
Okay. When a 2,000 teens walk into the local Walmart, strip it bare and walk out, knowing they can't be stopped.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like how they were cutting up in Chicago like earlier this year?
Yeah, that was mild compared with
that was mild. I mean, yeah, that's mild. But I was just,
I just gave you an example. In other words, they don't care about the social order or morals.
Let us say so. I will move the bar a little bit higher. If you're hunted by cannibals and no one gives a fuck.
I'm sorry, y'all. He referred to as somebody as Killer Cam. None of y'all said nothing.
I already said it because Dr. Thunder called Kamala Harris as Killer Cam, and I already said, Dr. Thunder, look, Cameron is one of my favorite rappers. You can't be calling her Killer Cam.
Okay. At that level, at that black pill level where they're not nihilists, they're utilitarians. They might have a different view of what the world should look like. The thing is, they're not nihilists.
Hey, BJ, let me ask you a question real quick. When you talking about church, now we're talking about nihilism and stuff like that. Do you think, because based on the example you said about stripping something bare, it's like nobody can do shit about it. Do you think part of Revelations is like a nihilistic kind of like occurrence?
Say it again. I don't. Who the
So
Revelation?
Revelations and stuff,
It's Vince
everything
talking
breaking
to you.
down. And,
You talking about the book Revelations, or what are you talking about?
yeah, they talk about
It's the Bible, basically.
all hell breaking loose and like fire in the streets and all that other shit.
Revelation is always about the end of a system, right? Basically, that's what it tells
Yep.
us. So basically, what happened when the system decays and it breaks down to the point where a complete disorder reigns. Okay, and so it's metaphorical thing is what happens when a system breaks down, right? Say United States, all the systems break down. What are you gonna get? You're gonna get war. You can get pestilence. You're gonna get disease. You can get all that, right?
It's the 4 horsemen of the
Horsemen
apocalypse.
will ride. A death will ride.
So you can say that the Bible is a gateway towards nihilism. In my
No,
opinion.
The Bible is warning you what happens when, because these things repeat themselves. Sometimes at a lower level, some is a higher level, right?
Because they're looking at nature, and nature goes in cycles. And blah, blah, blah.
Everything, we're part of nature, right? Everything human beings go in a cycle, okay? And so they're describing in metaphorical form what happens when a society collapses and loses order.
one thing I don't understand, people understand that the Bible is a history book.
Yes.
Yeah. Give me a second. Yeah, give me a second. Let me, because I read this from Cyrus and I want to actually give him his justice by actually answering it. So and Cyrus once again said, and thank you for the super chat once again. And he said, listening in the past right now, I would love to know the ratio of men to women in that church and how many ghosts watching this space. I don't know how many people are ghost watching this space, but from that panel. But the young lady, the light-skinned young lady, if you watch, that stood up from the audience, she said something like, "Oh, there's like 4 men in here right now." So I know she was exaggerating, but if you look at that if you see when they pan to the audience, it's nothing but women. You don't see a male face in there. So if she say 4, let's say she exaggerating, let's say it's 10, maybe 15, but out of that entire audience,
it's about 80%.
Yeah, that's horrible. Yeah.
20.
That's about
I think it's worse than
So it's like
80-20. I think it's worse than 80-20.
Mhm.
Yeah. I think it might be 90-10 or something like that. Go ahead.
It's probably like 90-10.
Why would a single black man regularly attend church?
That's what I said.
I
said that too.
You have to offer them something. In fact, somebody said there's certain pastors have actually reoriented the church actually geared toward men. Okay, and men started to come back because they actually found something that they wanted. It's not that hard.
I think it's your branch of Christianity that's just different.
It's not a branch; it's the way you teach it. Any branch can go left.
Yeah.
Any
at least for me.
Yeah.
Because in the part of Africa, I see also times that for some reason in the Baptist, basically evangelic church, there are mostly women, and the Catholic ones is a good balance, like children and men and women.
I'm gonna put in my 2 cents on my negotiation.
Think about the functionality of a church. Why are you going to have?
I'm just gonna make my. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Go ahead, back over, and then we'll get Leon. Go ahead.
I mean, why would young men be in the church? Single young men be in the church. What's the functionality of the church? Is the headship, of God passed down from man to woman and to children, to family. So if you don't have families, if you don't have married people, why do you have a whole lot of unmarried men in the church? For what? For what purpose?
The idea is for the guys to bring in men that the women like to be part of the church so they can find partners. But this is my thing. This is my negotiation. If I come back in the church and I bring my brothers with me, I want all single moms and all divorced women sitting in the back. That's my negotiation. They all sit in the fucking back.
Shut up, Leon. Shut up, Leon.
But for me to come
Shut your ass up.
Hey, right when BGS was speaking, I was like, Leon is joking like a mug. That's not even his speed.
Shut your ass up.
He really mean that shit. You don't want them sitting in the back for real. You actually want them sit. You actually want them sitting in the front so you could be a peeping tom when they sitting down. When they start to sit down. Go ahead.
Man, it's the divorcees, the baby mamas, and the backsliders.
Okay, it's also the state. There was no this amount of divorces until the state started changing the rules, changing the laws, and how these contracts are negotiated. Okay.
Shout out to Ronnie Reagan.
And shout out to Ronnie. Well, the society changed, and they decided to empower women according to the social contract, and this is what you got. Now they're trying to reverse the shit.
Yeah. That's really reversing it. Or that's just giving lip service.
It took you 100 years to get here. You're not gonna reverse it overnight.
Hey, that's why I need them sitting in the back so I can focus on the word of the Lord instead of looking at ass cheeks. How do y'all expect me to focus and not be a good trick and take care of all these ladies if all my ass cheeks?
You're there to be. That's why.
I mean, that's why.
They're training you to be.
I could have been a prison guard at the ladies' prison, but I'm gullible and I might just, stick my third. And so I need to be in front and they need to have their ass in back.
No, they're training you to be a good trick. That's why you're in the back.
Some of you needs a good old Christian prayer, like self-lashing and praying for 10 hours.
Nah.
Nope. As Split Jim says, and thank you for the super chat, Mr. Z is eating right now.
What are you eating?
It's called so we have this place called like Miami Sub Grill. Okay. And so I'm having like a Philly cheesesteak with no onions because onions.
No onions.
I know. What? Sacrilege. To all my Philly people. I don't care for onions, so
Welcome to the enlightened way, my brother. Let's just savages.
Is that the one on 27th and 183rd?
No, not that one. Not that one. I know which one you're talking about. No, not that one. Not that one.
I'm in support of Z. I'm not with the onions crowd.
So what you saying? Opinions or what? What you put on?
No. I can't say it because I gotta do a major pause after I say it. But yeah, I just get the meat and the cheese pause. But yeah, so yeah.
Truly a brother of the
savage,
culture.
Savage.
Don't worry. I eat grilled food without barbecue sauce too. I can't stand barbecue sauce, and I done had barbecue sauce a million different ways. Pause. And I'm not a barbecue sauce person. I know I'm all type of sacrilege.
God damn, you're a caveman.
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's really. And when I was younger, all I ate was white rice. If you put beans in my rice up, I don't know. I would have been at the table for hours. I was that guy.
You one of them kids. Okay.
And being Haitian, I was about to say, so my mom was like, "Oh, you gotta eat it." So I would be at the table for like 3 hours while my cousins played outside at grandma's house. And I was the one in the kitchen.
Oh, you one of them. Okay.
I was the one in the kitchen for 2 hours. And when you finally finish eating, it's time to go home. I was that guy.
And you go home hungry too,
bro, because you ain't eat the food.
You eat the food, yeah.
Mr. C, don't let these heathens and corrupt people stray you from the right path.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Activist barbarian.
But finish reading his super chat.
And so Split Jim says, Black women are motivated to prove that they are better than Black men because that is the doctrine that that is instilled in them. True. So any obvious fault is not even considered. I agree with this. I agree with this. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I'm growing up with that.
But there's a consequence to that, and what do you do, real quick, just what do you do when you're getting an increasing amount of men that disagree with that sentiment? And there you go.
And be happy.
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Who's that lady you shared that told them? BGS that told them like, all right, y'all want the front seat. Be prepared to what comes with that. Be ready to pay some bills.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's a whole bunch of them, man. The second wave feminists pretty much gave up. These bitches ain't gonna do it.
Yeah,
they start putting the books out.
Okay. I need my haircut every
in a way though. If you
drizzle, yeah,
drizzle, baby.
Oh my god.
Drizzle. Because if you look at it in the proper context, right? This whole thing is a kind of a self-fulfilling for women when you look at it, for them to be better than men and things like that. Because then you become I think the word is custodian, but now you become the guardianship of the community. So now you do got to take care of the people who really can't take themselves like that. So then you're going to punish people for their inequities and stuff like that. So you want to not empower the people but you also don't want to be basically a caretaker for them and stuff like that. So you kind of
Here's
put yourself in a dumbass situation.
Nah, fuck that. Here's your sword. Here's your armor. Go right ahead. Have fun slaying that dragon.
If
said.
I was wealthy, I would love to see Kamala Harris being president. See what would happen.
To be honest with you, I don't think most people are gonna bust a grape. I think most people are popping crap, and what they gonna do, and most people ain't gonna bust no damn grape. Ain't nothing because ain't nobody trying to run up on the Capitol building this time. I bet you they ready for y'all to run up on the Capitol building this time.
I want to see what's going to enjoy the climb, man. Eat my popcorn.
Right? No, I don't think anybody's gonna do anything.
I've been mulling that over actually to BGS. Like, you know what? Let her have it.
Let her
I
have
just
it.
want to see what happens.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it too. Hey, I'm happy I picked my profession that I did in mental health because that shit is gonna be going fucking nuts.
Because I can't wait until she does something that these ladies can't handle, and I want to see how they respond to it.
Oh yeah, we see the mayors, the judges, and the city councilmen, DAs all implode like that. So.
Yeah, and if Kamala Harris cannot handle the dozens, us playing the dozens with her,
I swear y'all be mispronouncing her name on purpose. Go ahead.
Then she
What?
ain't.
Camille what?
Okay, if she
Who?
can't,
Camille what?
she's Camilla. If she can't handle the dozens,
Camilla.
I know.
Sound like the chicken in Camilla the chicken. Okay.
Yeah. But if she can't handle the dozens from the black community making jokes about her for the next few months, she ain't black. But she's been handling it, and I'm not voting for the right. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. So
she handles it just like a sister would, man. They get angry, you get them the dozens. We see it all the time in here.
Yeah, she's handling it.
Hold on, are we talking
right
about
now.
Capricorn Mavis?
No, on the dozens.
It's like they can make fun of you.
She'll throw it back.
They'll make fun of you once you used to get one or two on them home.
Oh yeah. We see them melt down.
Remember when Charlemagne was pushing back on her on that interview, and she was like, "Don't tell me you're Republican" or whatever she said, right? So yeah,
it's there.
So
BGS, did I hear that right? You would, if you were rich, you would make it so that Camilla would win.
Because again, eat my popcorn and see how.
Just for experiment.
It's a very way.
How much can it hurt?
BGS, very way.
Hey, BGS, I ain't got all my money together. You can't be, hey, bro.
Nah.
I ain't got mine together either. So that's why
Zulu said, I ain't ready yet. I ain't ready.
I do need
maybe next election.
I do need I would like another 4 years, but you know what? Go ahead. I'm good. I got a few stacks. I'll be all right. Let's find out. Go ahead. Let's find out.
Look, I'm trying to maybe settle down and everything. I can't let the world can't burn yet. The world can't burn yet.
Oh man,
I think if Kamala become president, we can give up this little thing we do over here.
I thought it too. Yeah, right. This little black manosphere. We number one target.
Black Queen, what do you have to lose?
No, I don't see.
Wait. On that note, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Go ahead, Black Blue.
It'll grow even faster.
I don't see a Kamala Harris letting folks live like this over here in this environment.
Don't forget to get that external hard drive, son.
Can't get us all. She gonna make it grow. All she does is make it grow.
Real quick, BGS. Go ahead, Vince. And then Snake Man. Go ahead. What you were saying, Vince?
Get that external hard drive, son.
Get the extra hard drive. I'm gonna need it. Right? My channel going down. My channel going down.
Because
this baby ass channel. Go ahead.
There is so much gold and so much gain within all these channels, man, that somebody needs to put this somewhere so it could be somewhere we can come
That's
back
what compassionate
to
channels for.
Be like, haha, we told you. And
that's what compassionate channel is for. Compassionate is archiving a lot of little clips from our channels.
Keisha's list. Come pick them up.
There's a lot of that's what you got Passport OG for. That's what you got Compassionate for. There's a couple of brothers that's archiving certain things, right? But I get what you're saying. We need to archive all this stuff, a directory for the Black Manosphere.
I was thinking the same thing, but I was thinking about. I'm not gonna say the website, but it was like a small website I thought about started uploading clips into. But I was like, that's a lot of data. Like I don't know if my computer can hold that much stuff though, man.
Man, these 100 gig, these 1 terabyte hard drives is like not even $100. I got the money. Let's go.
Oh, for real? Okay, then we're going.
I got the money. Let's go.
Oh, I forgot he got
business connections. Look at that. Look at
I'm
that.
waiting on Best. I'm just waiting on Best. I just need Best Buy to go ahead and bring that Sony Bravia 65-inch TV down to a certain price, and then it's all over.
Okay, go ahead,
bro.
I ain't gonna say nothing.
Right. All right. I see y'all Zulu and Lion over here. Business connection. Y'all go ahead and start that channel. Archiving all of our stuff.
You know I'm demonetized in like a week.
In a day.
In a day. Because firstly, you bitches, take his money. I'm done. I'm done.
You know what? Okay, so funny enough, talking about leftist politics, going to what Leon was saying, Dr. Jared's Bald channel got demonetized.
Who?
Really?
Yeah, it's demonetized. It's permanently demonetized.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Demonetized again?
The Black Liberation, was it network or yeah? It's permanently demonetized.
What? Who's
they're lefties?
Did they step on?
Yes, yep, and they're lefties. Oh no!
Really?
Y'all didn't know?
Yeah.
You see, and let me
It's
go
for
through this
good
because
reason.
Leon knows this.
Hold on, go ahead.
Go ahead into that, Leon, and then I'll go. Go ahead. Go into that.
I said I was gonna DM you about it because I knew it was gonna get demonetized. You can't say something and purposely withhold a certain part of the conversation when I'm gonna say it like this. Lonely wolves is the only way that happens, but no, I'm not saying no more than that. Like what you
Send it to me in
said-
email. Yeah. Send it to me in email.
Yeah, I'm not getting into that on social media, but that's full of shit.
Okay.
Let me guess. It did Goyim dancing. Did they?
I think they have touched on that channel. So yeah, but I will say this to go into a larger conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I want to dispel, and BGS notice and Leon notice, this idea, and it actually Black Rule too, this idea that the left doesn't get sanctioned. Shit, the left the right has constructed this idea that they're the ones that the dominant society or the Leviathan go after. Y'all have no idea. Everybody from Eugene Debs, you have no idea how many leftists have either gone missing, got sanctioned, got on YouTube, got demonetized, got deplatformed. We're going from social media to real life all the way back. Like leftists be getting their asses handed to them by the state.
Treason.
So yeah,
Treason,
yeah, essentially.
Yeah, left and right. So basically,
No, you're right about that, BGS. But the reason what I'm saying is because there's this narrative that the left is like under the state, like the left is under the state's bosom, and it's the right that keep on getting hit upside the head, and that's some bullshit. That is not true.
When anyone understand left-turn politics is that left always do self-purchase, like straight up to do it all the time.
They both sides do purchase, man. It depends on the system that you're in. Trust and believe. The mustache man was not a lefty.
Yeah, he co-opted the term, the terms, but he wasn't that.
And those people right along the sea, as they call them, right? Are not lefties either.
No.
There are upwards of like 40 people who were at some point affiliated with the Clintons that just gone.
Yeah,
say that. Different methods.
Oh yeah.
Shout out to all the Clintons. I don't know these black people. I don't know them.
There is different. You know, I mean, you could not do like a movie that would be more sensationalized than how some of these people have ended up dead, like in their closets and on a highway, ran off a road or hanging from a tree or whatever. Those people, they will definitely purge. Particularly, they kind of alluded to it, although they did it. Did any
in
of
the
y'all
movie
ever see the movie Primary Colors?
Yeah.
It was loosely, supposedly based on the Clinton campaign. And in the end of the film, they were basically, and this is supposed to be analogous to the Clintons, where they kind of start out as we're going to save the world type as a couple, and then eventually they surrender to Sauron and became evil operatives to the black supremacist power, which if you look at the Clintons, kind of seem like what they did, essentially. I'm sure the folks at Haiti would definitely agree with that, But there's towards the end of the film, there's this true believer who's with them. And as it turns out, basically, the Bill Clinton character got this black girl pregnant, which again, there's this guy.
Hey,
black guy.
I seen it.
He looks just like Bill Clinton.
But Tan, yes, I've seen it. I've seen it in black and white, and I've seen the colored one. Yep.
Identical.
Yep.
Identical to him.
Yeah.
And if you think it's some manipulation, no, that photo has been out there for like over 30 years. So this is not some Adobe, whatever creation. I mean, this is a picture of a kid, that goes back over 30 years. But anyway, there's this true believer affiliated with them, and the thing comes out, and he has sex with this. And not only was it a black girl, it was an underage girl, which, again, how true that is to life, I don't know. But
I will say this. They said Buddy Rowe was on that plane, if y'all understand what I'm saying. So it ain't too, if he was on that plane, it ain't too far-fetched.
What's his name? Ron BGS? The Commerce Secretary?
Oh, yeah.
That plane?
That plane,
Yeah.
Ron, was it Dellums?
No.
Danny Williams.
It was Ron something.
I remember Ron. Yeah, I remember Ron. Yeah.
He was the Commerce Secretary.
I thought it was Dellums, but maybe he's not.
No, it wasn't Dellums. It was his Commerce Secretary. But so she was going to expose that, look, I believed in you, I trusted you. They covered it up because they were supposed to be the good guys. They covered it up, and then towards the end of the film, she kills herself. There are a lot of progressives that have gone away and have been disposed of by their allies. And you know who they are? These old septuagenarians and octogenarians that used to start out as being the hippie types,
Yes.
Back in the 60s.
Which Hillary Clinton was.
Right. They're the ones. They clean their closet. They clean their closet.
It was Ron Brown. Yeah.
Ron Brown.
Let me say this real quick to Black Uru. There is rumors about your boy from up there too, about him having to handle some business about his particular lifestyle, and somebody had to get missing because that rumor wasn't supposed to come out. I'll just say that. I'll just slide that on the table. Yeah, you heard that too? Yeah.
I've heard
Barack? Hey, bro, what are you doing, bro? Like, what are you doing? Anyway.
I mean, the person that did speak up, it couldn't be corroborated.
Yeah.
He's still alive. They just couldn't corroborate it.
Yeah, I might be going too deep. Y'all might have to go back to the facts.
I mean, it's out there. It's not a secret. Okay, it's out there.
Yes, that's not a secret at all. We can talk about the Clinton doing all the 66, but we cannot talk about Obamium behindium.
The thing is that the dominant political structure has been neoliberalism, and people assume that that's left or right. No, they're both in on it. When Barry Seal was moving, what he was moving in Mena, Arkansas, the governor was Clinton, and the head of the CIA was Bush.
Hey, even with that, what was the name of the Treasury Secretary under Trump? What was his name? The little weirdo nerdy dude with the Mnuchin. Thank you. Mnuchin was running a bank in Cali that Kamala people was supposed to be investigating. And look at who became senator, and look at who became Treasury Secretary. What a coinkydink. And if I'm not mistaken, that bank was one of her biggest donors also for her Senate campaign. I'm just saying.
I think it was One West Bank, and if I'm recalling the story correctly,
You're right. Yes.
He was about to. It was some big shit coming, and he happened to cut he cut some check, and then magically everything just went away.
Hey,
we all good now, bro.
There's another one about that boy from that state up there where Black Uru is. Anyway, if y'all remember the story of the sister that drove crazy in DC and we all tinfoil hat right now. I'm bringing y'all all the way tinfoil hat, right? So apparently, the rumor had it she had a situation with him, and that's what that was about. Yeah, that's what that was about.
Yeah, she flipped out because she's having an affair with him.
Yeah. That was the rumor. That's why they had to handle her. Notice she ain't survived that situation. I'm just saying.
Yeah, was she crazy enough to come all the way down to the White House and try to run a barrier? Yeah, you're gonna get popped. I don't care who you are.
What you thought this was? What did you think this was, bro?
I mean,
anyway,
they don't because they have to make sure that you won't be back.
Sometimes I wish my politicians would give a fuck about keeping the shit secret, like straight up.
They do.
Yeah, but you in Europe, and Europe is a little different. Go ahead.
What about the goddamn pipeline? Are they talking?
Oh,
well, but everyone knows who did it.
Well, that's different than affairs and sex stuff.
People assume they know who did it, but are the Germans talking?
No, I'm not talking about Germans. I'm talking about Nigerians.
Oh, Nigerians. Oh,
yeah, we Nigerians.
They keep.
They don't keep no secrets.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yeah, I'm sure. There's bodies buried in the jungle that you'll never.
You already know. I thought it. You already know. Let me read this one down. Indigo says tinfoil Kufi tax. Bro, look, BGS, I gotta go behind the wall with you because I'm all about the tinfoil stuff. I'll go 10 tons on the tinfoil stuff. Y'all better stop.
I like that tinfoil Kufi, bro. I'm gonna have to go ahead and make that a meme, bro.
I'm telling you. I say tinfoil do-rag, but then Indigo said tinfoil Kufi.
Tinfoil Kufis you guys wear is nothing, man. If you think you guys are tinfoil heads, you guys are way behind.
Hold on. Once again, this slander from the boomers. Look, you got us by years. We don't know. You know more than us.
I know. I'm talking. Well, I laugh at this stuff, but it's not just you. They have a whole bunch of boomers that are just as clueless as you guys.
So we going to rabbit hole. Okay, hold on. I have to wear my hood. Okay, we can continue.
Wait, hold on. Barry Seal is considered tinfoil. I thought that was a fact established now. We're Robert North.
No. I'm talking about the stuff that you guys talk about.
I'm sorry, BJ. We ain't got 50 years of life ahead of us.
You chopped off a good decade and some change off of BGS with that.
Yeah.
50.
Yeah, a decade and a half. Yeah.
Yeah, we not everyone is Wendell Savage, BCS.
I mean, if you really want to peek inside the cocaine and the trade stuff like that, go back and get Snowfall. Okay, Snowfall. They tell a lot of inside shit. Okay, a lot of.
Yeah. Also, you ever seen the show on Netflix, The Ozarks?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
My sister was big on that. I didn't watch it. My younger sister watched it.
Oh, dude, everyone should watch it because The Ozarks goes very close to explaining how America really works, like how the card. Like I always tell people. I'll tell people a joke. I said, "Do you think the war on drug is real?" And they'll say, yeah. I said, really? No. You think the 16 intelligence agencies of America that can find a sheep herd in the middle of Afghanistan, in the middle of nowhere, can't find the cartels with the 15-foot walls and the giant Olympic pool you can see from space with the gold guns and the tigers and the elephants? You think they can't find them? I'm like, come on, man.
Go back and look at the original Miami Vice. They actually talk about it, right? Basically, there's one section about the bankers talking about the brothers being able to pay back their loans that they loaned South America, right? How they gonna do it?
Well, we do have stories, and this is when they go at each other. But there are real cases of the federal government taxing banks for money laundering with South American drug cartels. Like, remember when Wachovia was a thing? Like, they really went at them. And once again, this is Oh, hey, I'm gonna make an example out of you. Okay, okay, all right. Yeah, so yeah, but there's a number of those stories of banks being caught up. As a matter of fact, buying a goddamn private jet for one of the cartels and then shipping it down. I'm not joking.
I can only tell you one thing. Look videos up what happened to cartels who go broke. Like helicopters flies in, minigun, shoot everything to ashes and flies away. Like if they really want to get rid of the cartels, they could do it easily.
One
of course.
You get sloppy, they get rid of you.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? How they say the border is so porous, but no terrorists, no dirty bombs, no IEDs, nothing that would actually really destabilize things past the border, except cocaine and migrants and sex trafficking. That's the only thing that passes the border. Nothing else.
Okay, let me ask you this, man. What country is going to put a dirty bomb in the United States and claim responsibility?
No one. Absolutely no one. Not a single person.
I'm asking.
Not a single country.
Not that country. Not that country.
Nobody's that stupid.
Maybe a group who is too dispersed and decentralized and hides in every corner of the world. They may do it. Shout out to ISIS, who claims everything.
Who runs off American weapons and money? Okay.
Yeah. No.
Did I say
no
that
state. No, right. No state. BGS to answer your question. No state.
No state. Yeah. No state.
No. That's too much.
That's scare you.
Yeah. That's a different, because if you think Golda Meir had a raft, you ain't seen shit yet. I said raft, sorry. Raft. If you think Golda Meir had a raft, you ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah.
No, but that would be a nihilist plan, trying to start a real war with the cartels by pinning shit on them, like buy off some Mexican to carry some backpack into an airport and let it explode, and have someone carry a letter. We were the ones.
Yeah, but no one in America would believe that the cartel would do that.
Yeah,
the cartels wouldn't believe.
The cartel's there to make money. They're not there to make a statement. And plus, believe if you do some shit like that, they will find you. Okay.
The cartels will find you. Exactly. The cartels will bring you to America. They'll bring you.
That's why it must be a nihilistic group.
Send you back with your head on a.
That's not nihilist. That's just kind of what's the word we're looking for? Like when you just really want to go.
Suicidal.
Yeah, that's suicidal. Like yeah.
But BGS, on a lighter note, your dude, Psych Hacks, the doc, he wrote a book. It's not. I've been reading it. It's not bad.
Yeah. He's pretty practical. He comes from practical information.
It's pretty. Yeah. I'm reading the.
I got to buy it. Since I use this stuff, I need to buy it myself.
And let me read this real quick. And Drake on 78 says the pastor has the same problem as Umar. It's a mega church, so he has to keep the finances together for all of the employees. He knows the BS, but he has to let it go because the women fund a lot of finances. Yeah,
I talked to a lot of guys black guys that went into seminary for just that reason, for the women.
Wow,
a lot of them. Most
wow.
Why you those poor bastards?
You mid-30s, man. Why are you going back to the seminars? They just money and women. Okay.
Yeah, you're not lying.
And this is the reason why the American church should convert like the Catholic Church, a centralized gay leaderships that hates women to the core.
I mean, this is my issue with like the much of the reason why I could not be in the church is exactly what y'all saw here. It's performative, it's pompous, it's fake, it's and I can only handle so much of that in real life. The pageantry.
I couldn't even feel like I said I couldn't even finish that video with Media Man. I got like halfway through it, and I was like,
I got 3 minutes in, bro.
You know what? We need to just start talking like y'all. Like, why don't y'all just say y'all hate men? Just say y'all hate men and get it over.
No. Let me put this. I don't think these women hate.
They do.
I don't think it's about hatred of men. It's not hatred of men. They want you to perform a certain way. Yeah. It really is. When the women say provide, protect, and shut up, they mean that shit.
I know.
I mean,
there's a word for that. I'm giving you a new word. The new word of the day for the men's spirit is feminarchy.
That's patriarchy about feminist specifications. Feminarchy. Put it in the book.
Patriarchy is patriarchy, but the women want to hold the remote.
Yeah.
Feminarchy.
They want the steering wheel. They want the steering wheel. Yeah. And that's all. And
They want you to buy the car, but they want you to buy the car. You gotta buy the car.
Oh wait, it's not even just that. No, let's keep on going with that example.
You buy the car, you do all the maintenance.
Wait, you buy the car, you do all the maintenance, but you let them drive the car. Here's the thing, but you got to be in the car. They don't want to drive the car without you in the car. You got to be in. Yeah, they need you in the passenger seat of the car. That's the whole point.
Somebody got to fix it if something breaks. So you need your slave to work for you, right?
That's why it can never be a real feminist. That shit does not exist.
Yeah.
They're trying their hardest.
They're trying.
It's all smoke and mirrors. All gaslighting.
If you consider this. If I'm not going to be the white woman, then why don't I perverse what I think is what I would like to see, which is me in the driver's seat of a different type of community where it's still his resources, it's still him protecting, but he gets to assert none of the power that comes from those type of things.
Feminarchy.
Yeah.
I call it woman babbling, but you can call it from feminarchy.
Yeah, no, Ed got a term for that, and he don't call it women babbling. He call it something else.
No, that's something else.
Shout out to Yitz Babble. Yep. Shout out to Edward Anderson.
Feminarchy. That's what they want. Feminarchy.
Yeah.
Man,
Elder,
what
really
kind of cocaine did you take? When I read Eda's comment, America's a West state of
Let me read this real quick. So I didn't know it was this high. I'm not surprised, but I didn't know it was this high. And Inspired Truth Broadcast says, remember, women make 80% of retail purchases. I didn't know it was that damn high. I didn't know.
You didn't know?
Yeah.
You didn't know?
Yeah.
No, I knew it was high, but I didn't know it was that high. I didn't know it was that. I would have guessed something like 70%.
No.
It's actually 85. It's actually 85.
Mr. Z,
wait.
Talk about it. We often talk about it. If men really had the control over the money, most of the economy would collapse.
Yeah.
Women actually make purchases for men too. So
yeah, true. Yeah. But once Socrates, you said it's actually 85%.
They say 80 to 85%. I would assume it's probably 85%.
Yeah,
let's be real. If the economy depended on men, the economy would collapse. Men are not impulsive spenders like that. No, men primarily purchase things for women or because of women. If men are not pursuing women, they don't spend that much money.
Well, traditionally, the men are working, so the women have to do the purchasing for the food and the family. And the kids.
I mean, literally, I give my lady the money to buy everything.
Because they have the time and they have the training.
The BGS, you say that again. Mr. Z works 70 hours on a light week. I'm 67 hours on a light week.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, I cash app her the money, or really is Zelle. I Zelle her the money, and babe, this is what I need. And here goes something for you, because you got to chip them off some gas money and a couple of dollars of play money for themselves, because of course. And there you go.
As a single man, I don't buy shit. As a single man, no, I don't buy shit, but I buy my own shit when I do.
The thing is that in a normal situation, that's what happens. Women will if they're by themselves, they'll constantly buy because that's how they trained. Okay,
they'll buy.
That's why
themselves feel better.
The big difference. Oh, sorry. The big difference with men and women's spending habits, at least from what I've witnessed and even my classes, women are more impulsive spenders, and men. It's not that men don't spend money per se. Men typically are a lot more purposeful with things that go outside of like your routine spending. Like, hey, I know I got to get groceries. I know I got to get certain things to make sure I'm good.
No, when we buy something, it's a tool.
100%.
I mean, it's a tool to be used when we buy something.
We don't spend too much on like accoutrements, like things that were like accessories to the house and shit.
Y'all let Better you land with that. Go ahead, Better you. Let Better you land with that. Go ahead.
But yeah, and all of that. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm choked up. But all of that really just translates to the vulnerability of women from the sales side. Because one thing from the sales jobs I've had, everybody that trained me always would say, "Hey, look, if it's a family, If dude ain't talking about he came here, he ready to make a purchase, go ahead and lose him, because 9 times out of 10 he go kill it. If it's a chick and she got kids with her, young teenagers or whatever, he's like, oh yeah, that's your prey right there. That's your target market.
When we do buy something, our mind most of the time is made up. When we really are truly going to buy something, our mind is made up. But time out. Better you know I'm about to ask you, right?
Ask me what?
You know I'm about to ask you, right?
Ask me what?
Where's my Yanni report, dog?
Hey, I told you that foundation, man, brother. You gotta love it out one, man. Start over. You need a whole new slab, brother.
Ah, damn. Never mind. I ain't taking up that assignment.
Hey, I ain't gonna front. I was on the outside looking in. I saw a few clips. I was like, she not that bad. She could be saved. I put the cape on and I went over there. I was like, oh.
Alexa, play Project Pat, Don't Save Her, please.
I said, oh.
I don't need him to save her. Just shut her up.
That motherfucker all the way gone. I was like, oh damn, I ain't knew it was this bad over here.
Let me tell you how bad it is. You'll be better off sending you on a mission to save her than to get her to shut up. That's one thing I don't ever see Yanni doing. She ain't shutting up.
Yeah, when in her case, saving her.
What is the beef with Yanni? I don't get it.
Oh no, I don't got no beef with her. I use her as an example. I use her as an example and a scare tactic for Vince and Demetrius. Don't y'all end up with this. I'm telling you, I use it for the Gen Z and the young millennials to be like, nigga, this shit is real. And look at her. She's successful. She's doing her thing. She ain't ugly, whatever. And guess what? She out of her Are you out of your goddamn mind? She's out of her goddamn mind.
She's bitter. She's sad and depressed and manic.
I just thought about it. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it, but I might have to fight SWP for it. I'll go for 6 of guys before I go for Yanni.
Oh no, you're gonna have to fight Sarge for that. I mean, that's our shit right there. Yep, yeah.
I just said I probably have to fight SWP.
You're gonna have to fight. That's low key. That's his weakness. I get it. She's cute. I get it. She's cute.
She's a good.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, but that's the thing with SWP acting like we telling him that she's ugly. Ain't nobody denying that she's attractive.
No,
it's just
we just telling that past though.
She's attractive until she starts talking.
Yeah, you guys are too laughing and too kind, like straight up. Like that's one of the reasons why I love you guys, because you are like kindness incarnate. Like I would just say, you stupid son of a bitch, you can't go with her. But hey, don't come here back after you get your fit.
Let me say this about Six the Goddess too. I will be forever in her debt for her just exposing Keto Rose in the other chick.
Yep,
that right there.
That conversation was gold. That conversation was gold because it's clearly who was the better looking woman out of them.
Yep. And I want to be very clear. Every single heterosexual man, namely black ones, knew exactly what that was when it happened.
Yep,
the second them women, Keto Rose and the other chick snapped, and then they started pretty much celebrating it, we knew what that was. Go ahead.
No, but I lost respect for Ace Metaphor for the way he handled that, because it should have never got out of hand like that. That's why I lost a tremendous amount of respect. I'm like, no, this is a conversation, a much needed conversation, and you let this shit just blow up. I couldn't stand him for that. I'm like, no, that was a much.
What, Ace Metaphor?
Yeah, with Ace Metaphor, but he let that shit blow up and why'd you do that?
Think about this line. It's important. If Ace Metaphor if he would have regulated that, we wouldn't have seen that. That needed to be seen. Everybody needed to see the men. Forget what the women are on. The men needed to see what that is. They needed to see Keto Rose and the other chicks celebrate watching Six the Goddess walk off. They needed to see Keto Rose digging at her. They need to see that, because that's what we're saying.
Yeah, I know.
All these women keep on acting like they unbothered.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm simply saying you could have just let it go on for a little bit longer.
Oh, okay. You mean him ending it? Okay, I thought you were saying why did he?
I'm just saying,
I see what you're saying. I had it wrong.
Yeah, I'm not saying don't let them have the conversation. I'm just saying you let the conversation end. No, let them keep going.
Okay, I had it wrong, but I thought you were saying why did he not let it keep on going? I was reading what you were saying wrong. Okay,
No, what I'm saying is like he you like you let him stay. You should have never let it, like, you let it blow up and let it fester. I mean, yes, it needed to happen because it was pouring out of them the minute she said it, because you saw their body language switched up the minute.
Well, let me say this. They wasn't rocking with her when she established she's not with the sisterhood blowing smoke up women's asses. The second she established that she was aligning more with the men than the women in this conversation, once she established that, it was beef from the jump. Now it's about mode of attack. And what you saw was them finding a motive. The second she said, you know, I tell fat bitches, you fat, put the burger down, or whatever she said, or however she said it, right? When she said that, that's when you could see, because Keto Rose, if y'all ever watch Keto Rose, that man, let me say this. If you ever watch Keto Rose on her own channel, definitely on Ace Metaphor, you see, I promise y'all, the same super sassy ass aunties you have, the same super sassy ass older Xer cousins you have, young boomer cousins you have. Keto Rose is they spit her damn ass out, bro. She is them. You're like, bitch, what are you, 57? 62? Yeah. She is literally your super sassy ass auntie. And you're like, wait a minute.
I can't do it. I see it, but I can't do it. No, I can't do it with her. That's why I'm like, no.
And like, you would think women like Keto Rose would have learned from watching our aunts, all of our aunts that used to be in the game with the D boys, and they used to be super. What's Adina Howard ass women. It really is that Keto Rose. I'm almost struggling to find my words, because once you see the way she moves and the way she speaks in her, oh God, the facial expressions, Jesus Christ.
I tried.
She's just them. She's just them. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, y'all ever seen Jason's lyrics?
Yeah.
Y'all know the part when Shirley's messing with the gangster and the other girl's like, why you messing with her? And like, why you messing with him? And then she kind of just like, that's just how men are. And that's what Auntie probably said to Keila Rose and everybody too. That's just your lot in life. And it was like,
But the key
shout
thing
out to whatever men could do with her.
The key thing about the conversation I noticed too, she pretty much confirmed what I already thought. I'm like, see, y'all have no problem talking about illustrating men's burden of performance, but when we start talking about your burden of performance as a woman, all y'all can do is deflect.
Black women don't have a burden of performance. They have that fire wet, and most of them actually don't. But they have that fire wet, and that's what it is. That is them making up for everything else.
I gotta stop you.
But y'all can't even. But you see how they respond when another woman tells you that.
And it's another woman that looks better than them. Go ahead, Barry.
Another woman that looks better than y'all.
I gotta stop both of you guys. See. First of all, I need to extend an invite to you both for this event that's going to be at Queen Mother Goddess First AME Second Baptist Pentecostal Church of God in Christ at 7 p.m. See, we gonna make good men out of you guys. You know what I'm saying?
No, thank you.
Bishop Better You has invited us.
No, I did the church thing too for like 15 years of my life. I've seen the show. I'm good. It's the same show no matter what state you in.
But I will say about Keto Rose though, it do look like that shit extra moist, and that neck is extra right. So I do get that vibe. I do get the vibe that she knows how to make her tonsils dance. That is the vibe I get. No, that's the vibe I get. I wouldn't do anything with her, but I do get the vibe that niggas are shit. No, I wouldn't. Nah, bro. No. And it's mainly first it's a physical attraction thing, but secondly, it's when you get to a certain age or when a certain level of maturity or whatever you want to call it, you could smell that, and it's not just not knowing it's worth it, because the brothers that would engage would know it's not worth it, but you have things to lose, and it's not worth the risk of engaging with someone like that, even if they would entertain you. Right? Go ahead.
For those next few weeks, she'll be walking. Those few weeks I got her, she'll be walking around my house butt naked.
All right, yeah, y'all need to be swearing that y'all could be man. I know my limitations. I know that homegirl would get up on that bed and be the same person she is before she went in. And once you know your limitations and you know you ain't digmatizing these chicks, the second she catch that orgasm, she done. Yeah, then it's a new day. Because look at Bowser. Bowser tell you how much Buddy Road take care of her and how well he treats her and how he was there for her after her surgery, and et cetera, et cetera. And she's still the same chick. Ain't nothing changed. Right?
Yeah, but she's probably not really her type though.
I do think that though. I'm not gonna lie. I do think that. I agree with you. I do think that. I do.
I've seen how women act when they get the men that's their type, and not to say it's perfect, but they tend to be way more accommodating.
No, I'm not
always the chick. It is always the chick with no neck that got the most.
You're the worst.
These no neck having ass women.
She is built like Roblox, but
oh, she's built bad, man. She's built like a Lego
block, but let's stop.
Like a Minecraft.
built like freaking Yoshi,
bro. The reason why y'all see me don't kind of mock her anymore and do the 7.2 thing is because I was reading that wrong. She was trying to make an example. Like if I was a 7.2, it would be a 7.7 telling me how much more attractive they are than me and how much uglier I am than them. So I get what she was saying. But homegirl, that's what she was trying to get at. But
is that what you
it's a Hitmo video?
Is that what
yes.
Is that the video you were
Wait.
Oh, you don't remember? You don't recall?
No. It's not that. No. Wait a minute. What did you say, Socrates? Not the Pokemon Hitmonlee.
Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
I know exactly
what you look like. Hitmonlee.
Oh, man.
If you know,
look up Hitmonlee right now. Better you. He beat you with the Diglett. He got you, bro. He got you with the Diglett.
We ratified exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh, for those of you that don't know what look up Hitmonlee. Look up Hitmo. It's a Pokemon. Look up the Pokemon Hitmonlee. Oh, Socrates. Woo!
Socrates savage, man. You ain't no good,
bruh. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Is it Hitmonlee?
Hitmonlee.
Chill. You have to have some kind of throat. Like,
chill. Man.
I don't know.
There's the one that punches. There's the one that kicks. There's the kickboxer one. There's the puncher. And I think with the puncher is Hitmonlee, right?
Hitmonlee is the one that kicks. Hitmonchan is the puncher.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah. That's the worst.
Oh hell
no! That nigga this. Socrates.
Wow.
Hey, y'all know Socrates said that and he just was like, okay, I'm done here. He just stop talking.
Oh damn!
Hey,
guys, because I don't know how she looks like, but she doesn't look like a fucking carpet with legs. Like, chill out.
No, just look.
Nah, you got to see her. Nah, you got to go look. You have to go.
And this is the thing.
Feast your eyes and see for yourself.
This is the thing with her, and this is why women like her in particular, I see her as more dangerous than just about all of them. From Chrissy to Yanni, it's because of that Harvard connection, man. That Harvard connection makes a world, and she has, in her mind, she has a legitimate gripe because she is a short, if we're super kind, mid-ass woman that's highly educated. She is the one that true. Well, like so the issue with women like that is they've never been the chick. Right, go ahead.
Does she look like Sister Sage from The Boys? Or?
No shit, Sister Sage look a million times better than her. Don't even do that. Way better than her.
I'll take Sister.
I'll take Sister Sage any day over her. Sister Sage, you work her out for a few months. She lose a couple of pounds and you be all right. You'll be all right.
I will do all the little fit. I will put the anatomy in her head and everything, make her feel better and all that shit.
You're right. Hey, you see how super free, but it is with the white dude, of course. But you see how different she is when she got a lobotomy. And
those scenes were actually hilarious when she did.
Yeah.
Those scenes were funny as hell.
But bro, like so, yo, no, go ahead, Lon. Go ahead.
Yeah, but hell no. But yeah, but no. When she responded, it's another example of that mean girl shit because the way she responded to Brittany Renner when Brittany Renner was she's like, you got to go to the gym 3-4 times a week. And here she come. I'm like, oh, there you go. That's what.
Oh, here come Hitmo Right, Hitmo
That's what you really about. There you go. Get it.
But once again,
shit. That
and
was
then go into
straight up never pick mean girl video with that response she did to Brittany Renner.
But she felt personally attacked. So let me Socrates, I don't know if you were, and this is the reason why what we're talking about is important, is to illustrate why the Bowsers are dangerous for the overall conversation about black men and black women. What you had was Brittany Renner, who got her own issues. We don't really ride with her either. But Brittany Renner was saying, hey, if this is what y'all want this, y'all want to be around these baller dudes, y'all want to live this life and you want to know how I'm able to pull these dudes, et cetera, yo, you got to go to the gym 3-4 times a week. You got to do this and keep your physical appearance up. And the way Bowser responded to Brittany Renner,
what physical appearance?
Right, she and I can really feel where she was coming from. It was one of those. You don't get it. I can never be you. I can never look like you. So, but she didn't say those. Instead of saying those words, what she did was I ain't going to no gym and for this and that. And you know.
So in other words, she it was the main message. It was she was outwardly saying that, oh, these men are not worth competing with, but deep down what she really saying is, I can't compete because I can't.
No, the reality is that egalitarianism has its limits, right? You could try to make everything equal, but certain things are never going to be equal, and attractiveness is one of those things.
Yeah, you can't. You're not going to be able to override. You're not going to override men's attraction. You're not.
There are clubs. There are clubs in New York City, Atlanta, and California where she can't get in there unless it's a special function or she bought up the place. That's just the reality.
No, she paying at the front though. She paying, $5.
Yeah, she paying.
No. Boy, no. Time out. They'll let her in for free because she's a lady. Now,
no. There are certain clubs. Where they would not let her in at all. I'm telling you, in the meatpacking district in New York City, in Manhattan, in the meatpacking district, where all the women there are like 5'8" and up and pretty, she will not get in. You're one you're fucking fly.
Wait, y'all. Black Guru, go, Black Guru.
In a popular club in New York City, where everyone wants to go to, which means it could attract in a given evening, a couple of thousand very pretty women. You're not gonna let her in. It's a numbers game. It's gonna be too many pretty women. It's gonna be you're not gonna let her in, even if she's willing to pay, because there's gonna be too many women who look so much better than she looks. It's not beneficial to the club to allow her in there. She's taking up space from beautiful women that's going to attract men who's
no, she's 100% true, right?
Wait, Leon, because we can't hear you. Wait, Lion, let Black Guru land. Then we got Lion. Then I think Socrates was trying to say something.
From attracting women who's gonna attract men who might be willing to spend $500 or $1,000 that
correct.
So it's really a financial decision. It has nothing to do with how you feel about her. If I operate that club, no way in hell I'm allowing her in there.
In other words, no dog. In other words, no dogs allowed. Got it.
Right. No, but it's funny. No. It's the sound of hearing a Black Guru is hearing Black Guru say she's taking up space. Like there's way more volume of prettiness. No, it's true. No, 100% true. It's just funny.
Because if I own that club, I know the finer the women in there, the more men are gonna want to spend. Are going to be willing to spend. It's really just that simple.
Not only that,
Black Guru.
Not only that, but
go ahead. Go ahead.
She's already been. Bowser's already been checked and chin checked in the background. I have friends that are in 100 that are, AKA, KA, whatever sorority they're part. My brother's part of the sorority. I'm just not in because I didn't go to HBCU. She's already been checked.
Fraternity.
She's been checked.
Right.
She's been checked in the background when she went after Camilla. They've been checked her. She's not.
Oh yeah, yeah,
She's
yeah,
not
yeah,
part of
yeah,
shit.
yeah,
She
yeah.
fucked up when she talked about Camilla, and when you don't know how many black women in the background already checked her ass. She's not.
Yeah,
She's
recently, by the way, recently.
She said something about
She's.
Kamala.
Yo, yeah, she don't ride with Kamala like that. She don't. But remember too. Wait. She made it more about policy, but y'all remember what Kamala used to look like.
For real.
A lot of I'm telling y'all, she could smell whenever it's one of these prettier, especially light-skinned black women. She start going haywire, and if she's ever listening, I need to say this to Miss Foster. You need to get that shit checked. You are undressing yourself in front of the world. Right now, it's in front of black men, so you don't care. You don't care to show your ass to us. You are going to mess up your entire whatever career you got because you can't check whatever inferiority complex you have compared to light-skinned, cute black women. Go ahead.
But Mr. Z, I went to Harvard. I understand y'all AKAs, but I went to Harvard, bitch.
Yeah. That shit don't mean nothing. That shit don't mean nothing.
But a pretty girl who works at McDonald's can still get the man that you want.
Yeah, it don't matter.
And wait. Real quick line, real quick. What Socrates just said, I want any academic listening, any important person, I'm not saying anyone is, but if any of y'all are listening, y'all need to stop minimizing that. Women feel a certain way that they're going to these schools, they're getting this education, they're going up in their career, and they're mid and average looking, and the cute chick that work at Starbucks is sitting in the passenger seat of the goddamn Porsche.
Yeah, you're right. Y'all can't minimize that. Y'all can't
Correct.
minimize that.
That shit drives these women, especially aspirational women, it drives them absolutely insane. And too many of our academics and our technocrats keep on playing that shit down like they don't care. Oh no, I'm above that. I don't play to these carnal freaking urges. Yeah, whatever the fuck. Yeah, well, all right. Yeah.
You're not getting around attraction.
Why are we talking about carnal urges? What do you miss?
As I stated earlier, I mean, Mrs. E knows this. I gave a lot of research on the fragility of women, just generally. Like they tend to be more neurotic on average. They tend to be more fragile. They cry more often in jobs, 40%, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So given the totality of the fact that they're very fragile, the science says this, but publicly we don't talk about it, but they're fragile. Now imagine this fragile person, right? She's put in hyper-competitive environments where what sorority you're part of, what supper club you're part of, what dorm room you're part of, all of that is put under scrutiny. And then on top of that, you're a woman and you're competing for these men who are the creme de la creme. And these men have the pick of the litter and they're passing you over. It hurts. And I used to be a promoter in New York City. So I know what I'm saying, I know from experience that when I was a promoter, I would not bring her to my table. They would actually I'll get in trouble, right? The promotional manager will actually tell me, what are you doing? Because their product is the image, the idea of these beautiful women that bring bottle buyers. The bottle buyers are the real customers. The women are the environment. If you bring women that are not attractive, bottle buyers aren't going to come. They're not going to spend money. So the fact of the matter is she knows this. She knows in these places how they treat her, and it probably slights her. No matter how she comes to become a millionaire.
If you bring a ugly duckling amongst the swans, she gonna spoil the environment for the swan. So you bring that chick in, you bring that chick in the club, and she in there hating and jealous. Now you got the swans in there clucking around and trying to, are a Twitter. They are a Twitter, and now instead of everybody vibing and having fun, and the bottles are flowing, you got this hating ass chick in here that's called. You cannot have her in that environment. You cannot have her.
Not only that, so as a promoter, you don't control the door. There's a doorman, and it's called doorman discussion. So the doorman has the discretion of who to let in, for men and women. So what happens is that as a promoter, yes, I entice the women to come in by talking to them, etc. But I don't control the door. So what happens is that if I have a crowd of 5 women and one of them looks like her, they will actually not allow her in, and her friends get upset, and I have to try to do something. And I hate being put in that position because it makes you feel horrible. But the reality is, women like her are not allowed in these places.
And I want to be very clear what we're saying. Women like her speak as if they're above it. They don't care. They're not trying to be part of that world anyway. That's not the game they're playing. And that's how she spoke when she was going at the passport bros. I'm not even. They're not even in the same lane as me. They not even. And that's how she was saying. Go
You're
ahead.
not invited. Yeah, how can you say you're not going to attend a party you're not invited to?
No,
You're not
but yeah,
invited.
exactly. So when she was going at the passport bros, that's what she was saying. Like, these women are not even on my level. Like, I'm not even entertaining this conversation. I don't feel a certain way because what I'm going at, like, and she was doing like the fake Oprah thing, right? Like, I have loftier goals than just being some mid-ass black man's wife, right? And so that's how she was speaking. But once again, that energy that you were saying that with, let me know you were pulling your best rendition of Armarion. I'm not bothered.
Listen,
You really are bothered.
Of her, I listened to Obsidian. I saw the pictures of her man. Listen, that's exactly what you got. Okay,
hey, bro. Hey,
that's exactly what you got.
I don't like going in on Buddy Roll pause, but I don't like men's no more, dude. Like, I get it, bro.
Like, I saw.
I get it.
Look.
Like, I
have a friend of mine.
Man,
Go
like,
ahead.
get the fuck out of here. Like, hey, congratulations.
I have a friend of mine. He went to MIT. He went to UPenn and MIT. He works in private equity. He should be her, her equal, quote unquote. He's not checking for her. No one like him is checking for her. He's tall. He's handsome. He has the pick of the litter. He's good. And the fact of the matter, she knows that, and it bothers her. No, I don't blame it for bothering her.
She claimed that she used to date some dude that was 6'5" or 6'6" or some crap like that. I think she said.
No, chances are she was a side piece, and he in a rotation, and he got rid of her.
Come on, man. We know what it is.
Come on, these women. You know how many times women claim to date guys, and like, I know these guys, and I'm like, you're not dating, you're not in a relationship.
Oh, you're not. You look like a 2 a.m.
Yeah, come on.
Like brother looks like a 2 a.m.
And the reason why this conversation matters, understand, these are the women that turn around and become Terry McMillan. They become Bell Hooks.
They do.
They become Oprah. They become Maya Angelou. They become like that's why if y'all want to know why I speak, you never know which one of them white society's gonna pick out of obscurity, and next thing you know, she got a daytime TV show, and you're like, out of where? Right? From what? What did she do? So that's why I make sure to speak about them and the things that they say, because I want to emphasize that these are bitter, resentful people that speak like they're above it, but really what they're dealing with is whatever childhood rejection trauma and childhood lack of desirability, if you want to call it trauma. And much of that is what animates why they say the things they say, why they act the way they do, and why when it comes to black men and relationships with black men, they speak the way they do. It's because say it again.
Damn femcells.
No, I mean, like, no, seriously. Because
I'm not joking. I mean that femcells. But yes, you're absolutely right.
Absolutely.
And that is scary to me because when each one of these women, eventually they will give you, and it's not even really a conscious thought. They'll say something, you like, boom, there we go. It goes back, because like Ostefko said, she went back to when she was 8 years old. Right? Stefko went back to when she was 8 years old. Real Talk with Yanni said something about how, you know who really needed a hug? 16-year-old me. And she was speaking about like the glow up thing, and like how men are on her now, but when she was 16, ain't nobody was checking for her type thing. Who else brought up when they were younger? Like,
for every one chick with that whole glow up shit, there's 5 dudes who went through the same shit. Get over it.
Yeah, but it's different.
Yeah, it's different.
I mean, you know,
so much of them is.
You know what this sounds like? What this sounds like is if all of us guys under 6'3" were bitching about not being able to play in the NBA.
Exactly.
That's what this sounds.
Yeah.
That's how crazy.
Yeah, but remember, men don't have an issue where calling men average is an insult. If you call women average, that's an insult.
Yes.
So think about how
you are regulating them to not having a nice life.
My point is just that, and that is, you know, we don't directly say enough that you're an average woman, you're an average looking woman, you're not entitled to the great life. You know, you're not entitled to the most handsome guy or the wealth.
But society told them that they are.
I mean, we do.
And I understand I understand society told you that. I understand society told you that lie, but I'm telling you the truth.
But
And
we
I'm not
do
even
say it.
telling you, I'm not
We
even
say it with
telling
our
you the
actions.
no, but I'm saying that men should tell women, black men should tell black women the truth more directly, more
And we should do it
frequently
more
than we
often.
do.
That's misogyny.
And we should say it directly. Look,
That's
you're a
misogyny.
valuable person. You're a
I'll say
valuable
it.
person.
That's misogyny. That's misogynoir. What you're saying is
I'll say it.
misogynoir.
I mean, I'll say it. I was like, you're not getting like.
I understand that, and you have to be brave enough to accept that. I understand you've been trained to believe that this is misogyny and this is hatred, but I'm saying this out of love. I'm saying this out of love, that it does not help you to think that because you went to Harvard that you're entitled to some outsized life that no other human, or like a very small, almost infinitesimal number or percentage of people will be able to live. No one, you're not entitled to what some man wants, nor is he any more than he's entitled to what you want.
I think let me say real quick, y'all. Real quick, y'all. Real quick, because this is important that I say this to what Black Uru was saying. From the Bowser that I know, that I've watched for years now, I would say she agrees with you. I would say she agrees with you. Here's the problem: the energy at which I think she understood that since Harvard. I think being in that space put any illusion she had of whatever. By the time she got to Harvard, that was gone. Between what she got to see with real money, white money looked like old white money power, and she said it herself. She thought she was upper middle class until she read up on them Negroes that's really upper middle class, right? So I would say she probably agrees with Black Uru in his assessment on what she is owed and not owed. Here's the thing: the energy at which she is going to attempt to find another way is where black men come in, because it's okay, fine then, and then it's the Oprah Winfrey route, where I'm going to, okay, fine, I'm not the cute chick, all right, so I'm gonna have to work, fine. When I get to where I'm going, you have to understand I'm going to bring you in systematically from time to time, exactly, for disrespect, insults. I'm going to bring in the full weight of Black feminist scholars who are going to talk crap about you and intellectualize it.
She's gonna get her get back.
Well, and that's why I support, SYSBM and Passport and all that, because I do think ultimately the way you buttress yourself from much of that is just limiting your exposure to them. I think the choices you make with respect to how you earn money, what sort of trade you practice, what sort of business you practice. I think you have to set yourself up in such a way where you can minimize their ability to exact their misdirected vengeance upon you. But
hold on.
Go let Black Girl finish with that, and then you got that. I'm Socrates.
Okay.
I also think it's to the collective benefit of Black people for Black men to be a lot more direct and blatantly earnest about what because as we say before, the world is blatantly earnest with Black men, brutally earnest with Black men, and yet we still, to a large extent, seek to like in the video with the pastor, he could have helped those women a lot or given those women the opportunity to benefit from the truth. He chose not to do that. Now he could have helped those women, but he chose not to do that for his own selfish purposes. And see, that's a microcosm of the overall problem. They go from man to man, this situation, and nobody ever is telling them the truth. Nobody's ever telling them the truth. And at a certain point, we do become collectively, I'm not saying what we do individually, but collectively, we do become a part of the problem.
Yes. Let me read this real quick, and then you got a Black Socrates. And Bruce on Wayne says, aka Dusty King says, "Z, you still alive? I am still alive. I'm in and out in a little bit though. I'm still alive. This is a regular stream like a mug right now, by the way. But go ahead, y'all. Go ahead."
Yeah. I heard what you're saying about us being culpable, but the thing is that it's a very tumultuous situation, precarious rather, because if you are a educated brother, quote unquote, and then you're in corporate America or have any attachment to corporate America, you are the minority of minorities, right? So if you're in certain fields, like I'm in the medical field, I would say the medical field is probably 99% white, from my perspective, 99% white. So as far as I'm concerned, a lot of Black people in this field are concerned, they're already looking for an excuse to get you out, for any pretense to get you out. So on top of the fact that you're already in a very unhospitable, hostile place, you want to attempt to, Black women and white women are in a team. Not really, but for politically they are. If you try to tell a Black woman the truth in these arenas, in corporate America, you do run a talk from HR. You run a smear campaign when they write a blog article on Medium. Look what happened to Aziz Ansari. Aziz Ansari is a prime example. This brother didn't do anything.
Love that example.
He's Indian. He didn't do anything.
I love that example.
All he did is have a bad date.
Yeah.
It destroyed his
and it wasn't even on him.
But you know the mistake. You know the mistake that Aziz made, and this is in hindsight. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not. Criticizing him, but I'm just saying this in hindsight. He's a comedian. He should have turned that shit into material. But instead, what did he do? He ran. No, he ran and hid from it. He ran and hid.
That's not what happened.
Now he didn't do anything wrong. He didn't break any law. See, if he had broken the law where there was some actual criminal risk to him speaking publicly about what happened, that's a different thing. But what he did, but that's not what happened. They had a bad date. They had a bad date, and she said some shit, and some shit was posted in an article, and there was some embarrassment about it, and it happened during the Me Too thing. But instead of him being the funny man he was, and turning it into a routine about bad dating and about bad sex and all that kind of stuff, he went and ran and hid from it. He bitched out on it. And because he did that, he ruined his career. Wait,
y'all. Here's something to consider, especially for Black Uru and for you, Socrates. But remember what else happened with that? White women came out and that's when they started to put the brakes on the Me Too. Because I would argue that signaled to them that this got too far out of hand, right? That's when they started to.
More reason. Yeah. Well, but that's fine for that.
But his career was destroyed. For the larger thing,
casualty of it.
Yeah. I agree.
But my thing is, listen, my thing is, so again, I see my friend who's working in private equity. So we secretly have these conversations, and he talks to his coworkers, who some of them are women. And he understands that, listen, if he says, like, I'm not sure how a person, like, what I want to hear is, how can a person be in these spaces, speak truth the way you expect, and not have the consequences put on them? I don't see it happening. Unless you're willing to.
We're in a loop at this point where, at a certain point, somebody got to have some nuts, man. I mean, like, at some point, somebody's got to say, we've let this thing go too far. We've been too bitched out by all this stuff. Somebody's got to say something.
We need some testicular fortitude.
It just seems like the default is to find the more convenient way to avoid the confrontation. Okay, they put this up. So this is the trick we learn to avoid the problem. And then they put something else up. And then this is the next trick we learn to avoid the problem. And then they put the next thing up. And then this is the third trick we learn to avoid the problem.
Upgrade.
Fine. All the while, we're getting in a smaller and a smaller and a smaller.
I agree. So my thing is that if you're going to ask someone,
you literally have environments now where if men look at women a certain way in the office space, they're getting a call from HR or whatever at a certain point. you gotta fight back against that kind of thing. You got to.
Okay, I got you. I understand what you're saying.
And if that means you be brave enough to say, well, if you fire me for this, I'm gonna sue your ass, and I'm gonna make this a fucking public spectacle in this regard. And you're a $1 billion corporation. I'm gonna try to get $20 million out of you or whatever for discrimination or whatever. That's what you do. Somebody's got to be brave enough to do that.
Yeah, but here's the issue. The issue is that even in labor law, if you attempted to sue a corporation for firing you for quote unquote sexual harassment, which is very vague and ambiguous, you're up shit's creek already. Because let's be clear, you're asking this person to sacrifice their career. Their career will be over. That's a fact. It's not a hypothetical. If you publicly sue a major corporation,
maybe their career and whatever that. First of all, if you're an intelligent, educated brother, I mean, it's like your life is over. So what if you can't sell medical supplies anymore? Go do something else. You got an education. You have some resources. I mean, you guys talk like it. You know, it's very interesting how frightened you are. It's very interesting. With the resources you have, with the education you have, with the opportunities you have, it's almost like you think like, okay, if I have this problem at this job or whatever, my life is over.
True, but Black Roo, here's something to consider. Think about the age you were when Me Too first popped off, and then think about what age we might have been when Me Too first popped off. Think about how old Vince I'm agreeing with you, by the way. I'm agreeing with you.
No,
right? But
I understand.
I'm just saying.
I understand the mentality. I do. What I'm trying to do is get young men to realize it's a canard. It's a farce. The emperor has no clothes. They are not as big and bad and fearsome as they've led you to believe. All it takes is a few of you. All it takes is a few of you to get together and say enough's enough. It used to be, even now when we see the changes, for example, with the law about now having to maybe get DNA confirmation of being included on the birth certificate. That meant that some man or some men had to have been brave enough to say enough's enough, right?
Yeah, that's true.
It took some number of men say this some bullshit. You can take my life from me, my future from me, my tax returns, my driver's license, and there isn't even any proof that I'm this child's father. It took some men saying, fuck that. I'm going to go to my state senator or whatever, say enough's enough. I ain't doing it, and I'm willing to go to court for it.
Hey, Uru.
That's how I got changed.
I think Black Uru, I understand in that fashion, but I have two jobs. One is for transportation, and the other one's at a hospital. Those women don't even know I'm married. They don't even know my wife works in the same hospital. The only people that really know I'm married is the one that send me out eating with my wife. They don't know shit about me. They think I'm the nicest, least opinionated person in the fucking world. I prefer to keep it that way. Because when I say most of my references on that side are women, I mean it's women. So once you cross that line of being an opinionated guy, then you start social aggressions and everything on your ass. I've seen it. Like,
well, no, I first of all, I think what you're doing is wise to keep private your business, and I don't take exception to that, and I'm not saying that you should make a point of espousing a lot of personal unrelated commentary in the workplace. All I'm saying is don't surrender everything to some woman in whatever environment just because she's a woman and you're a man, and if it's some encounter between you and some woman or some disagreement between you and some woman, and you're just gonna cower because she's a woman and because you're afraid of how human resources is going to respond. I mean, it just seems like the default is for them in general the default for the men is to cower. I mean, that's what
Hey,
it just
Uru,
seems
I
like.
mean,
I could be
which is
wrong.
which is
in
what.
that work environment, I'm not cowering to a particular woman, but I'm cowering to another woman. But there are women I'm cool with that I don't have to speak, and they're gonna speak for me. Like I've had the
Okay,
DM problem,
but you're
and the
still
first issue, and the
at the
first
mercy of these people,
But
though.
you're still
yeah, but
subject
this is
to
the
the.
thing.
So
This
then
is the
you're
thing.
subject to the whims of those women.
Look, I've had DMs that I sent to a particular woman that chin checked another woman. That's how I perform it. I don't have to say anything. You just have to use those women for what they meant for. It's, hey, this is taking place. These are the DMs. Lady read them. She was like, okay.
Well, again, that's a cope, I guess, that you're willing to utilize.
hey,
But I think at a macroscopic level, that tendency or that default to sublimate yourself to this greater power or overlord structure of females, I think we see how that's hurting the majority of men, particularly younger men. And look, I let it happen too. When I was coming up, I saw the double minority thing happening with black women, and I didn't really understand, or really clearly see the long-term effect of that. But it's very apparent to me now. That's how you end up with Kamala Harris. Yeah, I mean, that I'm of that same generation, so that's how you end up with the Michelle Obamas and the Susan Rices and all of them. So I'm not saying I'm separate from it. I'm a part of the continuum of that. And all I'm attempting to do is warn you younger men, at some point you're gonna have to fight back against
There is forget the line in the sand. Because I think we're past that now. I think we're past the line in the sand, and I think especially for us as black men, you're watching how intersectionality was weaponized against you in particular. That's why I continue to mention the benign neglect of black men and boys and their plight. Black women using your literal dead bodies. Like this is like I don't think people fully appreciate what BLM did with George Floyd's death, Trayvon Martin's death, Michael Brown's death, right? Like I don't think people really appreciate that these are essentially, from what we knew, straight black boys and men, and that BLM used their literal death as fuel
Their carcasses
for their move. Yeah, literally for their own
not only that,
side gig movements, right?
What about my brother's keeper? What about my
Oh
brother's
yeah,
keeper?
yeah, we know.
Right?
But I, even though that's part of the continuum, my brother's keeper and black women trying to get in the way of the advancement of black boys and men, and it's to the point where you had Roland Martin calling it out, where you have Dr. Richard Reeves calling it out. Like that's Roland Martin will not bite black women's hands, but he mentioned that. He mentioned that, so it was egregious of Roland Martin saying something about it,
For
right?
real. And the thing is that white men have outsized power in this country, right?
Yes.
And even they are walking on eggshells. They walking on eggshells too. What white men do in corporate America now is just avoid the women. They're never with them in private.
Let me read this real quick. And Alice Active says, Strauss, how generational theory would suggest that how generation theory would suggest that BGS and Black Uru generation is the prophet generation and the Mr. Z is the hero generation, right? And he continues by saying, the prophets give ideas and heroes implement it. Uru and BGS plus many more are dropping gems. It's up to us to implement, to exit the crisis era we're in. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind being heroic. But the question is, if someone's going to be a hero, if we want people to be heroic, are we going to be there for them when they suffer the consequences? Because my issue that I have also.
Well, to be honest with you, if you're going to be a hero on that level, it might be the ultimate consequence. So ain't no being there for you. You gone. If we're going to be honest about it, but go ahead.
It's like if there were a situation where men actually took care of each other, so that if one daring man decides to tell the truth,
I think you all will be forced to be heroes. I think the further you go along, look, as the resources dry up, as the power consolidate as the Kamalas become presidents and etc. I think your choices are going to be limited in terms of, okay, like I was saying earlier, maybe 20 years from now, you're okay with getting backdoored as some sort of validation for you being able to. No, I mean, and I'm not even being facetious, because I'm trying to emphasize the point that they're gonna continue to take from you more as you allow them to take from you. They're going to.
I agree, and I think what's going to happen
So
is that
so when you say whether or not who's going to stand with you if and when you become the hero, well, in most cases, the hero does what the hero is compelled to do, irrespective of the consideration of
low key, the hero is forced into the situation half the time.
Yes. And
so,
maybe you hope, the resources and the companionship will rally around you to help in that endeavor. But what's that say? Some people are born great, some people become great, and some people have greatness thrusted upon them.
Yep.
I mean, you very likely may have a situation where you are forced to be the hero, you're so the circumstances are such that you cannot see yourself doing anything other than the quote heroic thing.
And here's the thing about being the hero, though, and this time I'm realizing that you're on your own. You're just not by yourself. No, you're by yourself, but you're not alone.
I mean, the situation. Well, I mean, from what Earl describes, I mean, it sounds like this is where we're at with as far as with this election is concerned. This might be one of those moments.
No, I mean, I think that ultimately,
if she becomes president, no, let me tell you, let me understand. Let me get y'all to understand. If she becomes president, y'all not in Kansas anymore.
No, it's going to come to a head regardless. So we're heading towards a cliff of sorts, regardless of the situation. And the cliff is that there's only so much you can print money. There's only so much you can continue to, put the thumb on the scale for women. There's almost so much you can do that until the demographics fall and all things go to hell. Now the question is, will it be a soft landing or will it be a complete, catastrophe? That's the reality. The reality is that going forward for the next 2 decades, we cannot subsidize women the way we have been because the money is not there. We cannot continue to put the thumb on the scale of women because the women don't have their counterparts to marry once they are in the position that they are. Corporate America will increasingly actually become women. Men will start leaving and start doing contracting work or other work. And then you'll have this impasse between men and women where women are predominantly left-leaning and the men are right-leaning. And then you have a stalemate of sorts and everything falls apart. Now, what does that look like in practice? Nothing good. But whether someone speaks out or not, we're still heading towards this cliff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, I think that impasse will go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say too. I agree with Socrates that because Kamala got this far, that already sets the precedent. So it doesn't necessarily have to be Kamala. She could lose this election, but this road, that the fact that she got this far, this allows other young women to they have the idea, oh, I don't have to play the Hillary game. I don't have to play that type of game. I could play the Kamala playbook.
Well, I'm glad you said that. Right? I'm glad you said that, Z, because please check your email. I sent you an article. This article is fucking phenomenal, and it was just recently written a few days ago. Please fucking read it. Please read it.
Okay, and I'm not doing stream on it, dude.
Do we understand that 45% of millennial women are going to be single and childless? Not just
that's something I say all the time. I say that all the time. Right? Yep, I say this all the time.
Yeah, but I hear that saying, but it doesn't mean they'll be attractive.
No. Here's the thing. No, it's even worse than that. Them being so. First, when they say single, I think they mean not married, right? So not married and childless, but still, the reason why this is an issue is because what they are going to the burden they're going to be on the state, and then what they're going to demand from the state, your tax dollars, what they're going to demand from the state as a way to make up for never being coupled up with a man and literally having to horse trade with a man and make their life work. So they're going to try to get it from the state, your tax dollars, on the back end, right?
And which even that is a failing concept.
Wait,
Absolutely.
why did you say that? So go ahead, go into that. Go into that.
As far as what, going back into the state?
Yeah, not going back to using the state to get the money from us because they never married us, right?
You mean going another?
So in other words, okay, fine. I'll use your situation, Juan. You and your ex-wife, y'all divorced, cool, and then women like her lobby the state to find a way to get the tax money because they either never got married or they got divorced and never had children. So in other words, yeah, you ain't have to pay her alimony, right? But now she's still getting the money from you through your tax dollars to subsidize her life anyway.
Yo,
you see what I'm saying?
So you saying that they want to get divorce money after the community dissolves?
Wait. we all know that Social Security is going bankrupt like in 10 to 15 years, right? We all know that, right? We all know that the entitlements for the next 3 decades is over $100 trillion. The money is not there. If they took all the money of all the Fortune 500 billionaires, it would not be enough. The money is not there. No more people want to. That's why they're trying to digitize money. That's why they're trying to find all these other angles. The money is not there. This is what happens when you keep making promises.
Because the money's not there. So how are they gonna get the subsidy? How are they gonna get money from the state?
They're trying to get money from people like they're gonna try to get the state to get money from people like Z, who's working 70 hours a week.
That ain't gonna, and that's a.
It's not gonna work because how can they do that and not affect the economy? Like this is gonna come to an impasse. It's already here. It's already here. Like the fact of the matter is that for the first time in human history, we're gonna have a great section of our society that is not going to be taken care of by men, right? The women are not going to be taken care of by men because they're single or they're childless, and thus there's no man that's really going to shoulder the burden for them. And
they can't afford their habits either because we already know when it comes to that income.
But at the same time, wasn't that the objective? Isn't that what was wanted anyway, to not be taken care of and have their own agency? Isn't that like,
they want both? But
exactly. They want their negative liberty subsidized. There's no better way for me to say it.
They want to be independent. They want to be independent. They want to be
interdependent and dependent.
No, they want to be independent without the burden of being interdependent.
Oh, they want to exploit nature. Okay.
Correct.
True.
So the fact of the matter is, there's going to be a reckoning. It's already happening. This is part of the reasons why they allow so much migrants to come to this country. Like nobody wants to talk about the reality.
We know. We spoke about that. Yep.
The West is dying, right? Greatly due to the fact that women don't want to have kids. Western women don't want to have enough kids. Fine. The fact of the matter is that someone needs to be there to keep the infrastructure, to keep the economy going, to do the trade jobs, to do all the jobs that nobody wants to do. Someone's going to have to do them. And then you have a large section of the population, women, that are not going to be contributing to the economy like that, but they're taking from it. What are you going to do with them? And my position is, I think they'll allow. I think seriously, the government has done this before. They'll just allow things to fall apart. They'll say, "Oops," like what happened in Detroit. They'll go into the accounting office, right? They'll go to the accounting office. They'll look at the books and they say, "Oh damn, we don't have any money. Oh well, all pensions get written down 10 cents on the dollar. Sell off property, sell off everything. What about us on entitlements? What entitlements?" And I think exactly what the government going to do.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. And then that will be, maybe the nihilism will come out. Now be funny as hell.
Correct.
That's when the nihilism will come out.
That's when the Lord of the Flies happens.
I think you see the nihilism in certain individual women now.
Yeah.
Right. I think you see that now in certain, and when I say that, I'm talking about the Chrissies of the world. Because I think, funny enough, I think you see the nihilism and the women that got a few dollars, especially in the Black community, because they pretty much reached the height of where they can go, minus a man, minus a relationship better yet. Maybe they got a little dude coming through at 2:00 in the morning or whatever. But they reached the highest heights you can get to independent. And I think the nihilism now kicks in where it's like, well, I can't get the rich men to bow to me. So what am I gonna do? Because I ain't gonna do nothing with the guy that doesn't earn as much except pipe, right?
That's
so
fine.
I think that's where you see the nihilism.
And men are fine with that.
Mr. Z.
Yep.
So Mr. Z. Do the single women, the single contingent,
It's called the single contingent. Does a single contingent have enough votes
Yeah,
to
you have a
outvote
good
all the
that.
men
Okay,
and the married women?
Nope.
No, no. But they can make
Okay.
a thing. Sometimes you don't have to win. You just have to make it uncomfortable for the others.
Yeah.
But how do you make it comfortable? Once
How
the
do
money
you
is gone, the money is gone. Like once the
Yeah.
money is gone, like this is what people don't understand. Like when the money is gone, it's gone. Hyperinflation, Argentina, Weimar Republic, South America. It happens before when they kept printing money, and now it got out of control, and then they have to make cuts everywhere. So my question is, once that happens, I really believe that the government will just throw them under the bus. Like you're of no use to us. We can't use you politically anymore because it's not advantageous. We have migrants. We have
Why do you think
men
they
and married
reverse
people.
Oh no, no, no. You mean like black? If you're
reversing
speaking
Roe
about
v.
black,
Wade, like reversing Roe v. Wade was the first step.
no, I think reversing Roe v. Wade. I see where you're coming from, Line. I would say this. I think reversing Roe v. Wade was the system low key telling the women to get your mind right, because I'm telling you, you're gonna need these dudes, and we need these kids. We need the
Warning shot.
future tax base, and quite frankly, you not having children, you don't appreciate how much you're not creating the future tax base for your social security. Your social safety net
Correct.
is dependent on this population that you're throwing a temper tantrum not having. Go ahead, go ahead.
See, they're not thinking that far because they're selfish. They're not thinking about what's going to be
Yeah,
like 30,
yeah,
40
you're
years
right.
from now. They
No,
only
but
thinking
women
about,
are already
they
saying,
thinking
but here's
about
the thing.
that.
That question was already asked of women. Like I forget who interviewed. Someone was asking them that. I think it was whatever, and I think it was Andrew Wilson. And he was asking one of Destiny's chicks. He was asking them that. They were speaking about Roe v. Wade and not having babies. And he was like, "So what? Are you just willing to forego civilization because you are being forced to have a kid, or you can't have a kid with the man you want?" And she was pretty much saying yes.
But I told you, like, if you put their back to the wall, they will say it. They will.
That's
They
fine.
will
That's
say,
fine. But
if
do you know what Canada is doing? So Canada is already like I already see the movement.
What you say to her is, if you're not going to have children as a female, you're useless.
You're useless.
Correct. Yeah. Now check this out.
And because
you are treated like you're useless.
Because exactly.
Be prepared to be treated like you're
useless. Because you are useless, we will formulate a society that minimizes your consumption on this planet.
Yeah.
Yes, so Canada, and this is writing on the wall. They're already moving the chess pieces to set it up. So they have something called dying with dignity. You ever heard this term, dying with dignity?
Yeah.
So Canada's already pushing legislation to basically get rid. Huh?
No, it's just a saying, dying with dignity.
Yeah. So basically,
by the way, real quick before you land with that, Socrates, to what Black Uru was saying, that was JD Vance's argument. That's what JD Vance was trying to say, is exactly what Black Uru said. The women with children, the families are more invested in America, and they literally put blood and a life into this country. Yes, you can advocate as a single woman and try to do best for the society and be a social worker, et cetera, et cetera. But what JD Vance, and I think that's what he was getting at. Now, of course, it comes off a bit cringe, and it's obviously white conservative male type talk. So we know what that eventually is leading to. What he's really getting at, right? What we're going to end up at the end of the conversation. But that's much of the argument he was getting to, and a lot of them acted like they didn't hear what he was saying. No, that's exactly what he was saying, which is what Black Uru just said. And go ahead, Socrates.
Okay, watch this crazy chess piece. Watch this crazy chess move. So they socialize medicine. So now the medicine's controlled by the state, and the state dictates to you what type of procedures or what type of medical treatment you need. They push legislation to what's called dying with dignity, where they can give you assisted suicide. And the assisted suicide prognosis is now based also on your mental condition. We already know that women are prone to already being neurotic and having anxiety, etc. So how much more does it need for them to justify and say, all you old Spencer women are crazy, and you're so depressed that the best thing we can do for you is actually have you die with dignity. And I know it sounds insane now, but they're already doing it in places like Sweden and Canada. They're basically going to say, listen, at a certain age, you're a net loss. You're not doing anything to society. You're costing us too much. We're just going to give you drugs, opium, give you drugs to keep you happy. Then eventually, die with dignity. If you understand what I'm saying.
I think that's a possibility. I don't know like how popular or how that's gonna go.
It doesn't have to be popular. For who? It's already on the books. They can do it in places like Canada. They're already planning. They've written articles about how they plan to enact this towards homeless people and towards people who have mental problems. Now, what is mental problems? Mental problems can be anything if you present a certain way. Maybe a woman like Yanni has a mental condition. Now she has a mental condition and they deem that she should probably not be alive anymore. They can actually legally have her die with dignity. I know it sounds insane, but if you actually do research on this, this is what they're heading towards.
Oh yeah, I mean, like this is eugenics. This yeah. No, I hear you, and we've seen this before. Like that, what you're saying is, if people understood the history, they would understand this is not so far fetched because America did this before.
It's not. Exactly,
Yeah,
it's not far.
America did
They,
this
they will, they will, they will just say they will demonize them. They have a process. First, demonize them. Say that to give them a name, histrionic women, crazy women, cast it as something compassionate. All these women are suffering. They're suffering. They're not going to speak for themselves. Advocates going to speak on their behalf, and then you slowly put them into institutions, then slowly weed them out.
But this
it's
is
like back in the day. Back in the day, they used to do this to orphans. Like when there was too many orphans.
Why they're so invested in Kamala, though. This is why they're so invested. Kamala is like maybe their quote unquote last hurrah at trying to stave back what you're saying, even though they probably
no. The problem is that they're assuming Kamala's on their side. They're assuming Kamala cares about.
I agree. I was trying to unmute to say that. Yep.
They're assuming that people like Kamala care about them, and I believe people like Kamala are psychopaths by actual definition. That they do not care about other people like that. They care about themselves, and thus, once it's no longer advantageous to support certain people because it doesn't benefit them, they get rid of you. Like, why would it be a problem? They don't care. Like, it's not them.
Yes.
It's not them personally suffering the consequences.
Let me read this real quick, and then you got it, Vince. And Leon says, Uhuru movement leaders, namely Chairman Omali Yeshitela, of the African People's Socialist Party, let it be known it can be anyone to keep it 100. Leon, explain. Okay, Leon already left. Okay, all right, y'all go ahead, and thank you for the super chat, Leon. Thank you for the super chat.
I mean, let's see what happens in South Korea. Let's see how that play out.
South Korea is done. South Korea is done. Japan is done. Japan was able to somewhat stabilize their society through technology with their insane lowering birth rates, which, by the way, caused them their economy. The reason that's much of the reason why Japan economy has been stagnant for 3 decades now for 2 reasons. One, because they made a deal with the U.S. and screwed their economy because the U.S. was going to go to economic warfare with them, and Japan, because of the nuclear bomb, atomic bombs, they maneuvered and negotiated to devalue their yen or inflate their yen. Not the yen. I'm sorry. It is the yen for the won. The won for their currency.
Are you Japan? Are you Japan? China?
Japan.
Yen.
So I was right. Okay, yeah. So they made a deal with the U.S. To whatever it was, devalue or inflate their currency, because remember they were trading in a way where they were catching the U.S. economy, and instead of the U.S. crushing them with the economic warfare, they pretty much threw their economy into neutral, instead of the U.S. doing what the U.S. is doing to China right now, and it's cost them twice. Yeah,
Japan was
between their population and that. That's what I was going to say. Go ahead.
Japan was always ill-fated. It's
an
island, small island country. It does not have the resources. It never was going to have.
It's the brain of the East.
It was going to have the population, the military, the logistics. It was lucky to be as successful as it was for the period of time that it was. It was never going to supplant the U.S. as a world power from an economic standpoint, from just a resource and logistics standpoint. It was never going to do that. The only chance you have against a country like the United States, for example, is to be a China or something like that because of the sheer human resources of that country. Such that even if most of the people aren't particularly competitive, you have so many more people that are potentially competitive versus the U.S. Japan was never going to, over the long term, rival, much less supplant the United States of America. That was never going to happen. Not over the long term.
Yeah.
Yep. They did well with the Koreans, but outside of that,
I was literally about to let you speak because I wanted you to explain the super chat earlier too. But go ahead, Leon.
So the super chat earlier, this happened, I think, 3 years ago. I throw organizations money and I sit down and watch, but when it comes to certain selection of words, like your boy said on that video that got him demonetized, that's why I've always sat down in every single movement I fund them. I give them money, just like I give the Black Manosphere money, but I'm not participating in none of the action that they're talking about. But what happened with them? The FBI and the federal government said that they were talking to communist Russia, basically, back and forth, and they build facilities, basketball courts, math classes, computer classes for young Black kids, and they ran in their spot, took all the computers, arrested him and the Black Socialist movement.
Oh, I didn't know they arrested him.
Yes, that's why I put his name. No, this was 2.5, 3 years ago. 2.5
Okay.
Yeah,
I understand.
Yeah, they locked all of them up. You look it up. They got a video.
No. You're right. Yeah. Okay, so I forgot half of the story. No. When I say I forgot, I mean like now that you're jogging my memory, I remember this. But
yes,
yeah, no. So so it's just they're buttoning up now. That's what we're witnessing, the end of that campaign concerning the government or concerning whatever. Yeah. No, okay. Yes, I understand. I understand. Yeah.
And that's why I was asking when I was listening to that lady talk to him. They're basically doing the same thing, but hers is from a capitalist perspective of the economy, and his is pure communism. That's why I said, okay. Yeah. In my head, I tell guys, my wife has more money than me, but the reason she has more money than me is because she's with me. So her spending power is literally double the average Black woman. And what I would tell Black women is shut the fuck up. At the end of the day, that's my negotiation. Hey, baby, this is what we're doing. If you don't want to do it, if you have other ideas, say it. But otherwise, I'm walking away. Figure it out, whatever. But you have this money, put it in this Pentagon account. It's high interest, whatever. If you don't do it, don't talk to me. I'm not going to hear it. I'm walking away. If they're not willing to do that and they want to run off at the mouth, then that's what I'm saying. They're 80, like you said, they're 85% of the spending. But think about when these ladies have a man, why they want you to pay 100% of the bills is because they can turn that into 120% of spending. And that's what I'm saying.
Because her money is her money and your money is her money.
Yes. But see, she's not actually spending my money. I pay probably 70% of the bills, right? Just because. But think about the average Black woman, right? With a guy turning over certain 50% or 60%, right? That's just as much more she can spend in the economy. And that's why I was bringing up when I heard that lady speak. She's saying, no, what we continue to battle with these capitalists is funding us more money since we spend money in the economy. And they're shown to continue doing this shit. They won't give Black guys the money, but they'll surely give these women the money. And that's why I was trying to wrap my head around that. You know what I'm saying? But that's
I get you.
That's how I look at it. My woman has more spending power than the majority of Black women, just from being married, and she makes slightly over the average income. Just it's just that simple.
I'm thinking, I'm going through my finances, and I know how much my lady make, and I'm just going through the numbers in my mind right now. But we're not married, so it kind of still doesn't count. But I'm thinking about how much, if she wanted to, even though we're not married, she could claim off of me, right? So and how much I look at, how much I look out, and how much I pay. So I definitely see where you're coming from. And let me read this real quick. And I'm Waffle says, Z, you mean some of these women are medium ugly, hysterical? No, it's only one way. We don't call women medium ugly. We call men medium ugly.
Nah,
Right?
no. Women are out here shaped like fucking textbooks. I don't want to hear it.
Hey, bruh. And you know that's much. And I think man, we have to have a real conversation in this society about how much we think women are over this and they're not. We think they're above it and they're not, man. Like they feel a certain way. Like I was saying before, and I want to reiterate this again. They feel a certain way about attending school, getting these degrees, trying to be as accomplished as they humanly possibly can, and sticking to the script, so they feel. And for them to see a Brittany Renner come up off of
out of nowhere,
sperm, essentially, just off of that, you look a certain way, and you are more known than I am. You possibly could be making more money than I am. And especially when I feel like I have more loftier goals than you, all right? I have a mission. I'm more worldly than you. I'm more intelligent than you. I work harder than you, et cetera, et cetera. And just off of the fact that the world is not fair because you're light skinned and you're supposedly cute for right now, and so you get to do that and live that life, and I have to work my ass off to have half of what you get because your looks. And yeah,
no, you completely you just simply underestimate men's sexual. You completely underestimate men's sexual strategy. That's exactly what you did.
No, they think men's sexual strategy is juvenile.
No, well,
they think men's sexual strategy is juvenile and immature, because if you move the way women move, then you wouldn't care so much about looks. Bullshit. But you wouldn't care so much about looks, and you would be far more focused on intelligence and discipline and stick with to itness and all of these other things. And it's like, yeah, who told you men don't care about that? But it's just
around,
you don't fit.
You're not getting around hitting the squat rack. I don't give a fuck how much you value intelligence. You're not getting around going to the gym. It is what it is. You don't want to go to the gym. You want to be a fat bitch? Be a fat bitch. You'll just be by yourself. You'll just be.
Well, look, even if she did all of that, look, man, I could have worked out, did all the nutritional stuff that I needed to do. I wasn't gonna be Michael Jordan, man. I was never on this particular earth. Now maybe in some other 616 of the multiverse, not 616. Right. Maybe Earth Prime or whatever, but not on this earth was I ever going to be Michael Jordan. And I think it's interesting how we have allowed, and we don't even have a conversation with women about, look, Brittany got what she got because the gods or whatever the hell you believe designated that to be such. Michael Jordan got what he got because the gods designated that he was supposed to be such. You are not entitled to have or to get what she has or what she got.
Nope. No, you're not.
And it wasn't nothing you were gonna do, no grades you were gonna get in high school, no Ivy League education.
Somebody's echoing.
Whatever, that was supposed to guarantee you that you got everything or more than what she got. That's very immature thinking.
You looking like a ninja turtle, and you mad at me.
Extra man, bro. It's the outcome, man. It's that thing. And social media made it worse. Let me real quick, Vince. Let me land with this. So I think what makes it even worse is that when you scroll through, especially your IG, you can almost trick yourself into believing like Cardi B is your next door neighbor type thing. You can almost trick yourself.
Why aren't y'all upset? Why aren't you all upset that motherfuckers ain't paying y'all $1,000 to take a picture with them like they do Chris Brown?
Right.
I gotta answer.
Don't you deserve to be able to get $1,000 a photograph
First of all, I am the one Haitian with two. Real quick. I want to answer this question, but kind of in a funny way. First, Chris Brown could dance. Mr. Z is the one Haitian with two left feet. Secondly, this is a tall, light-skinned nigga that's tatted. Mr. Z is 5'9" with a gut, and I'm bald. So like, I'm just not Chris Brown. Going back to what you said, the gods they blessed me a different way, but not that way.
Right.
Yeah, but also,
Black Earl, you have to really check it out. I think people like attention span is pretty bad because we grew up and we were grown when IG came out. My brothers were playing sports or in football. All his friends plus them were following Brittany Griner or whatever the fuck her name is when they were in high school.
Brittany Renner. Brittany Renner.
These are boys that were following her from 6th to 8th grade. Like, so they didn't give a. She was dating Uzi Vert. She dated a whole bunch of other rappers. They didn't give a fuck. They were all saying, "I'm gonna get her." Like Melissa Ford and Stacey Dash when we were young and shit. So, you know, we had this. Me and Mrs. Z already had this conversation with BGS, and he just can't.
Wait, hold on. I also think that is a misconception about women and their willingness to engage in competition. I think women competition is a farce.
Yeah, me too.
And the reason
I agree.
why it's a farce is because if you really think about the nature of competition, there is no fairness in competition for real. Like for instance, if there's, I was in football, right? I played with a football player that actually went to the NFL. He was a genetic freak since he was 14. The fact that he was 14, already 6'3", 200 plus pounds, strong as hell, fast as hell, was not quote unquote fair. Did they change the rules? Did they make? No, you just deal with it. That's how men live life. You deal with whatever situation happens. That's real competition. For women, competition always has to be with the presumption that they can win, which is not real competition. So women's understanding of competition is not realistic. It's a farce. So it makes sense that women would feel a type of way when being told they have to compete. It's not part of their nature.
So are you saying that Brittany is just a sore loser? I mean, sore winner. She's basically a sore winner in my eyes. I'm gonna keep it 100. She's a sore winner.
Brittany Renner?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a sore winner.
Not yes and no. It's the idea that.
Yes.
No. Let me break it down. Brittany is from Mississippi, a rinky-dink, small-ass town in Mississippi. That if there was no IG, she would have married a chubby nigga that worked at the plant or something. I'm just gonna keep it 100. Without IG, she would have been in Mississippi. She barely passed college and she dropped out anyway. So let's just keep it real. She was in Mississippi until she met the first athlete and hit IG and people started flying her out. I can remember back that far because I was asking my brother, who's this girl? Because he had a poster in his room. He started showing me. I was like, oh, she's cute. She got a nice little booty. Then you have to remember, Uzi Vert was every Gen Z's favorite rapper. He was dating her, so all the young boys was following her. Like all of them. Like she was the Melissa Ford of that generation. They didn't give a fuck. And plus, like I said, she left Mississippi and went to the cities and dating all these guys. So I'm not saying she fumbled the bag, but she's just a sore winner.
But being a sore winner would cause her to fumble the bag. I get where Black Uru is coming from. She fumbled. She felt slight. Okay, this is the thing. She felt slighted because them Negroes wasn't taking her seriously, and she put that video out pretty much telling the young women out of spite. She put that video out pretty much saying you could pray on these dudes. These dudes, pretty much she called them big dumb jocks. Now, a lot of people think these athletes, basketball stars and football stars are big dumb jocks, but you actually said it and you were part of that circle. And so they kicked your ass out. And that's what it is. You got mad that it didn't work with PJ Washington. You got mad them dudes had you on ice for a little while. And you put out that video and you destroyed whatever chance you had on catching another lick. If you would have been on the humble or one of these guys that kind of do background for one of these athletes, and yet he's a millionaire in his own right also, you destroyed any chance you had at that because you were spiteful and angry and you destroyed that. And so,
she didn't know. You have to know when you're ahead. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She's one of these women that just didn't understand the situation. She thought she was a lot better than she really is, right? So you're ahead. You got yourself an athlete. You did better than you would ever expect. You should have took your prize and went home.
She was seduced by the phony Instagram fame, and she confused the value of that over and above the value of her access to those men. She thought her own little fame was enough, or may have even thought it was bigger than her connectivity to those men who really had money and who really had fame. And as because she could have easily determined, okay, I'm in now, and now I need to just figure out how I'm gonna play nice and decent in this group of men that I'm in who have, 8 and 9 figure contract. But that's not what she did. She continued to do her little foolish, frivolous bullshit in social media and with books and shit, and just made herself, because we see those brothers pass, we see those guys pass women around. You marry 1 minute, she married to what's the guy? The guy used to be a Laker. She with 2 guys that used to be Lakers. They end up getting to a fight. 1 minute she with what's his name? Next minute she with Derek Fisher. 1 minute she's with
I'll give you one. I'll give you one. 1 minute she with Wayne, and then
next minute she's with Shaquille O'Neal. I mean, they kind of share the same women.
I'll give you one, Black Uru. Laura London, right? You with Wayne, then you with Nipsey. Wayne got a couple of baby mamas that he have a baby mom that was with the Dream first, then she was with him, right? Like Wayne, like, so yeah, there's which one of them has like 3 kids from 3 of them niggas, right? So like, she good for life,
The woman, she's got a child with Future, Bow Wow. Who's
I just heard about that. Yeah. She got I just heard about Yep.
All she had to do was shut the fuck up at the right time, and she could have circulated through that whole little atmosphere. But she couldn't get out of her own way.
Yeah, she know when it's time to fold them. Fold your cards, get off the table.
But that goes to what Black Uru was saying. There's a level of arrogance where you think whatever little thing you got going on it's supreme over whoever brought you into the party in the first place, how you got to the party in the first place, and you think you've created enough for yourself where you could strike it on your own, and clearly not. And that's why you're out here doing streams with just pearly things now.
You're not the party. the NBA is the party. That's the real source of the party. The NFL is the real source of the party. Not what you're doing on Instagram. The 10 billion or 20 billion dollar a year NBA. That's the real source of the party. So you need to figure out how you're gonna stay in that particular party. And she followed that. Flat out.
And let me read this real quick. Gil Gami is supporting the social worker. And thank you for the super chat. And what's going on, Gil Gami? And go ahead. I think that was better you, or I didn't know who was trying to speak.
I was gonna say it
was me. God damn it.
No, okay, so let's do Vincent and Better You. Go unless you want to forfeit your chance, Vincent, and come back after Better You. Whichever one of y'all choose. Flip. Go ahead.
I'll be brief, man. I'll be brief. All I wanted to say is, man, how come people just won't be themselves, man? Like, why don't people
being yourself is overrated?
Man, being yourself overrated, but you
I'm joking. Go ahead.
You make the most out of your life when you just accept who you are and where you are with life and things like that. I think people have a hard time accepting their life, and they worry about what other people got going on, and they also worry about
people or women.
Good point.
I think you mean women.
I would say both. I'll say people.
Nah, I think you'll find a lot more men that are okay with who they are. It's women that are issues. Yeah. Women are very susceptible to societal influences.
But I'm not going to be biased and say there is no men who are like that, because there are some jealous bitch ass niggas out here who look at what other people got going on and not worry about the damn
let me ask you something. You just
and those men take over, take after who? Women.
Yeah,
right?
no, but there's a way to say that. There's a way to say that. There's a way to say that, Socrates. There's a way to say that. Wait a minute, Vince. Say exactly what you just said again, please.
I don't remember exactly how I said. I just freestyle.
You said there are some what?
Bitch
ass niggas.
What's that first word again?
Bitch.
Okay. And you see where I'm going, Socrates. And what do we call women when they're misbehaving?
Bitch.
Thank you. So those men are doing what? They're exhibiting what type of behavior?
Bitch ass nigga behavior.
Thank you. They're acting like the women that are misbehaving, which is even worse than the women that's misbehaving. Exactly. So what we're saying is this is a woman style of behavior.
Women,
right?
Yep.
So all I'm saying is people need to learn how to just accept where they are, who they are, what they have going on. And if you suck, get better. That's what a lot of men got to do too. So it's like me, I sucked. I had to work on getting better. Now I'm better. Like I went to the club last night and got some play. But that's only because I worked on myself. And I think women are too focused on what another woman got going on and how they can life hack their way into another person's position.
Telling a woman she has to work on herself is an insult to most women.
Literally.
It is. But I mean,
like if you ask a man, if you ask a man who's like the top of his game, if you ask a man who's on the top of his game, are there things he can work on? He'll say yes. He can always be better. If you ask a woman on the top of her game, not even a woman on top of a game. You have one who's not even on the top of a game. Is it?
I was literally about to correct you on that one. Go ahead. You already got it. Go ahead.
She will look up at the sky and ponder. She'll ponder, and she's not even on the top of the game.
You missed what I said earlier, Socrates. Literally earlier, and after this we got to get a better you, and then we're gonna get line. I got to wrap up in a minute. But no, literally before you jumped on, in my monologue, I was bringing that up. Kendra G. Asking women what are 3 things about them that they need to work on, and them looking up in the sky and being like, oh, and I was like, wow, you really never considered that you might have things that's wrong with you, and that you devoid of the men. If I speak to you in a vacuum, what do you have to work on in a vacuum? And ever since I was a kid, this is you want to know what grinds these gears? This has always annoyed me about women. I'm too nice. My issue, I'm too nice. And ever since I was a child, I hated, absolutely detest that answer, and they still be giving that answer, if any. Right? Yeah, that should just drive me crazy. Okay, and let me read this. And Detroit says, bruh, Z, there's a video that black women marries to herself. Oh, black women marry to herself. Is that what Yanni worries about? I don't think Yanni would make a spectacle that way, because I think that would be her knowing that she admitted defeat. Right? So like I think the women do somewhat learn from the past, and they know we laugh at them when they do that. They know we laugh at Maya about that, right? So I don't see Yanni putting on that. I think she has more pride than that, right? She won't marry herself because that would be her making a public spectacle that marriage actually did matter to her, and it was just no man on her level. She can't pull that stunt that a lot of extras engaged in, and some millennial women who are not in the know would engage in. But I think Yanni's too on social media, and she knows that we would be like, okay, so she admitted that she lost, right? So like she admitted that she's given up, and so I don't see her doing that, because that would also mean that she cared enough to be married. And I think Yanni is playing the I'm not bothered, I'm perfectly okay with being single, actually love it here, right? She's playing that game. So marrying herself would admit that it matters to her to be coupled up. And I think she's playing the decenter men game, and she's doing the I don't care to be. Right, go ahead.
Did anybody see the video of the lady engaging to herself?
No. Who?
There's a video of a woman out here who bought all this shit, and she engaged. That
might be who Detroit's speaking about.
Yeah,
yo, pathetic. Ain't nothing.
But we've been hearing about this. I don't know if Black Uru used to hear about this, but I definitely remember this in the 90s. I definitely remember this type of spectacle that women would throw just to. And this is their way of saying, you see, you men are so beneath me. There's none of you that are good enough, right? Either the ones with money and status, y'all are assholes, and the rest of you are just losers and bums. So I'm gonna have to marry myself, and that's really what it is. And so yeah.
with and tell me that you just couldn't qualify for the men you wanted.
Yeah, our society
Yeah,
refused to use that language.
Also, like, who are these women talking to? This is a signs of insanity. Like, who are you talking to? Who are you having this conversation with?
With other women, but I'm telling you, especially with black women,
really,
they talk to themselves. I think
Insanity.
the most frightening thing is whatever is going on in between their ears, and then they're talking to other women, namely other black women, and they're regurgitating this girl thing. That's why. So for those of you that remember me and that video that I covered about the women in Florida on that panel, and they were having that discussion, and they had the Latina there. So those women are used to blowing smoke up each other's ass. They're used to doing the girl, me too, girl, and whenever they're met with something different, they just don't know how to handle that. They don't know how to respond to that. So even though they're getting some pushback from a freaking Latina who's been married 5 times, 4 kids, or married 4 times, 5 kids, they still don't know how to respond to another woman, mind you, telling them, okay, what does a man get for being with you? What does he get for his investment? What are you doing for him? And like, and them like going at her was them saying, "Bitch, me, he gets me."
Yeah,
right?
whatever. That
Right?
doesn't mean anything.
My presence with all his money and all his status and all his everything he gets me, and that should be good enough. Well, is he good enough just him being him? No, but that's besides the point, right? Like, yeah.
And what we're saying is, and what we're simply saying is, it's not, and they can't handle that.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, you should see. Damn it,
what
Z,
was
you would be so
revealed?
proud. You should see me on Threads. I am making a killing in some of these conversations. I swear to God, I am making chicks fucking spaz out with my responses.
What was revealed in that moment? What was revealed in that moment was how extreme black women are, even amongst feminists. You know, because that woman, obviously, a woman who's been married, 3, 4 times, that's a feminist. You know, I mean, she may have other good qualities, but you don't get in and out of marriages that quickly unless you got some feminist type shit going on. But even she knows that there's got to be some kind of exchange. May not be an even exchange, but there's got to be some kind of exchange that a woman makes in a relationship with a man. But that's because she was not an ADOS woman. She was a Latina or whatever.
Yeah, she was Latina, if I'm not mistaken.
That was a contrasting of a ADOS gynocratic culture with maybe a more feminist, Latina culture, where we're both on some bullshit. Well, my bullshit is your bullshit is much greater than my bullshit. That was exposed in that moment.
Real quick, Socrates. This is to me, and before you go, Socrates, put this into your analysis of what you're about to say. That what makes this worse, and even if you didn't see it, let me make sure I say this. There's a part of the conversation towards pretty much the very end. It's pretty much the end of the conversation. This is about a 35 minute long conversation. And so they get to the place where the Latina says, okay, fine. If you're not interested in whatever man you're dating, then don't receive the gifts. Whatever gifts he gives, do not accept it. Right? If it just pretty much don't lead these men on, don't extort them, don't be a missionary. And she's like hard about that. Like, yeah, mercenary. I'm sorry. I said missionary. Sorry. Mercenary. Yeah. Don't be a mercenary. Don't be something to say about missionaries, but don't be a mercenary, right?
Yeah, I mean, actually,
right? Don't be a mercenary. And the host of the show, this young lady, black woman, says, "Oh no, I will receive it." In other words, I'm going to take the gift from this guy, and I still am not going to do anything with him. And she says that to the Latina outright. And that is any inkling you had about, okay, maybe we're misreading this, and maybe there's some cultural disconnect, and any leeway you would have tried to give the women, black women in this case, when she said that, and there was no pushback from the other black women, the other 2 black women on the show, that said everything you needed to know. They are in agreement, whether it's tacitly, whether it's enthusiastically, that not only is it okay to not reciprocate whatever feelings or attention or commitment fine, cool. But it's also okay to exploit whatever situation, even if you don't feel some type of connection. So what I loved about what the Latina did is she drew a hard line in the sand of what she won't do if she's not interested in you. She's not going to accept any gifts because obviously that's going to lead you to believe that there's something here that's not here. The sister said, no, I'll take the gifts, and there still ain't nothing there. And I'll pause right there. Go ahead.
Okay. What you're describing is the dichotomy between barbarism and civility, right?
Yes.
And what is it? What is a stable state in nature is that survival will always take precedence. Actual survival. This is part of the reason why I'm a libertarian, because I know at the end of the day, governments can fall, societies can fall. You're ultimately on your own, and if you don't do what you need to do, you'll die. Like nature has no problem weeding people out, weeding people, species out of the game if you don't do what you need to do. The problem with black women is that they've been acculturated to be barbaric and believe that their survival is compulsory, meaning that they think they have to survive, which is not true. You can be winnowed away. They can get new migrants and new women into the country and marry them, and you can just be an afterthought. They don't conceive of the idea that society will move on without them. And that what sadly is, this is what's going to happen. It has happened before. It has happened to civilizations. It has happened to peoples. It has happened to women or groups of people. I keep mentioning Native Americans. I think that's like the living embodiment of it happening right now in real time. You will be left behind. And so these
I do think, real quick, Black Socrates, to what you're saying, I do think there's a Disneyfication of history where exactly what you said, where there's this idea largely by women writ large, but especially obviously black women, where it's the main character syndrome. It's the world would not shake me off. I couldn't go extinct. My bloodline couldn't end. I couldn't. And there's this idea that there's this happy ending at the end. And like I think when you tamper with that, that's when they fall all the way into nihilism. I think that's where Ebony K. Williams is. I think we're watching Amanda Seales kind of grapple with some of that. But I do think that's where Ebony K. Williams is. That's why she did the whole single mother by choice.
Getting
Go ahead.
old, and you're no longer as pretty. What do you think is on the back end of that? When you don't have children, when you don't have a man.
Yeah.
What do you think is on the back end of that?
Nothing.
I mean, it's pretty stark. What you're left with there.
Black, can we make that more visceral?
Can we make that more cool auntie? You know, first of all, if you not having kids, and your sister not having kids, and the other sister not having kids, who are you gonna be auntie to?
Yeah. Somebody's background, by the way, somebody's background. But like, I want to make that more visceral because I think, like, emphasizing that we are talking about women that used to light up a room just because of the way they look. We're talking about the Halle Berry types. We are talking about very attractive women that they watch themselves fade from the Vivica A. Foxes. You go from she's here today, she's in the club, to who? And imagine what that is like, not as a child, but to see that happening in your life, going from your 20s. Let's say, you kill it all your 20s, right? You kill it all your 20s. From 18 to 30, you killing it. You still killing it because you're Vivica A. Fox or someone like that, even in your early 30s, mid 30s. And as you start to approach your late 30s, early 40s, you really watching that fade, and it's fading fast. It's going fast. By the time you 50, it's done. And you imagine what that's like on the other side of 50, 55 years old, let's say. And you still have the memory of walking in to the bar or the club and be like, oh shit, who's here? Lisa Ray. Who? Vivica A. Fox, who? Right? And now it's like, who? Right? So and well, what does that mean in the, go ahead.
Prior generations of women understood and appreciated the precariousness of beauty.
That's what I was going to say.
It was a temporary gift. And and they understood the purpose of their beauty was to attract the best capable man from which would claim them and make children and family. And so then as their beauty fades, it doesn't matter because now I'm a mother, at some point a grandmother. I'm loved not just because of how I look, but I'm loved because of what I've done for people, what I've given to people, what I've given to the world, what I do for my church, right? It's Sunday. You know, what my generosity, my goodwill, my graciousness, my hospitality, you know, these are the things that you trade. Yeah, you lose your beauty, you know, but you gain all these other things. And so, you know, you don't that love, it changes from that, you know, you walk in light into a room and it becomes you are the beloved aunt that when you go to visit, when there's a family reunion or whatever, you get that validation. It's just a different form of it. Other generations of women, other society of women understood that was the trade-off. It was the necessary trade-off for women. And it was the only one that over time was really going to matter, because it's not like your beauty is not immortal. You're not a goddess, you know, and one of the big problem with all that goddess talk is implicit in God and divinity is immortality. And you're not immortal. Your beauty is not immortal. It's not impenetrable. It fades.
Black real quick to what you're saying. Will AR is said exactly what black pop culture overhypes black women. That's a major issue right there. Go into what you're saying. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, I mean, and it overhypes them not only from the standpoint of it exaggerates their beauty, and especially the beauty industry is the beauty industry does terrible things to women because it allows them to trick themselves into thinking there's something they're not. And they can do it in so many varieties of ways and colorful ways. And it's sort of this never-ending thing with the hair and the lipstick and the eye color and the lashes and the Spanx and I mean and it seems innocuous, but when you look at it from a distance and you go out on the streets and you look at women, you realize how fucked up they are in large part because of the beauty industry and all the manipulation of it. And I think it destroys their ability to properly judge their value with men, because they can exaggerate and distort what they think they are or how they believe they rate. And Kevin Samuels did a great job of highlighting those distortions, particularly when he was asked the question of what do they think their rating was fresh out of the shower, no makeup or whatever. That question exposed a lot of the demented self-perception amongst many black women.
Hey, Uru. Hey, did anybody see what happened to Scarlett?
Real quick. Let me read this. And Will AR says the 1985 Plaza Accords, the U.S. forced on Japan, destroyed the yen. It was a bad deal that Japan entered into. That's what I was talking about. Thank you, Will AR. That's what I was trying to remember. That Japan signed with the U.S. and then some years later, you just watch their economy. Pretty much, it didn't tank completely. It pretty much went neutral. It went stagnant essentially, and it's been like that for what, some 3 decades, maybe working on 4 now, 3 decades or so. So yeah, and that, we'll see what that looks like.
Look,
But I mean,
any
yeah.
currency is only as strong as the actual economy, the actual military, the actual
Hmm.
logistical diplomatic reach of that country. Um, the yen was on borrowed time. It
Mm.
was. They had to make whatever deal they made with the United States because it wasn't like Japan was. Japan was not a peer of the United States globally.
Yeah.
It had an especially proficient corporatized workforce. They were very productive in the making of certain things, particularly automobiles. They were very functionally and productive, but they didn't not have the resources, did not have the world logistics to maintain that over time. And so that deal they made with the United States, they didn't make that deal out of ignorance or out of happenstance. They did what they thought they desperately needed to do at the time to hold on, and they did hold on. They just didn't hold on in the best possible way for that they would have wanted to hold on. But
And by the way,
Japan was all. Go ahead.
no, my bad, Black Dude. They signed a recent deal under Trump because the U.S. is kind of starting to become a bit more isolationist, and Japan hurried up and jumped on that deal, and low key did their own kind of include us into not NATO but into NAFTA type of thing, right? Like they kind of
have no other choice. Yeah.
So
see, when you evaluate what a country does, you have to start from what's their land, what's the reach, what's the size of that country, what's the population of that country, what is its military capacity, to what extent how big is its empire? And when I say empire, I'm talking about how many military bases you got out there. Well, America has what, 400 or
let's just say between it's somewhere it's closer to like 700 to 800. It's like closer to 700 to 800 like outpost. I think it's between outpost, military base, little offices, some far off place. It's closer, at least on paper, somewhere between 700 to 800.
Japan makes that deal. They're making that deal for those 700 or 800 military bases.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Willie said 800. Yeah, something like that. That's what I thought. Yeah. Yep. 800. Y'all remember there's about let's give or take 200 countries on planet Earth, and we got like 800 military bases.
I mean, almost no significant place on the country, on the planet that does not share an American military base. So I mean, you have to judge the decision that these other countries made based on that. It's a brave thing. You hear about those African countries, some of them trying to push out or push back against American military bases. Wow. That's some, somebody's sack has dropped. I hope they can hold that up.
Hey, I'll say this. The last time somebody said we should start our own currency and back it by gold, and he was over here giving a nice speech to his fellow continent men, his fellow brothers from the continent, giving a nice speech. I watched that speech. That was a good ass speech. And a few years later, show with your own gun. Goddamn.
Yeah, I mean they, so I understand the place that those other countries, Japan is in, and why they made the decision they made. But to the women, look, as long as I have two daughters. Like I say, I understand the views that many of you young men have, and I'm kind of in that weird spot because I have daughters and because I have younger kin, who I have heart for and want something for their future. I tend to be a little cautious about let's just throw it all away. But I will say this before you guys throw it all away, tell them the truth. Tell them the absolute fucking truth. Give them a chance to consider the possibility of change, and don't let these foolish bitches you see in this in social media fool you into thinking that that's all they're going to think and do, because a lot of that is grift. A lot of that is.
I agree.
Yeah. And I'm not saying they don't represent significant percentage, and I do think they're influential, and I do think they're dangerous. But I think part of how you neutralize how influential they is you tell them the truth, but you don't have to necessarily do it in anger or hostility. I would tell Bowser or whatever. I would ask her. I mean, truthfully, why do you think you're supposed to get what Brittany Renner gets? You know, when a man sees a 19 or 20-year-old Brittany Renner, he's not thinking. He's not thinking. Hundreds of thousands of years of biology is kicking in when he sees a Brittany Renner. You know, that's all biological. There is no thinking. There is no logic.
They want that primal. They want that. They're jealous of that. They
But you
just like
can't
how
buy that with a
go.
Harvard but Harvard, you can't get that at Harvard. I'm sorry.
Exactly,
You can't get that at
exactly.
MIT.
No, it's let me give you something to think about, Black Guru. It's not that you can't get that at Harvard. You can't make up for that. So there's skill and there's luck, and there's certain type of luck that I don't care what type of skill you got, you can't make up for that luck. That there is no skill to winning the lottery. Not that we know of. I do know there was a white dude that wrote a book, but he won like 4 times. But for the most part, there's no skill to that, right? Go ahead.
I had a cousin that I grew up with. Motherfucker was like about 6'6", 6'7". Handsome dude, beautiful wavy hair. Everywhere we went, the women were falling all over themselves. There was no way I could compete with that. No way any of us could compete with that. So what we did was we tried to catch the scragglers that he didn't want when he was
hysterical.
I mean, real talk.
Yeah.
That's what we did.
But I think
when Rick Fox shows up, you're trying to catch the scragglers that Rick Fox don't want.
Right.
You are.
What did J. Cole say? Bitches didn't get what Michael said, selling for Tito.
I mean, to what you're saying, Black Guru, about telling the truth, we are. I mean, in our actions, we are. We're not marrying them. They're bitching about approaching. We're not approaching them. They're trying to abstinence route. We're like, yeah, fucking right. Okay. We're just saying, okay, go ahead and do that. So it's like, I don't know what else it is to tell them, because we are telling them the truth.
Hey, I'll say this though. In my city though, like once you say that, when I think about it, that you know, I guess voiceover thing or whatever, like it I think all that is, I think it's a minority. I think it's a minority.
No, it is. No. Don't ever get it twisted. These social media trends, if you're not a social media junkie, you will not know about this. Now, you might be participating in this or doing something similar in your own right, something that happened to you in your life, and I'm not doing this, or I'm not. But the social media trends, yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. It is a minority. Don't let these people fool you, like Black Uru was saying. But with that, it does speak to certain trends and ideas that pop up in these women's heads, especially when you see these things get not just tens, but yeah, I would say sometimes tens, but hundreds of thousands of views, hundreds of thousands. You gotta remember, like, the Black women only constitute like 20 million people in America, give or take 22 million, something like that, right?
Yeah.
You consider that. Let's say you add on a couple of British women, Black Brits that's watching it, a couple of Black Canadians, right, that's watching this also, maybe some Black Aussies, one or two here and there. Yeah, so when you start seeing these things getting hundreds of thousands of views, that's a nice chunk of Black women in America specifically, but all across the diaspora, right? Mainly the English-speaking diaspora that's low-key co-signing these things. So it doesn't mean that it's all. It don't even mean that it's most women that's obviously entertaining this. But it is a significant chunk, especially if you start adding age to it. If you start adding age to it, we talking about women under the age of 40, maybe 45 years old. Yeah, it's something to consider. But I wouldn't say it's the be all end all. It's not the be all end all. Right? Go ahead.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm cool with dudes not approaching chicks right now, because the way I cleaned up last night, woo.
Yeah. I mean, then there's that. There's the dudes that don't mind approaching. Go ahead and go sweep up. But here's the thing about
clear the room.
Yeah, just go ahead and sweep up, clean up, as you should.
And you got to remember too, like, Like it's the air that we breathe. It's the air that black women breathe to be anti-black man, at least rhetorically, right? It's the air they breathe. That's part of the sisterhood. The sister code is they greet each other talking shit about us. Like that's what they do. It's almost like their handshake is, these niggas ain't shit. You right. Like that's the handshake, right? So there are sisters that may engage in that just for the peace. Because y'all see, like look how they still going at Simone Biles. Look how they go at the women. Look at it in my community tab. I posted the sister that said, yo, she don't even talk about how great her marriage is no more to her black man because them sisters come at her. So like that tells you that the black women that are married and are happy, and everybody want to say, oh, tell us about how we don't see enough positive black marriages and positive black relationships. Maybe that's why we talk the way we do. No, and then when them sisters show you how happy they are, y'all wish that they failed just so you could prove a point.
Hey, Z.
Right, go ahead.
There's a married chick on TikTok that explained this. He said, I don't post pictures of my husband because as soon as I do, y'all be the first. You have for couldn't get my comment sections talking about, oh, you need to divorce him. You can do better, girl.
That and think about that level of just straight up dirty macking. And I would argue most of these women aren't same sex loving, right? It's dirty macking because I need to speak about, because I'm not good in my situation. I don't have a situation. I need to speak about. Go.
Mm-hmm. Stop talking about Simone Biles haters like that. You know they want.
I know that's who's in my mind, right? That's who's in my mind, and it speaks to the dominant narrative that goes on in the black community concerning black men. That black women that are married, black women that are not married, but they're in a happy situation with their black man, you can't speak positively about that black man because here come the ill wishers, not well wishers, but the ill wishers of black women. And ain't nobody caught block more than black women.
Themselves.
Yeah.
The rise of the fem, like ever since like the Simone Biles thing, that interview, that was, I mean, I know they've always been here, but I think that was officially like the official announcement of the rise of the fem.
Somebody's background. Yeah. But no. So exactly.
That interview, that was officially the rise of the fem.
Let me add it on to what you're saying, Line. So they're still coming at her now. And I remember I watched something maybe a day or two ago where a sister was saying, y'all been on Simone Biles ever since that Jonathan Owens thing, and y'all need to let that go. Let that girl learn on her own, about him. And I'm not gonna. I have friends like that. I'm not gonna tell them anything. If I tell you something one or two times, I'm not gonna wish bad on you. But the way she was framing it was still like Simone Biles need to go through that experience and learn her lesson. But we don't need to wish bad on her. And still, even with that framing, is this let her go through it and hurt, but we don't gotta wish it on her. And I'm like, what? Just even in you trying to chastise black women for talking about Simone Biles' hair while at the Olympics. Say that again? Yeah, it's me. Can y'all hear me better now?
Oh yeah, we got you.
Okay, so what I was saying is, even in y'all trying to chastise other black women for talking crap about Simone Biles, y'all still talking crap about Simone Biles. Even in y'all trying to protect her. Go ahead.
Why does it always come from a bad place? Like it always comes from like, these niggas is terrible. How come they don't have a better message? Like, choose better men. Choose better quality men. Like, fuck.
And what they would tell you is there is no better men. They made this argument on the grapevine years ago, and I recall Ashley literally saying what happened. It was either Ashley or Uchechi who pretty much said, "Ain't no better Negroes. If the majority of these Negroes is trash, stop telling us to choose better men." Because you're gaslighting us at that point.
Well, let's add more to that. Or you mean the dudes that are better don't want you?
Well, that part.
Yeah,
that
or
part.
the dudes that's
we
better
add on
than
to that.
Or the dudes that's better than you, you think they're below you because guess what? They are humble. They do exactly what y'all asked them to do, which was in that video. Humble themselves or whatever the fuck they asked, and they're like, you're not man enough or whatever bullshit they try to say. Whatever they're asking for, you turn around, someone want to give it to them, and they say, no. So I don't know, man. It just smells like bullshit.
Here's the thing, like I was just in the thread just now, and they were talking about the whole leadership thing, and I was talking about leadership. I was like, because women were pretty much like, devoid of leadership, lack of leadership. I was like, or maybe you're just a terrible follower.
I just
maybe you don't know how to listen. Maybe you don't.
I'm challenging the
Hold on, brother.
experiment.
Don't talk about pink pills followers like that. Don't let me shut up.
Oh, well, don't go there.
Hey, I'm experimenting with
there's
this
a third
thought, right?
option.
I'm experimenting with this thought about leadership and shit like that. Like, okay, suppose it, women could be leaders, right? But what about being a strategist?
No.
A strategist? No, when they say leadership, they really mean cleanup men. Whenever you hear women speak about leadership, particularly black women, even Christian women writ large, black Christians, black feminist Christians, they're really talking about, and it's not leadership. They're talking about cleanup men. They're not. They want you to subsidize their negative liberty, and they just don't. Either they don't know what negative liberty is, they don't fully appreciate that's what they're asking for, or they're trying to lie to you. But it really isn't leadership. It's subsidizing their negative liberty and being the cleanup man.
Yeah. Any man who has some dignity about themselves or really care about themselves and their future is not going to do that shit. No man's going to spend their time cleaning up another person's life and shit. Like, nah, that's not.
Men are not taking responsibility without authority. It's not going to happen.
Let me read this, y'all, because Mr. Z got to end out. I got a hard stop. And so KW Don says, I emailed you the link and posted it in the chat. Thank you, brother. Thank you very much. And on that note, y'all, I know this is like a super abrupt ending. We will pause right here, and thank you for coming up, Lion, and thank you for all the rest of you for coming up. Right, and thank you for coming up, AB. AB over here being fashionably late. That's not even Indiana style, AB. What you got going on? Anyway, so we'll pause right here. Love piece of chicken grease, and y'all have a great rest of y'all day. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. I know it's a hard stop. My apologies, y'all. I should have kind of give y'all a warning. I don't know. I don't know why I didn't do it. I don't even have an answer to that. So,
man, come on.
Say that again.
I'm in church.
Right. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I forgot. You going to church for all day. You go to the churches that be like 3, 4, 7 hours long. But
have a good one, man.
all right, AB. And y'all. All right, Vince. And y'all have a great rest of y'all day. And Mr. Z out. All right, y'all.